What? Can we wait until the game is closer to starting? Hey, here we go. Welcome, 2019 NCPA Championships. The National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. And Matty Marshall got Chris Lasoya here, and it looks like we are about 2 minutes away from the start of our second game. Thank you guys so much for joining us. The first match looked like Michigan State Spartans took down the Purdue Boilermakers. Next up, it's going to be the Miami Redhawks taking on the Drexel Dragons. Got Chris Lasoya, the legend, up here in the booth to call the games this afternoon and the rest of the weekend. So, Chris, let's talk about this field real quick. They're playing on the layout that we're going to see in Texas. Man, what are you seeing out there right now?
Man, I'm telling you, I went out there and walked it earlier, and you and I had a discussion earlier about getting out to this snake side. Man, it is rough. I said yourself, I was like, Maddie, you will definitely shoot 2 people on the break. Getting to the tower, which is just outside the flag station, is going to be rough. However, this is kind of up the middle field, which I love myself. So I like this field. You can get up the middle. If you can get in the snake, risk reward, like you had spoke about earlier, if you do get in the snake, you're going to dominate, especially if they're not in the corner.
When you have ladder snakes like this, and also the D side is very ladder-ish as well too, and what does that mean? That means that you have the bunkers and they are lined up directly in front of each other, so you can put a guy in and go. This is that type of field. So on the D side, also a lot of offensive capabilities over there and on the snake side, but like you said, it's the risk versus reward. I do think there is a good reward for the risk. I mean, we're going to have to see that. We're going to be watching a lot of paintball for the next 3 days. See right now, Drexel University Dragons, also Miami University Redhawks, 30 seconds to go before the start of the first point. It's an X-Ball format. This is a throwback to the old school days, all the way back 2003 when X-Ball started. So it's going to have 2 10-minute halves. Here we go. Drexel taking on Miami. The Redhawks are going to be in the red and white. Drexel is in the blue and gold with those black pants. Drexel going to be on the left-hand side, Miami on the right-hand side. Here we go. On the first point, looks like Miami is going to take the big bite and go to the snake off the break. Does he make it clean? And it looks like he does, Chris.
Yeah, 5 on 5. But they made the snake corner for Drexel, so he's going to keep him honest here. And man, you can shoot right down that wire, right down the ladder snake, Matty. If he even sticks his loader out or anything, he will get shot.
John Goldsmith, the first to get in the snake right now from Miami, and now on a secondary move, stacking up on that D side. No penetration for either squad really on that D side, playing a little tentative over there. The big risk for Miami, though, did pay off as they did get into the snake, and there's no one in there with him. He does have an opponent in front of him in that back bunker, Chris.
Yeah, he also has a guy in the center, Matty, but he can't see him until he gets past the center 50 on the snake side. Now, if they can shoot that corner guy in Drexel, that's going to allow him to come all the way down the field, Matty, and you spoke about earlier, he can shoot everybody.
So he's trying to gunfight from Snake 1 and gunfight down that sideline. And he's going to have to be really careful as he is in the best position on the field currently. Right now, Miami University, the Redhawks, with that body in Snake 1, shooting across field, trying to pinch out that back player.
You know, another move I'm going to like seeing eventually in this tournament, Matty, is the highway move. I think it's there. It depends where they are in the center, of course, but it's there for sure.
Well, Chris, just walking the field before the start of the games and kind of seeing what are the offensive capabilities out there. I like all 3 sides of these fields. You know, you have the D side, you have the snake, and then you have that center. Tons of options in the center of the field. This would have been a great field for you, Chris.
Yeah, you know, I still think my little fat tushy could get up there eventually. It might take me, like I said, for 5 minutes, but I will.
Well, hey, we got a lot of time to talk, so I wanted to hear about that 10-man that you played in last week, and I saw it was you were getting out of the car a little slow this morning.
I was, man. I'm telling you. I got out of bed slow. I got out of the car slow. I walked in the grocery store slow. I'm still feeling it. But man, what a good time. That mechanical's coming back. It's a lot of fun. Play with your friends. You know, like the ICPL coming back. It's a movement, and it's going to be a lot of fun for everybody.
So the Redhawks improving their position on the D side, getting into D2, and it looks like he might have just caught one, though he did. So advantage is going to go to Drexel. That's the first body to drop. It's a 5-on-4 situation. Drexel in the driver's seat and making a move up into the center brick, shading towards the snake side.
Yeah, but they failed that up to the 50 middle, Matty. Now, I'm not sure if you saw that move or not. With the coaches on the side, obviously it helps a little bit. But now Drexel has got to move up the field a little bit more on that Dorito side.
Yeah, just having the coach right next to you to joystick you down the field is a huge boost, and it's going to pay dividends right now as Gonna get that body back here for the Redhawks. It's now 4-on-4, but Drexel, Chris, pushing up on that D side, getting into D3.
Yeah, that was a good move getting up there. Now look, I'm looking for this guy to come inside and get in the snake if he can. They also filled the back right corner for Miami.
Yeah, that was
So marrying up, that's gonna help.
Ryan Mayer coming off for Drexel to even up that count. Again, it is a 4-on-4 situation, and the two bodies for the Redhawks in the back corner bunker here on the snake side. Also in snake one, they have those two bodies on the D side as well too. So that's how this field's gonna play if you lose that center play.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Drexel hasn't come to the center. Instead, they stacked up two on the Dorito side. It'd have been a better move, in my opinion, for him to come to the center and slow them down on the Dorito side for Miami and help him play his boy out.
Well, we did talk about all of the potential possibilities of attacking and offense in the center of the field, but you really have to know where your opponents are. The Drexel player, they got up there, I think that was Ryan, got up and he just didn't really know that that guy was still in snake one. That's kind of a big mistake. Also, Drexel's going to lose a body from the back corner bunker, and that is Kevin Leong. So Kevin Leong losing a gunfight puts Miami in a real good spot right now, Chris, to get this first point on the board.
Yeah, well, good move by Drexel also coming to that tower on the outside. He gets a little better angle shooting down in the snake to kind of contain him a little better, but still, it's going to be tough, especially when he has the guy behind him.
Really long point here. The first game that we saw with the Boilermakers and the Spartans had a lot of quick points so far. Coming up here, 4 minutes, 14 seconds have expired. Regulation time, 5 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock. And Drexler's going to try to get out and fill the back corner bunker. Here's Snake side, able to make it there clean, Chris.
He was, but yeah, before he's got to watch that Dorito side. That's how he got shot. The last guy got shot. It was a good move because if he's not there, like we talked about, it's going to allow him to come all the way down the snake and shoot across the field. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Mayer better field position here. Maurer into snake two. Another body coming off for Drexel. So survivability an issue here for Drexel as they've lost two bodies in gunfights. They do have a body still on that D side that Miami Redhawks can't sleep on. He's in D4. Could try to make something happen from there, Chris.
I think he's going to go on the highway. He's going to jump over. He's going to come inside. He can block off the corner just fine that way.
Communication here. Communication on this closeout going to be key.
Oh, there's a shot across the field.
Did he drop it in on him?
Oh, absolutely he did.
Well, he's not coming out. The referee hasn't got in there and checked him out. Now the referee's going to creep in there and check out the player. Oh, he's calling him clean. Might have got away with one.
Yeah, if it's on me any more than half a second, it's gone already anyway. So you better be right there.
Sorry, this is it's John Goldsmith actually here in the snake for the Redhawks.
This is a long point, Matty.
Ryan Mayer is the first attacker on the snake side for Drexel, and right now John Goldsmith is the one getting it done here for Miami. Made it there on the break. Got his coach right beside him. Now he's telling him to get up and get past that 50-yard. They got to keep that pack down though. Got to keep the stomach on the ground, and here comes the hammer getting dropped on that D side, and that was Justin Mays, the second attacker on the D side, running down the Drexel player. Miami trying to close this one out. But Chris, real long point. A lot of this game time in this first half been eaten off.
Yeah, I think there's only, 3:48 left in the half.
Not a lot of time left.
That's a long, long point. You know, good ups to both teams, though. They played it conservative. You know, they made their moves. They didn't get crazy. You know, I thought Drexel had pretty decent field position, but getting in the snake, that definitely did not help Drexel's situation.
Yeah, Drexel just needs to keep a little bit better survivability. Obviously, when you have a point run this long, it's a close point. You had 5 bodies get out for both teams. They stayed alive. I really like the aggressive break here in the beginning. Just test out those possibilities. Let's see if we can get our front snake player and get him in there clean. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to go to that move again.
I think that Drexel dropped the ball a little bit on the center. He got shot being pretty lax in that bunker. I think that he should have played inside a little more and shut down the Dorito side and maybe then went to their side because they were so far back, Matty, they wouldn't see him go up. You go up to their center bunker on their 40 and you shoot the guy in the head in the snake. He wouldn't even see it coming.
And also, when you're playing here in the NCPA championships or just playing this format of paintball in general, you're playing X-ball, and the coach is on the sideline. So when you make that big move in the center of the field and you take that position, you have to know that for sure the snake player is going to know where you are because the coach is right beside him. Now, is that communication going to get carried cross field? That's up to the players to get loud and to have that sensitivity to listen to those codes. But you know for sure the snake guy is going to know you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, he played it really well. He came out, great snapshot. First shot hit him in the face, and he came out and shot his loader 3 or 4 times after that, which is just making sure. But you know, it was a great shot. I can't take anything away. But I wish that guy in the center would have played a little more conservative and made a little different move than he did.
Well, we'll see here. There still is a lot of game time left, even though that first point did eat a lot of time off the clock. If you're used to watching the Go Sports broadcast of the NXL, yeah, totally different format. As this is X-Ball, so 2 10-minute halves here, 3 minutes and 46 seconds left to go. Drexel takes a big bite in the center of the field, getting to that 40-yard line. He's going to put his gun towards that D side.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Matt. I think Miami only started with 4 in that point, Matt.
They start with 4 because of a penalty, or
No,
they start with 4 because of a mental mistake?
They started with 4 for a mental mistake.
And they're Chris, they're going to lose a body here, so maybe just 3 bodies left alive right now for Miami. But it looks like a penalty is assessed here on Drexel. That's going to take 2 bodies out for them, so it is a 3-on-3 situation. Little bit of a breath of fresh air here for Miami University Redhawks.
Yeah, lots of penalties today, Matt, so far. So these players really got to stay tight, take your hit, come off the field. But these refs are taking no jokes right now.
Yeah, and the referees were definitely on it in that first game. Saw a decent share of penalties, and the penalty box is in effect. So the Drexel player chilling in the penalty box, waiting to get out and help his team. If he can get out alive, obviously it's going to be a boost, and they'll go back to a 4-on-3 situation.
You know, and look at Drexel. Everybody's stuck either in the middle or on the snake side of the field, Matty. Miami has 2 on the Dorito side. They can come down this field, but the guy in the center is locking them down right now. I think the move for Drexel is to get in this snake.
Yeah, the Drexel needs to get into the snake. There's 2 guns, 1 gun now looking that way, but that's from the back corner bunker on the D side. The stand-up tempo here on the snake eye is looking this way. Now finally putting his gun up. Now he's coming out of the box, so Drexel with a 1-body advantage. It's 4-on-3 situation, and he's going to go towards that D side, gets to the Aztec, and going to push into D1.
You know, that was a good move. Good smart decision to get out there, take back his original position, and now they're back in the game again. But still, they got to get in the snake. Shoot and go.
Oh, and then he just got caught cross field, and that is a bad death for number 21. As soon as he got out of the box, Billy Bothwell went to the box, got out of the spot, made a good moves, plural, to get into D2, but then just head checks right onto a ball.
Yeah, unfortunate. He should have been playing heads-up ball with that Dorito side. You know, I would like to see the center guy come up in the center a little more and shut him down even better, because nobody's really stopping him right now.
Back to a 3-on-3 situation. Just a minute and 22 seconds left to go in this low-scoring first half between the Drexel University Dragons on the left-hand side of your screen.
Another long point now.
Yeah, another long point, for sure. You guys just testing the waters right now here in this field. Both these teams have done well this year in collegiate paintball with both Drexel and Miami winning some tournaments. Drexel won all 3 of the AA events that they played, and they got some new guys, some vets on the team. And then Miami University Redhawks, they played 2 events up in Chicago, won both of those. That's kind of what it looks like. It looks like a team that knows, all right, well, we don't want to mess up. We're playing a strong squad, and now Drexel's going to take a big bite, get into the snake from the back corner bunker, and makes it in there clean. And another body comes off here for the Redhawks from that D side. There goes Maurer pushing forward in the center. And now here comes the hammer, going to be dropped from Miami. Comes up, stitches him up, gets 1, gets 2, little 2-pack up the center of the field from number 8, Alec Linder from the Redhawks. Beautiful job there, Chris.
That was a great move coming up the center. You know, like I said, that guy in the center needed to come up and look Dorito side. What did he do? He switched. Nobody was in the snake. There was no reason for him to look over here, and he gets stitched up.
Don't think they're going to have enough time to score this point, though, as there's also a flag. No buzzers in this format. There is a center flag, and that is going to do it here. So no points scored, even with the beautiful move by Alec Linder up in the center.
Yeah, well, I really think that Drexel should have made that move to the snake about 3 minutes earlier. I mean, he had that move for a long time. He waited for Miami to get up in the center, and then he just gets blown to pieces. I mean, he did trade with the guy, but he could have done that a long time ago and capitalized on it with the center guy working with him. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out. Too late, too soon.
So we got the 5-minute break here for for the halftime period. Again, 10-minute halves, 2 halves here, original X-ball format. Penalty boxes in effect, center flag. This is the first look at watching these points played here on this layout that we will see in Texas. Make sure to mark your calendars for that. It's just a couple weeks away, first weekend of next month. Now, so let's talk about this layout, Chris. What's working, what's not? Now, we only saw 2 points played here. We did see a lot of points played in the first game. What are your thoughts on the layout?
You know, I think what's working is getting up in the center, getting in the Doritos, and then eventually getting out to the snake. Now, you can take the big bite on the break if you have a little, 3'4", 50-pound kid that can make it. But there's no way my butt is getting out here. I think that, like you said, risk reward. If you get out here, you're in a good spot. Fantastic. Drexel was making that corner, which also surprised me. The snake corner. I still think the move's up the middle. I think 2 guys at the middle, 1 guy Doritos, 1 guy back center, 1 guy snake side. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I would like to see, well, I'm sure we're going to see this as things progress forward here in this tournament. Got a lot more paintball to play. Obviously, this is just day 1 here, Friday in the prelims. But there's so many options up the center of the field. I really would like to see teams play creatively up in the center, particularly if players do make it out alive up the D side and up the snake side. A lot of times you will see when you have layouts like this where you don't have the staggered bunkers and it is more of a ladder. Those bunkers are in a row and you can just straight gunfight with each other. A lot of times guys will get, especially in the lower divisions, guys will get locked tunnel vision into those gunfights, and that allows those creative opportunities to take advantage in the center of the field.
Absolutely. And what I personally would do on this field, what my move would be, is I would be at their 40 brick in the first 30 seconds of the game. I mean, I wouldn't go there in the break. I would go up the center.
You mean the lay down wedges?
The lay down wedges, yeah. I would be at their lay down wedge, not the back one, but not the 50, but the one between it. That bunker, I'd be there in the first 30 seconds, and I would be just shooting people on the Dorito side all day long. I'd have my guys, of course, locked down the snake side so I didn't get a shot in the back. If I did, so be it. But I'm telling you right now, you can make their 40 wedge lay down in the center within the first 30 seconds of the game and just destroy that Dorito side of the field.
Yeah, and I would like to see where would be best to protect that player. I'm sure we're going to see that at some point in time. The player running past the 50-yard line and getting into the opponent's 40-yard line lay down wedge. And then hopefully you can put a gun to protect that player, knowing that, hey, that guy can't live on your side of the field. Somebody has to go and get that player out.
I think, and I lived and died by it, literally. I literally went up there knowing that nobody could really protect me, because it's a hard spot to protect you from. Mm-hmm. I think the only person that can really protect you is either the can or the corner on the snake side. Because they're the only people that can really see the inside, because that's the guy that's going to come get you, unless you get shot heads up with the Doritos. It's hard. It's a hard spot to live in. That's why you got to go up there, shoot 2-3 guys, and just call it a day. Or, if you shoot 2 or 3 guys, just run on the field and see what else you can get.
Hey, man, if you can shoot 2-3 guys, your team should be winning that.
Oh, absolutely. Your team has got to capitalize on what happens. They got to be heads up, keep their head in a swivel, see what you did, and see if you're still alive, and then they got to move off that. Now, these younger teams, some people don't have that instinct yet. Some kids do. They have some veterans out there. But I do want to see that later in the tournament, and I'll go tell these teams what to do, and I just want somebody to do it. That one kid with the floppy hair from the last game, the one that played the snake. What's that gentleman's name?
Can't remember his last name off the top of my head. We're gonna get to see Michigan State Spartans though play again this afternoon.
He could do it because he's only like 5 foot tall. And he's fast.
Perfect paintball size.
Yes, 100%.
It's like Kyle Spica size.
And he has a set of cojones that I think you just do it just because.
Yeah, he seemed to have that big chip on your shoulder that you kind of need to excel at this game. So these teams are now a minute away from the second half of this NCPA championship X-ball match. They're going to switch sides. So the Drexel University Dragons in the blue and gold and black pants are going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. The Miami University Redhawks in the white and red, they will be on the left-hand side of your screen. You got the starters for Miami University. Sean Merritt plays the back bunker on the snake side. Alec Linder, we saw the big move from Alec Linder up the center of the field, but traditionally the first to go on the D side. You also have Justin Mays, John Goldsmith, and Xavier Harris as the starting 5 for the Redhawks. 25 seconds to go here. The starting 5 for Drexel. Jake Asuncion, he's going to be playing the front on the D side. You got Zach Leffler, plays the back center, and then Billy Bothwell, he's the second to go, the second attacker on the D side. And then you have Ryan Maurer playing the front center. I mean, he was number 55. That's the guy that we saw. Definitely getting up there. Need a little bit more production out of Ryan, though.
Yeah,
here in this second half is Drexel with that 1-point deficit. That's really not much of a deficit. I know we had some really slow points in the first half, but I don't think we're going to see the rest of the day play as slow as that first half did play.
No, neither do I. Well, Drexel's running the same line, so and it is kind of warm out here, so you're going to start getting tired. I mean, even though these are a younger generation, it still wears on you, especially the humidity down here we had talked about every year. People that have played in Florida or from here, they definitely know the humidity. It'll creep up on you, so you got to drink a lot of water, hydrate.
It's only going to get hotter as the day progresses. Looks like it's about 82 degrees right now, but it's going to get up to about 88 this afternoon. So,
well, I came prepared for that. We got plenty of sunscreen and water and Yingling. But like you said, man, these two teams are feeling themselves out. I think that they're playing pretty decent. They're playing 5-on-5 in the break. The penalties didn't help a little bit. But I think that they're going to speed it up a little bit, just trying to feel each other out. But I see more of the snake side do some more dominance over here.
We could see some dominance. I can't wait till we get to Texas.
I can't wait to
find out. Yeah, I really want to see the pros play this field. Just because this looks like this is going to be a fun field to play. It looks like we have a little bit of a technical timeout.
But you're right, Matty. I was thinking about that earlier. Like, seeing some of these teams just run down this field, the middle is going to be just a massacre. Teams like Houston Heat and Impact and, just going just toe-to-toe with Infamous, who just has no care in the world.
It's going to be fun. Definitely going to be fun to watch. May 3rd through the 5th on Go Sports. Next NXL event in Texas. Right now, though, NCPA Championships. Looks like we're good to go. 10 seconds. Now the clock has started. About to jump into the second half here with a tiny 1-point lead for the Redhawks there on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, they're going to send big bite again. They're going to send Goldsmith, this time not able to make it, but Drexel's able to make it
and they don't know
the
he's in
50-yard
there.
line.
They don't know he's in there either, Matty.
Sorry, make it into snake one.
They don't know he's in there. He's going to come up here and just wreck shot.
Yeah, Kevin Leong in here by himself. Let's see what Kevin can do. Kevin past the 50-yard line. Another body comes off for the Redhawks. Just 3 players left alive for them and tucked in the pocket. Have a body at that lay-down wedge. Also the back center and the back tower. And they are gunned up on the snake. Again, with the coaches, it's kind of inexcusable for you not to know where that player is in the snake.
Exactly. I like seeing this out of Drexel, getting up in the middle. They have like 3 guys in the back, 2 back center. One guy finally decides to come up the middle.
Oh, just as they dropped the lane, that was a bad move here for number 80. Xavier Harris just dropped the lane, and here comes the hammer about to get dropped by Billy Bothwell. Billy Bothwell has no idea where the last player is left alive. He's just going to one-hand him. One-hand him from the hip. Nice job by Kevin Leong, though. He gets into the snake here for Drexel to tie this game up, stays alive, listens to his coach, gets past the 50-yard line, waits until the lane drops, and then blasts Xavier Harris. That opened things up.
I can't believe he turned, Matty. He was on him, and you called it, and he came off the lane and just got murdered.
If you're in the center and you know that your enemy is at the 50-yard line, and you guys are tucked in the pocket, and you have a player behind you, you do not get off that lane.
Ever.
You don't get off that lane until your back player says, hey, I got it, look in the D side. And the only reason you should do that. And then if you do that, tuck in.
Yes.
You got to tuck in.
He just turned and left his whole pack and everything.
He dropped the lane, turned around, stayed way out, knowing that there's an open shot there for Kevin Leong, and the Kevin Leong made the most of it, listened to his coach, just got right over the top of that snake beam and blasted him to get the crucial kill.
I like Billy Bothwell. I like him coming up the middle. I think he could have done a little sooner, but I liked his patience. The one hand got you at the end was kind of cool. He didn't know. He almost dropped his gun. He was so excited.
Hey, he definitely did not know the count. He ran through the center, had no idea where that last body was. He was actually looking D-side way, and then kind of did a little head check. He's lucky he didn't run right into the tip of a barrel.
Literally, when he was changing hands, I don't know if you can see it. He was changing, I don't mean to laugh, he was changing hands, and he almost dropped his gun.
You can laugh. It was kind of funny.
It was really
kind of funny.
He almost dropped his gun. Oh, that would have been really funny. If he would have dropped his gun, shot himself, come on, man. That'd be great. Well, how many times, I mean, I'm not sure how many people that played mech with cockers back in the day, but I remember I was in a tournament one time, and I pulled my boat out, squeegeed, and the thing about cockers is the ball will drop down and it'll roll back behind the air bolt, behind the air hole, and if you pull the trigger without your bolt in there, you shoot yourself right in the face. And I did that in a tournament one time, and the ref was staring at me. He felt so bad for me. He actually, he just said, just wipe it off. I was like, okay. I wasn't gonna ask you, but you know, if you say so. But that was my.
Was that when you were playing against us?
Probably.
I knew it, you son of a bitch.
It was good. I think, yeah. I'm good. You know, every time you guys, I got 2 lives.
Jumping into point number 3 here, and
Man, he is fast.
Hey, he is real fast, and he's going to go to the snake off the break. Looks like they're going to lose 0-0 here. That's Travis Leislet. So Leislet comes off early for the Redhawks. It's not going to help. Looks like they're going to lose another body, number 27, Justin Mays. He's walking off. Just 3 players alive again. Chris is stuck in the pocket.
Drexel's got to get up the middle when he's up this far, and they get 2 kills. They got to get up the middle a lot sooner than they're doing.
Drexel is still doubling up that back center, and it cost them is they lose that body. Where did that guy get shot from?
I don't know. I think the guy in the tower looked down the middle, but I'm not really sure. But like I said, they got to get out of that pocket, Matt.
Yeah.
Once you make the snake and you shoot your guy, get up the field. There's no reason for you to be back there at that point. So he's posting up on the snake. I mean,
well, it's going to be up to Kevin Leong here, number 32, for Drexel, trying to put a lead up on the board. Oh, he almost gets caught cross field from D1. But I don't know what's stopping him. All he has to do is just crawl down, crawl to the next spot. Does he have a back player behind him?
I don't think he doesn't really need one.
Yeah, it's true.
He can live a lot better on the next one than he can this one. Because that Dorito guy from the Dorito 2 has a good shot across the field like you just saw him.
But he doesn't have a shot if he moves up a bunker.
Correct.
If Kevin moves up to the next bunker and goes completely on to the Redhawks side of the field, then he's going to be blocked out across field using that wedge, allowing him to play on that spot a little bit better.
And Drexel's got to learn to come outside and help the snake guy out, because you can come out behind him like you used to. You get somebody in the snake, and you come out to this can or go to the corner and have the angle to keep him in to get him up the field a little faster.
A back player right now would be great for Kevin. And
Yeah,
also, if Kevin does move up to the next spot, he does need to watch out for a potential bounce shot. See where the pin is right here? Oh, it's not going to matter, though, as body walking off slumped shoulders and frustration, losing a gunfight. That is number 8, Alec Linder, for the Redhawks, dying out of D2, and that puts his team in a bad spot. Just 2 bodies left alive for them, one at the tower and one at the stand-up back center home bunker.
Here comes Billy Bothwell again, up the center. That's going to be a towel. Miami University throws a towel in, putting Drexel up 3-1, Matt.
I think it's 2-1. Yeah, just 2-1.
That's right, 2.
2 unanswered points now for Drexel, as we have 2-minute breaks in between these points. But I'll tell you what, man, Kevin Leong, these last couple points, has been doing an outstanding job. Head down, digging hard, getting into Snake 1, staying alive. Most importantly, though, he's listening to his coach. The coach right next to you here in college paintball, and really can help joystick you down the field. So he's just absorbing all of that information, knows exactly where the players are downfield. He's been getting his kills. The one thing, though, that he could have done, Chris, and we talked about this a little bit, is just move up another bunker.
Right.
Move up one more bunker, get all the way down the snake. There's no one in front of you. There's no one stopping you. Yeah, you do have to worry about that potential bounce shot off this pin. So from D2, you guys are out here, and again, I haven't shot this shot, but just from what we've seen so far here, this is the Texas layout. If you're in D2 and you do have an opponent all the way onto your snake side, completely all the way into snake 4, you could have a potential bounce shot off this pin if he pops up into his back and he's trying to live using the inside wedge.
I think that would work 100%. You know, and I think that people will start to do that. You know, I still want to see Drexel get up the middle a lot sooner. They're coming out, they're shooting their corner guy in the break. Once you do that, your job is over. Get up the field and shut that lane down and help out the snake guy. I mean, once you get that far up the field, it's a lot easier for you to do it from the center than it is from the back center. And they got shot in the back center that game, just standing there. There's no reason for that.
Look, when you go up 2 bodies and it's 5-on-3, now that's the time to find a way to get out of that back center. You don't need to double up that spot for that long. You have a huge numerical advantage. Yeah, you don't want to just run out into one of the 3 guns and give that kill away, but him trying to hide and gunfight out of there for too long cost them that body. Be interested to see, though, moving forward, how long players, I mean, was it just a bad death for him? Can you live doubled up in that spot? I would think so. a 5-on-3 situation. There goes Kevin Leong again. That's 3 unanswered points in a row now of letting Kevin run to the snake one off the break.
Yeah, but now Miami's getting smart, coming up the middle and trying to shut it down.
Chris, Drexel did lose a body though, so 4 players alive right now for Drexel.
I think they lost a guy trying to fill out. But now they're in the backs. Also, Miami losing one guy as well from the far Dorito side. So the Dorito side is wide open right now for both teams.
Yeah, D side completely open. When we say wide open, I don't think there's a body.
There's
at
nobody
all
over there.
on that side of the field. All the firepower is snake side and center for both these squads. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go here. We are in the second half. If you're just joining us, it is a little early still on the West Coast, but welcome here to the 2019 NCPA Championships. The Redhawks down by 1 right now to the Drexel Dragons. Kevin Leong, 3 points in a row, has been outstanding in the snake for Drexel.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. I think he's just chilling out, wasting time. They really don't have to do a lot here. I mean, they could sit there all day. Now, who's got the ball right now? The center guy, in my opinion, for Miami. He's the one that's gonna have to do something up the middle. He can go to their brick, and they would never see him, Matt.
I was gonna say the back center player needs to get out on the D side and just he's able to make that move across and gets to the Aztec on that side. I was gonna say at this point in time he needs to spread the field out. Now Kevin is really worried about, and rightfully so, the back player for the Redhawks who's in the back bunker here on the snake side. He doesn't have a back player to help put that guy in. He has to do that by himself, and that's the boost of having that player in the back corner bunker here on the snake side. That's those cakes back there though. Not super fun to gunfight at.
No, not at all.
You have to be down on a knee unless you're 5.5 or 5'3".
Especially you. You're like what 6'2"?
Yeah, more like 6'1". But
still,
thanks for that. I appreciate
your
that.
whole head to be 6.
No, for me, actually, when I went and walked this field, those cakes are rough, man. But I like the fact that they put not a dominant gunfighting position as that bunker in the backfield. It's going to make those gunfighters back there in those back positions work a little bit harder to try to keep these snake players tucked in their spot. So far, though, the Redhawks doing a good job of containing Leong here at snake 1.
No, without question. But I'm still think this guy in the center, he's got to get up a little further. But now they're in Dorito 2 for Drexel, which is going to make it a lot harder now for him to get up the field. And Miami's got to come. There's 4 minutes left in this game.
Miami is the one that needs the point, but they only need 1, and there still is enough time. It's not quite desperation yet. Unfortunately, they are down a body. Just 2 bodies left alive on the field for the Redhawks. I believe Drexel has 4 players alive. They do. D1, back center, the Temple here on the snake side, and snake 1. Those are the 4 players for the Dragons. Here comes the Redhawks, though, diving into snake 1. He might have got clipped in there. No, it looks like he's clean.
Yeah, he got in there clean, Matty. That was a total blown shot by the back center.
John Goldsmith in the snake. The 1 point that the Redhawks have on the board, Goldsmith was in the snake off the break.
He's got to watch that hopper, though, Matty. See how he's sitting with his... Oh, there he goes. He was laying his gun down like didn't have a care in the world. But now, got Miami getting D2 as well, Matty. Mirroring up.
And now the Dragons are going to be pushing into D3. And with the 1 point advantage and the 1 body advantage, still 3 minutes to go. But the Redhawks are going to have to really start thinking about potentially conceding this point. Not quite yet, but it is a 3-on-4 situation, and they are down a point. So the Drexel Dragons don't have to go anywhere. They don't have to do anything. They've taken ground. They have D3. They have snake 1. They still have 2 back players in the center. And they're all gunned up, putting pressure on the 3 players for the Redhawks. It's up to the Redhawks to find a way to push into these guns.
Does Miami still not have the center wedge? I thought they still had the center wedge as well. I can't see it from where I'm at.
I don't think so. If they do, that guy's been literally D-side the entire point.
Got it.
I think it's just 3 bodies alive, and I also don't see that bunker moving at all.
Yeah,
so
I haven't seen it in a while either. But yeah, they're gonna have trouble, man, if they don't start doing something soon. If they shoot the snake guy, then they're in good group. Snake side or Dorito side, one of the 2.
Well, oh, look at this though. Goldsmith catches one here in snake 1, peeking out, trying to make something happen from that position. And now here comes running through and jumping over the top. Does get the shot on Kevin, has to trade his body to do it. That was number 80, Xavier Harris.
He's awful quiet over there. I thought he was still there.
And then another body. Yeah, I guess he was in there. Another body coming off from that D side. So it was a 4-on-4 situation. What was that guy doing hiding in there that entire time?
I don't know. I mean, I believed you because I was like, Well,
I didn't see him at all. The entire point.
He was shooting the very beginning of the point, and then I think he just decided that he didn't want to do anything else, just eat lunch or something.
So that makes a lot more sense now. So it was a 4-on-4 situation, another real long point. So this field can play slow.
Yeah. I didn't think it would.
After the first game, when it was 8-5, I didn't think we'd see too many slow. Now looking at, yes, any paintball field can play slow if that's the intention of the teams. However, what we've seen so far in this match has been quite the tactical battle here. It's just 3-1. There's only 1 minute and 42 seconds left, and a lot of gunfighting from their positions so far here in this match.
And the problem you're going to find, and not that it's a big problem, but you're going to find an issue with the teams that are running the same lines like Drexel is. You only have 2 minutes after the game's over, and you got 3 guys out there that shot all their paint for 4 minutes of the game. They got to run back out the field, get all the paint back on in their pods, and then get back on the field quick. Now, they have a good system inside the pits because I've seen it. However, it's still trying. It's exhausting. Some of the kids are going to be, they're not in superb shape.
I would hope they are.
Yeah,
the oldest age I see on the Redhawks is 25. And the oldest age that I see on the Drexel Dragons is 23. Boys, if you're in your early 20s and you can't play 5 points, you need to start hitting that treadmill.
Absolutely.
Come on, boys.
Less in and out.
It is, yeah. Less Keystone Light.
We have a
less
timeout
Milwaukee's
here,
Beast. A little bit more treadmill.
Milwaukee's Beast.
Yeah, we haven't really seen, I wouldn't say a cardio issue yet, but I just don't, as an old salty veteran, I don't have much sympathy for guys that are in their prime of their lives. Can't play a full game without puking.
And I think that's why Drexel took a timeout, I'm telling you.
And it's hot here. It is very hot, but it is not as scorching as it's going to get. It's going to be 88 later and maybe 90 tomorrow, so it's not going to get any nicer out here as far as the playing conditions are concerned. It's going to be hot and humid. We are in Orlando, Florida.
Thank God we're in our air-conditioned booth. Thank God.
Is the air conditioning on you? Because it is definitely not on me.
Well, I think I'm blocking the air vents a little bit. Sorry.
You look a little slimmer though than I saw you. Have you jumped some weight?
My wife's got me on this keto thing, man.
God bless Candy.
She does. No, I can't. I'm not drinking much beer anymore. On a day like this, a really cold beer is amazing. But no, we're on this keto thing. She's got me working out. Took some weight off my back. My back doesn't hurt as bad. So she's a slave driver, but God bless her.
About to jump into the next point with the 2-point lead. It's going to be up to the Redhawks. They need to start hitting that gas pedal, but aggressive, and they do just that. They go into snake one off the break, takes a little bit of a core sample. Here's this awesome sand falling out of his barrel. They're pushing issues on the D side, getting into D3 immediately and to the 40-yard line wedge. So a good offensive look for the Redhawks here, Chris.
Yeah, I see the Redhawks getting up in the middle a little faster. He's at that 40 again on their 40, but look at this move. They're going to go on their side of the field really quick. Watch. That's the move. That's the move they got to make. They got to go contained in the middle. Now the D3 on the D4. Oh, that's a penalty.
Minor penalty, Chris, assessed on the Redhawks. That could be the coffin nail here.
That guy just got shot. That's a penalty. Drexel.
Under 60 seconds. The referee checking out one of the players for Drexel on the D side.
Yeah, he needs to go on the middle. He can't go that way. He's got to go up the middle of their side of the field.
Harris is looking for it here for the Redhawks. He's at the 50-yard line, at the brick. Xavier Harris trying to make something happen up and over the top, rolling his gun. Just 40 seconds to go, and they need 2 points.
Yeah, and he took a core sample on the break, man. So the snake guy's done is down for Drexel.
Yeah, Kevin Leong literally has his barrel off of his gun, just meekly shooting balls about 50 feet per second. He's going to need to get that going here. But only 20 seconds left. I mean, just put the back on. Forget the tip. Just put the back on. There you go. He's got the back on. The back's the accelerator. You only really need the back to get some paintballs out of there. Did he get a shot on him? Does not. He's just snow blowing paint out of the front of his barrel. He gets bunkered out by Xavier. His body is starting to drop here in the chaos with just 3 seconds left to go. I think we're going to see a minor, so that's not going to be a swing point. That's going to finish the game, and it looks like the final score is going to be 3-1.
Good job for Drexel. I mean, I like the spunk coming out of the Redhawks. You know, I think the penalty on that Dorito side definitely hurt. That's the one. They could have won the game if that would not have happened. Because once that happened, it took the one center guy out, took the Dorito guy out. You know, taking the course down for Drexel. I did that this last weekend, about knocked my tooth out. So I
thought maybe you got to fight like back in the day.
No, man.
Back in the old days, Chris rolls up with a fat lip here to this morning when I saw him for the first time as he came in super late. And thank you for toughing through. Chris didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
Oh, yeah.
Flew none. But I saw the fat lip and I was like, did you get a fight last weekend?
No, man. I took a core sample of that mechanical tournament. It was the most reliable fashion barrel, like 6 inches in deep into the mud, and my tank just square right in the mouth. I was like, did anybody see that? And I look up, and of course, it's right in front of everybody.
So it looks like we're going to take a short break. Stick with us here, though. More action coming at you. 2019 NCPA Championships. Congratulations to Drexel as they take that victory 3-1. We'll be back here after a short break. Temple Owls going to be taking on the Clemson Tigers. I'm Matty Marshall with Chris Lasoya. We'll be back.
There was some on top, but I think Mike opened. Hey, there's You had that here.
I'll step here.
It's not rail sport. All right, rail sport. What a rail sport. Really? You're part of the rail cast. Shut up. Part of the rail cast. People are just pulling out their cell phones now and putting them on shit. Like, it's getting wild out here, bro.
Welcome back, 2019 NCPA Championships. We are here in Orlando, Florida, at Austin Tindall, Parker Manny Marshall, alongside Chris Lasoya. So Chris, another year here, National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. Right now, it's going down. Temple Owls going to be taking on the Clemson Tigers. And we've seen a fast match on this field. We've seen a slow match on this field. I'm interested to see how this one's going to play between the Owls and the Tigers.
I think Temple plays pretty fast, from what I remember. You know, they might have some of the old guards. They have some new blood. But still, the coaching is probably still consistent. But the Tigers, they're also a fast team. They look like a real fast team. Tall guys, fast. Remind me of like the old trauma guys, like just by looking at them. But let's see how it goes.
Skinny, fast.
Tall, skinny, fast, and smart.
10 minutes on the clock here. This is the X-Ball format, so we will have 2 10-minute halves with a 5-minute halftime. There's penalty boxes and a center flag. Looks like on the breakout here, Temple is going to attack that center, Chris, but they're going to lose not only that body. Oh, look at this. Penalties on both sides. Minor penalty assessed, so 2 bodies have come off for Clemson, and 3 bodies have come off for the Temple University Owls. So it's a 2-on-3 situation in favor of the Tigers here on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, but right now the Tigers have the upper hand in the middle. Temple was stuck in the back bunkers, Matty, so they got to get out a little bit or they're going to get run down. But nobody in the snake side either.
Yeah, this is that scramble that we talk about. So when the chaos sets in and multiple bodies are all dropping all over the field, and you have to scramble around and see who is going to be the first to keep their wits about them and get into those positions and start trying to win some gunfights. Now Temple's going to get out to the back corner bunker here on the snake side of the field. There's the bodies in the penalty box for both squads.
Yeah, I like that move out here so you can cross it up, man. I think this might be a pretty good cross-up field because you can just shut down that middle altogether.
Yeah, I was wondering that when I was walking the field, walking that lockout. What would I do if it was just me and my buddy out there and we needed to look in front of each other and cross it up? Now, I still think it's going to be tough. If you have guys that know what they're doing, I think this is going to be a hard field to try to cross up. However, we will see. Now, both teams getting that body out of the penalty box. A little bit better field position, Chris, with one body here at the wedge in the 40-yard line in the center for the Tigers.
Yeah, I'm looking for him to go to the 50, but he's getting shut down by Dorito 2 by the Owls. But we talked about that back snake side bunker, Matt, and being a tall guy. That guy's like 17 feet tall back there.
He is definitely a tall man, running what looked like about 6'4", 6'5". Now, repositioning both teams, but again, better field position for the Tigers. They're at the 50-yard line. Tigers number 18, that's Drake Morty.
Another using a Dorito guy.
Yeah, another body coming off for Temple. It's from the D side. That's going to make life a little bit easy for Morty. Now here he goes. He is going to... Oh, he got real lucky there. He comes through. He gets the shot. He does have to pay his body, but did you see that looks like Jason Spencer dropped his gun at the worst exact time because Morty had no idea where he was.
He did not.
Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good any day, and hopefully you can be both and have a chance to win the tournament because that's typically what you need.
Well, Tigers looking pretty decent on that point. Both teams, there's a lot that went on there for a second. I had to put my head in a swivel and figure out what was going on. I was like,
definitely an entertaining point, and they're asking to concede the point here for Temple. Temple's yelling down to concede the point. That clock is still running off, though.
Point approved.
So the point is going to be good. Yeah, that was a chaotic point.
It was for a second there, yeah. I got dizzy for a second. My head moving so quick.
Yeah, you had penalties on both teams, but the Tigers did lose that extra body in the beginning, the start of the first point. So the Owls did have an advantage through the penalty. Both teams got their body out alive, but the Tigers able to utilize that extra body and push aggressively through the center. And it was a nice move. I like the move from Drake Morty, but he did get a little bit lucky. Jason Spencer, number 100 for the Owls, was at that wedge in the dead center of the field at about the 30-yard line, but he just literally dropped his gun at the exact moment that Morty came around.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but hey, you got to stick in your lane. He was going to go before he went, and he should have. If he would have done that, it would have been a little bit different game. Don't hesitate, especially in the middle. You start thinking about it, that's when you start getting bunkered.
If he had ran the route he initially, it looked like he kind of audibled as
Yeah.
he started to run that route up the center of the field. If he had run more towards the center than the D side or than the snake side, I mean, he went through clean anyway. He did get shot by one of the back players at the very end, but I just like the aggression. There's a lot of creative opportunities in the center. I'm really looking forward to coming May 3rd through the 5th,
Oh yeah.
seeing what's going to go down at the second XL event in Texas.
Well, and you know, just to explain real quick, in this league, when you get a minor penalty, you're in a box for 1 minute and you come
20
out.
seconds.
If you get a major penalty, you're in there for 2, is it?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure. I had to clarify
it's
myself.
the old school X-ball rules.
Minus the 25 balls a second.
Yeah, a little different.
God, that
Plus,
was so
I think
much
we used to
fun.
play 20-minute halves.
Oh,
I think it was 25.
I thought it was 20. It was 25 and a half.
25 the
year.
first year. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was-
That's why it was 17 person roster.
Now, here on the breakout, these teams are staying on the same side of the field for the whole first half, and they'll switch. First body to drop is going to be for the Tigers. Where'd that body drop, Chris?
Well, back on the rear side corner.
So they have 3 in the center, 2 doubling up the back center, home bunker, and he's able to get out there. Then there's another one in the center of the field. So survivability a little bit of an issue for the Tigers right now.
Yeah, but he didn't know the guy that the Owls had the guy in their 40 at their 40 range, and he is blown to pieces. So good move. I like the Owls getting up the middle like that. I wish he'd keep going because now there's nobody stopping him whatsoever. There's nobody in the snake side over here, and there's nobody even looking over here besides the Dorito side. So
Yeah, there's one gun looking towards the snake side, and it's from the Aztec, and the shots from that spot are not the greatest. You're not going to control the snake from the Aztec on the D side of the field. You may be able to drop a shot in or get a bounce shot, but
head checked.
I think he head checked into
Yeah.
back center. Back center started to put his gun towards the snake way.
He did another delay move, Matt. You know, he hesitated, stuck his head out, looking for something, and got just one ball right now. Oh, nice shot.
Another body comes off. Now just 2 players alive here for the Tigers. His player that moved into D1 lost his gunfight, so they have body at the tower, body at the Triangle Cape.
That's Bradley Chin in the center for the Owls. Number 22, doing work.
Pushing up on the D side as the Owls are trying to even up this score here. They do lose a body in the center. As
You know, and that's Bradley Chin.
Chin coming off.
Now, sorry, Brady Chin. Now, one thing about this back center, or the back, and they lose another player just running out into a gun, Matty.
Dude, just Temple is falling apart right now.
Yeah, I thought they had a point.
They had the body advantage. They need a point to tie. Yeah, we have a lot of game time left. There's still 5 minutes left here in the first half.
Yeah, but in this snake corner, just kind of taking a peek.
Now going to bunker out the last player here on the snake side of the field.
And
So Temple, Chris, had that one major penalty thrown too over there, and I'm hoping for Temple's sake that's not on them. If it is, the Clemson Tigers are going to have a big smile on their face.
it's on Temple, the guy, that's number 88 for Temple. That's Brandon
Mojica.
Brandon Mojica. Unfortunately, he spun pretty bad on that one. And you know, he spun pretty bad, and it's a major penalty. So they're going to start with 4. Now they're down by 2 points.
Still a lot of time left.
Yep.
4 minutes and 32 seconds left here in this first half. But unfortunately for Temple, the Owls looked like they didn't have the .1 as they still had 3 bodies to shoot, or two bodies to shoot. But man, the Tigers tightened it up, and Temple just started running into guns recklessly, losing too many gunfights, just getting shot on little bumps. Just bad look here for the Owls trying to close out that point.
Well, I was watching when they were in still good position. They had the corner snake guy that head checked to the back center, when he could have clearly went inside and hid from those guys and just jumped in the snake. Instead, he's trying to come down the wire, which is way hard to do on this field, especially when there's two back centers looking at you.
Yeah.
You got to go inside in that movement and use the can to your advantage. That's what it's there for. So I just think that, you know, as they get playing this field and the weekend comes along, I think they'll get to learn a little better and they'll move a little bit.
So now Norman coming out here, number 21 for the Tigers. Mosley coming out 2-point lead for them. Also sending out Morty and Egbert Parker as well for the next starting 5 up. 4:32 on the clock, a 2-point deficit for the Owls, squandering an opportunity in a high body situation in that last point. 30 seconds to go before we get into this next point. And also now Temple's having some gun issues as well too. Chin trying to get a working gun to get out here. Just 20 seconds to go. Referee is chasing him out, the chrono in hand. Looks like he's good to go. Just 10 seconds. It's going to be...
That's always frustrating.
So frustrating. Chin barely makes it out in time. They do have their 5 bodies, and they are ready. Still down by 2 points. On the breakout, and a big bite on the D side for the Temple Owls. They shoot a body as well, too, for Clemson. So a 1-body advantage right now for the Owls. It's 4-on-5. 4:20 left in this first half.
Nobody on the snake side over here for the Tigers. The Owls have an opportunity. However, they're shutting down the snake side pretty hard. But now they both switch, so now's the time to go.
Aggressive moves so far here on the D side for the Owls, able to get into D3. And they have trapped the Tigers in all those back bumpers, Chris.
Yeah, and you know what he just did from the last game that I talked about? He went inside, used the can. This is number 20, Chin wasn't the guy, but he went inside, used the can to get in the snake on 2 guns on him. So good job. They lose another, Tigers lose another guy on the Dorito side.
Just 3 players left alive for the Clemson University Tigers. Here's Chin is in snake 1, trying to push the issue. What he needs to be doing is put his stomach on the ground and crawl all the way down, because there's nobody in front of him. When you have a ladder snake like this and all these bunkers are lined up, he does have to be careful when that back center might be able to drop a shot on him, but there's nobody in front of him.
And Chin gets a shot across the field on that right, almost the right corner guy for the Doritos, for the Tigers. Tigers out of 2 good players, Matt, in the back center. So Temple, that's another one down there. That's 2-pack for Chin.
Yeah, Chin with the 2-pack here. He's just breaking some paintballs, though, as he gets past the 50-yard line, loses his back player. But the towel's going to be thrown in, so it's not going to matter. And that was Fraley. So Fraley dying in that high body situation. He's going to need to tighten it up a little bit behind Chin, like what we're seeing out of Chin, as Chin was able to get through guns into the snake. Clemson survivability, a little bit of an issue here, as they drop one to the Owls. The Owls finally on the board, Chris, and most importantly, they shot a body on the break. They looked real solid in that point, made smart moves down the D side, got Chin in the secondary over here to the snake side, full court press, and ended up working out for him.
Yeah, Fraley does have to tighten it up. That's the same gentleman that was in the corner that stuck his head out and head check, got shot last game. He just unfortunately ran into the paint that I think they were shooting at Chin. But like you said, at that point looked pretty convincing. You know, they stayed, just stay a little more tight and make a little better moves. I think that'll be fun.
So just a little under 3 minutes to go here in the first half. We have ourselves a close 1-point game. It was initially all the Tigers, but the Owls able to get that one back. To pull close, 2-1 is the score. I just really like the way the Tigers played that point. They played with a little bit more intensity, a little bit tighter. However, like we talked about, Fraley as the second attacker here on the snake side, he really is going to need to tighten it up.
Yeah, losing that bout out here in the snake, that's going to happen a lot, because that is a really hard spot to make, man. You only saw a few little fast guys making it out here. And mind you, the guys from Drexel are super fast. I was really impressed how fast they were. These guys are taller. There's a little more body mass. So getting out here is going to be a little tougher. I think you're going to find in the tournament that people are going to start delaying out here a little more than they are running out here in the corner. It looks like Temple's taking a timeout.
Yeah, I think that's maybe well, I don't know, we're in the first half. Yeah, hey man, you need a timeout, call a timeout. They exist for a reason. I'm just really excited that we get to see this many points played this weekend on this layout, because this is the layout that we will see in Texas. And it's been kind of a mixed bag so far. Some aggression has worked. The very first game of the tournament was a high-scoring match. Spartans played the Boilermakers, Michigan State versus Purdue. And it was a pretty big win for Michigan State, 8-5. But that game was closer than the score of the 3 points would indicate.
It was. Purdue was coming back, in force. They got a couple, penalties that they probably shouldn't have got. I mean, they got penalties. They should have got them, but it cost them 2 good points. So it should have been like a 7-6 game, you know, or right in that kind of range.
I totally agree. It definitely should have been a 7-6 game. But the point is, lots of points played.
Yes.
Whereas the last game was a 3-1, kind of little bit of a pillow fight and a tactical match back and forth, just gunfights galore. This one, a little bit different. We are seeing some aggression. We will see, though, more bodies dropping off the break here. But what we saw in that last game was a lot of bodies staying alive on the break, so we will see. Now Clemson's going to lose a body here on the break.
So right now, don't forget about the penalty. They're losing 2. The Tigers can't lose 2 bodies like that when they have a major penalty. 3 bodies going down now.
The Tigers just getting Cyclops the second body.
You got to throw the flag right now, Matty.
I don't think that ball could have got centered up on his goggles anymore. If they use a ruler and a machine to shoot it. 2:32 to go.
But they should blow on the horn right now, Matty. They're in a bad spot. They need to conserve. Oh, you came out of the box already? He already came out of the box, actually, Matty. They might have switched it to a minor. But yeah, Tigers in a bad spot. Temple looking pretty good on this point. 2:15 left in this half.
This is what Temple needed. Temple, after dropping 2 in a row and losing a high body situation of their own, storm back in and now have a high body situation. They're trying to close out here. Last couple bodies with 2:02 to go. Put the tying point on the board. I really like what we're seeing out of Chin.
Yeah, absolutely. He's playing really well. Aggressive paintball.
Yeah, very calm in here too. He's not. You know when you see the front players, they're all frantic in their bunkers.
There's a blind shot right there. He has over top of that wedge, shooting that Dorito 1, man.
Yeah, Chin does have. If he comes over the top of this bunker, he will have. He could drop a shot in on D1. That's exactly what he's gonna do. He does have to be careful as that player is looking right at him. He could even move up a little bit more forward and utilize. Not even gonna need to do that. Beautiful job by. The Fraley stayed alive this time. Good to see him tighten it up. He's
They have 5 alive, man.
perfect point.
Yeah, man. Good. Well, I mean, he had 1 in the box in the break, so that's so perfect. But yeah, they have 5 alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, good job right there by Temple to even it up. Is it 2-2 now?
Yeah, it's going to be 2-2 with just a minute and 14 seconds left to go here in the first half. But the story of this game, if you're just joining us, thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing this layout played in Texas, May 3rd through the 5th for the next NXL event on Go Sports. However, right now, here at the NCPA Championships, again on the Texas layout, interesting layout so far, Chris.
Yes.
We're seeing the aggression work a little bit too. We're seeing lots of moves in the center. We are watching bodies down the break, but we've also seen a low-scoring game too. So kind of everything so far, just within the first 3 sets. But the Tigers, it's their time to rise back up. The Owls, with 2 unanswered points of their own, they initially went down 2, but they look in control currently.
Yeah, they do. And, you know, one thing I think that teams are going to learn, I think, just by I was out there walking the fields, listening to some of the teams, I think what they're scared of that center. Because if you turn around and look at the center, it's like, oh, geez, they're right there. Because you can see everything. I don't think they understand the magnitude of getting up there and just taking control. You know, heavy guns, get one guy up there and just do work, and then get outside.
We've already seen some point-breaking moves through the middle of the field so far today. I think that we're going to continue to see that. This is a very potent center of the field. There's a lot of options because the snake, once you get in there, is strong if there's no one in front of you, and the D side, you know, everything's mirrored up. And a lot of times in those situations, guys will get a little tunnel vision down the sideline, and that opens those big. If you get a quick kill, that's going to open up those big moves in the center. I think we're going to see a lot of that in Texas. And I think we're going to continue to see that here at the NCPA Championships.
No, I agree. You know, these teams actually, I'm proud to see the college teams and the college program still in effect. You know, these kids are all going to college. They're doing work. It's nothing different than football. They're just playing paintball. You know, and a lot of these kids are really good kids, and they're very intelligent just by speaking to them. So, you know, they'll figure it out. They'll get down the field.
I love coming to this event. I love meeting the kids, these college guys. Lots of smiles on the faces, lots of intensity between the nets. It's great to see. Body dropping again off the break, so the Owls now 3 points in a row. They lose 2 on their own. So 3 points in a row, Clemson Tigers are losing a body on the break. They're going to lose another one here too. Under a minute to go. It's 3 on 3.
You know, what I would do if you're Temple at this point is just sit there. Cross up. You know, that's number 88. That's Brandon.
Brandon Mojica for Temple trying to push the issue in the center of the field. On the defense, though, the Tigers trying to hold strong and burn this clock off.
Still time. There's still time left.
Mojica could wrap around, and there he goes. Did he get the shot in on him is the question. He did not. So.
He blew that shot, actually, Matty.
Here comes Fraley. Fraley also trying to come down this side of the field. James Fraley trying to help out. Mojica in the center. Fraley and Snake 2. And on the counter punch, also pushing up on the Snake side. Here comes Mojica. He's going to cut through the center of the field. We just talked about this. Offensive capabilities present in this center of the field. Fraley needs to shoot that last body. There he goes.
He's not going to make it.
Major penalty going to be assessed, I believe, on the Tigers, and looks like Temple really has taken over this game. They almost put that third point on the board to get a lead, but not able to do it. It closed a little, I wouldn't say sloppy, because they did shoot the bodies they needed to shoot, but they didn't close as quickly as they could have, based on the possibility that was there.
They could have probably done what they did, 15 seconds earlier, and they did it. But it's whatever. Sometimes you know, sometimes you don't. And also, they are that one shot we're talking about coming out to the Snake side. They are shooting that religiously. I mean, the one guy coming to the Snake literally got shot 3 steps out of the box. So they're shooting the shots. Let's see if they can do the same thing coming this way.
The shots are definitely dialed in right now for the Tigers, as I believe that is 3 points in a row they have shot the first body over here on the Snake side.
Yes, I mean, if they can do it consistently and capitalize on it like they have, with Brady Chen getting him out here doing work, they're running the Dorito side. They're coming up the center really well. They're pretty much they're playing a lot better than they did when they started.
I don't know what happened to the Tigers, because the first 2 points they looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, the Owls had a high body situation in point number 2. The Tigers, with 2 bodies left alive, were able to handle that, no problem. But ever since then, the Owls have stopped making those mistakes. And even, hey, you want to win games, win the close points, right? Yeah. And the Owls have now been winning the close points. They almost put that third point on the board.
Another 4 or 5 seconds, they would have had that.
Actually, it looks like on the scoreboard that they might be giving that point because that major penalty might be giving that to the Owls.
And I'm not sure if the major penalty was on the guy in the center or on the guy in the Dorito, because the guy in the Dorito got ran down as well. So we could get a call on that, but I don't want to scream. But good field out here. The little cloud cover, which is kind of nice. Keep it at least semi-cool.
Yes, the clouds have rolled in a little bit. It's still, according to the weathermen, and they're not always right, but it is potentially going to get up to 88 this afternoon. Right now, it's not feeling that bad. A slight breeze has rolled in here. We're currently in halftime. Temple University Owls taking on the Clemson University Tigers, and it does look like a 1-point advantage currently for the Tigers with that major penalty, and that means that that the Tigers are going to be starting down a body in the second half.
Yeah, when you're like 30 seconds left in the game, or left in the half, there's zero reason to get a major penalty. There really is. I mean, at the very worst, that you got shot, get out, let them get the point. Who cares? Now you're putting your team in a difficult position. Now if it's the second half, yeah, I'd take a shot at it. Maybe.
If you're gonna risk the gray area, you might as well risk it in a close game when you're in the second half. Now, yes, this is a very close game, but we're just in the first half. There's lots of paintball to play. For you to get that penalty as the last guy left alive, it's kind of inexcusable.
Yeah, it's not something you really want to do. But you never really want to give a penalty to begin with. But like I said earlier, these refs, they're pretty on point, man. All the penalties they're pulling that I've seen personally, they're pretty legit penalties, and they seem to be on their game.
The refs have been on it today so far.
I would agree.
It is it's a little strict out here, and they are definitely keeping these players in check.
I'm glad I'm up here
right now. Yeah. Yeah, so 3 minutes to go. So you got to play a little 10-man. Last weekend with the Gunfighters, right?
I highly suggest going and playing mechanical 10-man. I got to play with Tok Howe, Mike Paxton, Miko Hooten came out, Brandon Lamerson, Eric Roberts.
Eric Roberts and Brandon Lamberson.
Yeah, those are my old school.
Love those guys.
My old school infamous Avalanche guys.
Yeah, I love Mika. Well, those are a bunch of great guys, great players.
Yeah.
Eric Roberts, formerly Los Angeles Ironman.
Yeah. Brandon Lamberson
actually
played
back
Ironman.
all the way back when it was just the SoCal Ironman.
Yeah.
Playing Lamberson played the Ironman. Eric Roberts ended up playing on Avalanche for a long time with you.
Yeah, he played in Infamous with me.
Infamous.
Played Miami Effect.
Yeah, Miko, former Russian Legion, Los Angeles Ironman. Got some legends on that squad.
Yeah, man. There was a whole bunch of legends out there to begin with, like Brian Benini, Dirk, Cadbury, his son. I mean, we've all seen his son since his son was born, since back in the day. His son is now like 6'2" and a psycho. He's very passionate about paintball, which is great. But it's, if you guys get a chance to go out and play mechanical, 10-man, or just go watch, it's a blast, man. I had so much fun.
Dynasty ended up taking it, yeah?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But they had their NXL squad out there, of course.
Wait a second, I saw Davey was playing with them, Brad Mon,
Brad Mon,
Glenn Forrester. They had some of the, I think Johnny Perchek.
Johnny Perchek. It was really good to see that guy. But yeah, no, they played really well, man. All these were out there with Frank Connell and Spesh and Frank Connell, Collette, Frank Connell. It was a bunch of fun guys just getting together. And we all know each other, so we were all very passionate, to say the least.
Heard it got a little wild.
Oh yeah.
Heard you guys played with 11 dudes.
Yeah, we played with 11. We played against Dynasty. You got to give yourself advantage. But you got busted, and I went ballistic because I didn't even know it happened until somebody told me. And I mean, as calm as person as I am, I lost my temper a little bit.
What?
Never.
What?
Never.
You have got a lot calmer in your old age.
Yes, too much work. Too much work to get pissed off all the time.
So we got 45 seconds for the start of the second half here, and it is a 1-point lead for the Temple University Owls. They have now switched sides, so they are going to be on your left. The Tigers are going to be on the right. Clemson University Tigers, 2 points for them. Looks like they're going to be starting down a body, that major penalty.
Yep. That's not good for Clemson, because the Owls, I think, they got some good confidence right now. I can see them going up the middle a little more. I think they're getting a taste of it.
I think we're going to see the middle definitely play more of a factor as this tournament progresses. I don't necessarily know if we're going to see huge moves. I know we're going to see huge moves off the break there, but I think we're going to see a lot of game point winning moves through that center of the field.
Finishing.
Yeah, finishing moves. Here we go on the breakout, getting to the snake off the break. The Owls, looks like he made it in there clean. Yep. And that was 69, Alex Hunt.
5 on 4.
Actually, no, that was Michael Perkins. Michael Perkins.
Nobody over here on this side of the field for the Tigers. Still 5 on 4. 30 seconds left in that penalty. He'll be out, I believe. But where's he going to go? Everybody's still in the back center. They have to come out of the box. There's not a lot of places for him to go.
I guess he can double up the back center.
That's probably. But he has to. The thing to do, he has to come around.
Just,
You can't come out straight like we used to.
It's going to be difficult in that position. But now into Snake 2 here, as looks like the Tigers are going to be losing their first body from that D side before they get the body out. So just 3 players alive on the field. They still have a body. And that major penalty in the penalty box. Here on the left-hand side of your screen for the Clemson University Tigers. He's going to be... Oh, looks like Temple, though, loses that body from Snake 2.
It looks like he is in there for 2 minutes. Another 45 seconds left in that penalty, so... Here comes Temple, getting back in that snake, Matty.
Michael Perkins losing his gunfight. Chin now.
Chin getting back in there now. He's dangerous. I don't think that...
I would just keep Chin in this position.
I would just never leave him out of it.
Yeah, Chin has been getting it done. He's a big reason that the Owls have those 3 points on the board. Initially, this game, if you just joined us, started with the Tigers going up 2-0, but it's been 3 unanswered points for Temple University, and Chin has been pretty much flawless through those 3 points.
10 more seconds left in that penalty.
I might have just commentator cursed him. Yep, I did.
Way to go, Matt.
I blew it. Sorry, Chin.
But he's coming out of the box. There he comes. So another player up now. So 4 players now alive for the Tigers, and the Owls are down to 2, I believe. 4-on-2 in favor of the Tigers. 1 point game in favor of the Owls.
And the Owls, with the body in D3, have the best position on that side of the field. Clemson just made a quick secondary move, though, into D2 to try to mirror that up. Not quite yet, though. 4 bodies alive. They got that body out of the penalty box clean. 4 players alive for the Tigers. No one in the snake for either squad. 7:14 to go here in the second half.
You know, look for the Tigers to come up the middle. They got to get up the middle. That's how they're going to break this game. We had talked about that earlier. Kind of taking their time.
Yeah, this is, I think we are going to see a decent amount of this on this field when the attackers die and you have players stuck in these back bunkers. Oh, was that a penalty? No, it looks like he's just going to walk off dead. So 3 players alive now for the Tigers as they lose their attacker on the D side from D2. They still have a body in D1. They just reposition to the wedge here in the center, and he's wrapping around. Looks like he wants to make a move. I think it's Boucheri.
Somebody's going to get it. Oh, there he goes.
Now that was, sorry, that was Drake Morty.
Oh, they lost 2 in a row, Maddie. 2
Yeah, so Drake comes off and another body comes off. They still have that other body walking off from the D side. 3 bodies are walking off pretty much all within a minute here for the Tigers. We'll see if Temple Owls can take advantage of this and put their 4th point in a row up on the board. 6:05 to go.
I like this guy right here. I can't see what number he is. I think it's number 88. We called his number before. Brandon
Mojica?
Yeah, I like this kid.
Yeah, that is number 88 for the Owls as he dives into the snake, and now he's going to crawl up, just trying to find that last body. It is a 2-on-1 situation, so he really could just pop up on his feet. He must not know exactly what the count is, though.
Taking his time, he's up by 1 point, doesn't really have to do much.
And the last body alive for the Tigers just runs.
Just runs to his death.
Did he trade out?
No,
he did not. So
Brandon doing well. He's a very, for his size, he's a very sneaky. He reminds me of a Travis Lemansky. He really does. Shoots those shots in the break. I think he's the one getting that shot outside.
yeah, that was solid work from the last 2 players left alive, and that was James Fraley and Brandon Mojica. It was a 2-on-1 situation. They closed it out. That last body just ran right into Fraley's gun, though.
Well, they should have never lost a point the way they did. I mean, it was 2-on-4, and 3 people walked off, just like that.
This is one of those tough games if you're the Tigers, because they started this game with the first point on the board, then they won, I think it was like a 2-on-4 low body situation, put their 2nd point on the board, and now they've lost 4 points in a row, and they've had survivability issues, looking like miscuing on some moves. They're letting Temple set the pace and the tempo of the game. So the Owls look dominant and they look in control currently. Now there is 5 minutes and 13 seconds left. They're only down. Tigers only down by 2. This game is not out of hand quite yet.
Well, the one move at the center by the Tigers, and then him getting shot by Dorito 3 it was, or Dorito 4, whatever. He should have never taken that shot because he didn't even know he was coming to the center. He just went to their brick, the 50 brick at least, and had a little better angle on the gentleman. Because then he's shooting left-handed, which he doesn't shoot left-handed, and he's come up the same spot. Team's stay alive, and of course he catches one.
Chris, things are going south when you get shot and you look across and 2 more of your boys have already been shot and they're walking off. So all 3 of you, without a penalty, are all walking off at the same time.
That's
I've been in that bad scene. I've been there. We've all been there, and it's not a good feeling.
I try to walk the other way so I don't have to talk to him. Oh man, that's a bar. But like you said, there's only down by 2 points and 5 minutes left in this game.
5:13 left to go here in the second half. It is 5-on-5 though. Both teams starting at full strength. And again, going off the break to the snake. is the Owls, and it looks like they make it in clean. They do lose their body on the D side, and also the Tigers are going to drop a body as well, too. So it is a 4-on-4 situation as we crack the 5-minute mark. It looks like the player in the back center doing some surgery, and you got to stay tighter than that.
Well, he lays his gun down in the wide open. That's going to get shot. I look for stuff like that.
Yeah, if your gun goes down, you don't want to, if your opponent's made the snake off the break, lay your gun down on the ground with the angle where the snake can just blast your gun. Because it's still yours. It just because it's broken.
It would take him a month to clean that gun if I would have seen that.
Yeah, Tigers just miscues out here is costing them. Now the Owls are past the 50-yard line. Going to start running away with this one, get that dreaded 3-point spread. The 3-point spread is not as big of a deal, obviously, in the X-Ball format as it is in the Race 2 format or when you have limited time.
But I like this right here. You're just staying alive with the snake, just chilling.
I don't mind this too much, though, because they do have a 2-point lead.
Yeah.
Now, I'd be more comfortable if I was the Owls to have a 3-point lead and do that, but burning clock off is not necessarily a bad move. Chin runs chest up. And a little bit of a sloppy fill from Chin. It looks like he got shot at least 2 or 3 times.
They're going
little miscommunication. Here come the Tigers, though, Chris, past the 50-yard line. He gets 1, he gets 2. He does not know where this last player is, though, in the snake, and it is Perkins past the 50-yard line. They're going to find him, though, and start pinching him out. I don't know why this player in the center is shooting this angle when this side is completely blown. All he has to do is roll down. He doesn't even need to shoot Perkins. All he has to do is just, well, he does have to get the flag. I forgot about that for a second. So in this format, you do have that center flag. The principle's still the same, though. If you have a side completely blown, you typically just want to take that ground and really split that angle. And now he's going to do just that. They're screaming at Perkins to get up and shoot the flag. It's not going to matter, though. Too late. He does finally listen to his pits.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be in, man, to be honest with you. So, I mean, he got up there. He's relying a lot on his coach. You know, there comes a point where you just got to rely on information from the coach and take with it, and then utilize it to your advantage. You know?
That was a huge point for the Tigers.
Absolutely.
They really needed that one, and as soon as I can get a look at the number of the player on the D side here, I'll let you know who that was, as that was definitely the move that broke things open. So he was able to get a 2-pack to crack this point open and pull within 1.
It was a great move that he did, too. He took his time, went up there. They were stuck on this side of the field. He recognized they were stuck on this side of the field. And then, you know, just capitalized on everything.
So that was William Hewitt, second attacker on the D side of the field. So Hewitt saves his team. And with just 3 minutes and 2 seconds left to go, Chris, we got a game. They lose that point. It's a 3-point spread. That's how important that point was here for the Tigers.
Sometimes that's all you need is a little jolt, you know, like sticking your tongue on a 9-ball. You know?
I hated doing that.
I hated doing that. I could
There's
taste
always
it.
the one guy on the team that would be willing to do that. Hey, could you check this? Because I couldn't get that metal taste out of my mouth.
I can taste it right now just thinking about it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, it's a 1-point game. 3 minutes left in the game. But I'm telling you, man, you know, that all it takes is a game like that to turn things around for your team, saying, hey, we can do this. You know, let's just go do it. You know, unfortunately, Chin running to his death like that, that's not very characteristic of him. I would expect a little more from him to come down the snake and help out a little bit.
Well, he had a lot of flawless points in a row.
Yes.
He was kind of due for a mistake. The problem is he's now had 2 mistakes for 2 points in a row.
Yes.
He lost his gunfight out of Snake 2. Looks like a timeout being called. It's a smart timeout right now. We'll see if they actually do call that timeout or not. I heard timeout. We will see. Regardless. So, yeah, Chin getting shot out of Snake 2. And then with a sloppy fill up to the center, chest up instead of diving in there, and got a misread on it, and he was shot twice. So, yeah, so timeout is going to be called. So that 1-point game, but they definitely need Chin right now.
Yeah.
And the way that Brady Chin for the Owls was really carrying a big load over here on the Snake side of the field. But 2 mistakes in a row and 2 points in a row has helped the Tigers get back into this match. Now, it didn't cost them in that last one, but it definitely cost them in this one. It left poor Michael Perkins all over here by himself. Now, that wasn't necessarily why they lost the point. It really was William Hewitt stepping up for the Tigers, Clemson, on that D side, getting that 2-pack, really swaying the momentum onto their side.
Well, his field awareness of where everybody was stellar. I mean, he shoots chin, knows that the other two guys are stuck up here, and capitalizes on that move. Gets down the field before the coaches over here can relay it to the players, saying, "Hey, he's on your side of the field." Everybody's screaming. Nobody knows what's going on. By this time, he's already behind. He shoots you in the pack. So, hats off to him. That was a great point, and we do give it to him. I do like seeing Michael Perkins up here in the snake with Chin behind him. I'd like to see a little more out of Perkins, though. I'd like him to know his shots a little better.
We'll find out here. 3 minutes and 2 seconds left to go. It's a close 1-point match, and Perkins is going to go right into that snake one off the break, and he makes it clean. Clemson also going to get into snake one off the break, and looks like Heiner, he gets in there clean as well too. But Clemson is going to lose a body, and I think that might be Drake. Yeah, so Drake Morty coming off early.
Perkins also coming out.
Yeah, Perkins getting shot as well too.
So that's a 4 on 4. Oh, 4 on 3 now.
Oh my God! What
Temple using the. That's just walking into
Temple just trying to throw their lead away. They lose Perkins. They lose 2 bodies at the same time on the D side of the field with 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to go. So we'll see what the Tigers can do as they still have Drew here in snake one. And now pushing up. Now is that Hewitt again who got those kills and being the hero for his team? They'll try to tie things up. 2:04 now on the clock. The Owls are just trying to hang in there for dear life right now, Chris.
That was Christian Egbert over there on the Dorito side, getting shot though, but coming at the middle of the field. So it's a 3 on 2.
Tigers need to be smart about this close. They already threw 1 body away. There goes a kill for the Tigers. The Owls down to just 1. They have 1 minute and 40 seconds to work with. They do not want to throw any unnecessarily bodies away. Just need to work smart and pinch this last player out. And they finally do. They clip him out of that spot, and we got ourselves a tie match.
Good job right there by Clemson. Temple, just, man, those guys are just head checking, getting shot.
What a seesaw match, man. I mean, first you had Temple come out and look real flat. Tigers put up the first 2 points. Then Temple rears up, and they put a bunch of unanswered points on the board. Now, Temple's falling a little flat, and here come the Tigers again. So, tied at 4, minute and 11 seconds left. Tough one to call. Chris, who do you got in this match right now?
Clemson. I think they're going to come out. I think they're going to keep playing their game. I think Temple is on their heels right now. But at Clemson, I think they have the fire. I think they know what they need to do to get there.
I totally agree. Clemson has the momentum currently. The D side particularly is playing outstanding the past couple points to tie this game up. So the combination of Christian Egbert and who's their second guy over there? That was William Hewitt. Really stepping up currently for the Tigers. That's one of the big reasons this game sits at 4-4.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to the break, in my opinion. How does that break work? Do you get a G or 2 on the break? Is it 5 on 5? Where are they at? Where are the 5 on 5 at? I'll be able to make a decision in the first 10 seconds of the game who's going to win. But I just think that Clemson has it right now. They're making this snake and making it out here like they weren't doing on the first half. I'm not sure if Temple is just missing the shots now or what's the deal is. But they're making it out here now because they were not making it out here the first half.
Well, they are. Temple is shooting a body here and there, but they're missing the majority of the shots that they were making before. Most importantly, they're losing gunfights in key situations. That's been the big difference these past couple points. The survivability for the Temple University Owls is not getting it done currently through these past couple points. They really need to tighten up a little bit. This game is not lost yet. It is tied. About 20 seconds to go before the start of this next point. But yes, the break is going to be crucial here, as it always is, period, and particularly when we're short on time. Oh, timeout going to be called.
That's probably a good idea right there, Matt, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
Well, get your stuff together.
Well, Clemson has their bodies out here, and Temple didn't even have any bodies out, so
yeah,
forced to call the timeout. You have the timeouts, you might as well use them.
Yeah, take a breather, come back with a different game plan. If Chin can make it out here on the break, I'd put him out here on the break, and I would put Perkins behind him, in my opinion. I just don't think Michael Perkins is getting it done out here. I just don't think he knows his shots. I think he's getting shot with his head in the ground, and I'd be more comfortable with Chin out here myself.
I would too. I do like that Perkins has been getting in there, and maybe you do want to save Chin's legs, and maybe that's their game plan. But now Perkins is a real tall guy, and he's not that fast. But he's that delayed, that guy that just coasts in. You shoot the lane, there's no one to go, and then the guy finally, once you come right off the lane.
Yep.
So Perkins has been getting in there.
That's me.
But I do. That wasn't you back in the day. You were blazing fast. Now, yes, we are both a little more rotund than we were.
Perkins is out this game, actually, so let's see what happens.
Here it comes. Right now, 4-4 with just a minute and 10 seconds to go. Chin is going to go in that center and fully commit. Goes all the way to the 50-yard line. Also, the Owls send a body to D3 as well, too. Chin is going to die as third point in a row.
Just standing
They've
over
lost
top
Chin.
of the bunker.
Now, I get it. I'm not going to knock him too hard. He was trying to win it, right? Yeah. In that situation, you can sometimes lose it for your team. They still have 4 bodies alive, and most importantly, D3 is still hot for the Owls.
Yep, so 5-on-4.
A little bit, much more conservative breakout here for the Tigers.
Oh, there's a minor penalty, Matt.
That could do it. 35 seconds to go. Nobody on this snake side. Can the Owls take advantage of this penalty? And here comes the attack from James Fraley as he glides into snake 2. Looks like Mojica is going to come up there with them, but they don't have a lot to work with.
That was a great shot right there, Matt.
Yeah, so here it comes as Fraley and Mojica launch on the attack. Fraley past the 50-yard line as their pits explode. They're screaming at him. Mojica's going to dig deep, and does he have enough time to do it? He is. So just 6 seconds left to go as he spikes that flag into the flag station. Wow.
James Fraley, that was a hot one. Way to come around, way to come back. He won that game for them right there.
Hey, James Fraley did not have the best first couple points.
No.
It just goes to show you, X-ball and paintball in general. Anytime you have a couple early deaths, just shake it off.
Yep.
Shake off those early deaths. Who cares, man? Selective amnesia. Let the lesson resonate, but move directly on mentally and get focused on that next point. That's exactly what we saw to James Fraley. I loved what we saw to Mojica. Perfect timing, grabbed the flag, and they cleared the field out and able to secure the victory. What a beautiful job.
He might have got a 3 or 4 pack. He definitely got a 3. He might have got a 4 out of that.
Temple University Owls going to steal the win away in a hard-fought match against Clemson University Tigers. What a great game.
Exciting.
That was a really exciting game. Hopefully we're going to see more of that coming at you here. Next match is going to be the Central Florida Knights taking on the North Carolina State Wolfpack, NC State. So stick with us here. 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Chris Asoya. We'll be back.
Broad Street, boys! Broad Street, boys!
It's an Empire Paintball here. Going to show you guys the new Vanquish GT. The main new feature with the Vanquish GT is going to be the V16 drivetrain that's on the interior of it. This is your new bolt system. Go ahead and pop that out. So this is it. This is the new V16 drivetrain. We've filled a lot of the air release valve holes, so you don't see that on the back of the can anymore. And what that's going to do for you is going to put a increased amount of pressure on the forward motion of the bolt. You're actually able to drop your dwell down significantly as well as your ABS dwell down, so it makes it more efficient and a much softer shot as well. So the spring is what used to help with the forward motion of the bolt, so we wouldn't have the bolt stick. But now, because of the change in the engine altogether, we do not need the spring whatsoever. You'll see the new colors coming in. These are actually on the way right now. They're sharp.
I love you. Adios, senor. And I just thought no one wanted to go out there and kill him. Stupid ass fucking bro. We had that the exact opposite. Everyone wanted to kill him.
Matt.
Hold on a second.
So I should have a total.
Outside it could change. We
good?
No, I should have 8 total.
Let us know, Matt. Matt, let us know, bud.
So welcome back, 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall alongside paintball legend, one of my good friends, Chris Lasoya. And right now we are about to watch the Central Florida Knights, one of the favorites here. Central Florida has been dominant at this tournament in years past. And they are taking on one of my favorite teams to watch. And I think that team that could have a chance here. They have incredibly inspiring breakouts and they are wild out there. North Carolina State Wolfpack. So the first point is about to go down here shortly. These teams ready to go at their start stations. Looking forward to watching this layout. So Central Florida, they will be on the right-hand side of your screen to start, and they are in the gray and black, and the Wolfpack is going to be in the white and red and black on the left-hand side of your screen, at least for the first half. This is X-Ball. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for tuning in. And it is, you have 2 10-minute halves, the 5-minute halftime period. So Chris, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
You know, I like seeing teams out of Florida just because, first of all, I'm from South Florida, you know, Cocoa Beach. And I also like seeing teams from North Carolina because I was born in Fayetteville. So 2 aggressive kind of areas of the country and are going to collide, and they're kind of like they have a rivalry, so to speak. You know, it might be unbeknownst to them, but they do. But I want to see 2 super aggressive teams just go toe-to-toe on this field.
Well, we will see. Definitely Central Florida has been known as a very aggressive team. They do have Zach Doddard down there helping them out in the pits, longtime veteran. And very much looking forward to seeing the breakouts that Big Bob has put together here for NC State, because it was so entertaining to watch these guys play the game last year. They did end up getting knocked out in just, it was one of those really heartbreak finishes where they basically had a 1-point lead, had a major penalty that cost them that lead in under 60 seconds. They went into overtime and lost the point. But one of the funnest most fun teams to watch out there because of how crazy their breakouts were. So I'm hoping that they are going to bring the same mentality here into 2019 in this championship tournament. On the breakout, it looks like a very conservative break, actually, for NC State, or for, not for NC State, for UCF. But UCF then on a delay gets right to the 50, but 3 bodies, Chris, off the break here coming off for NC State.
Well, what happened, Matt, is, I mean, they said go. I don't think that either team really hurt them very well. North Carolina didn't. They ran out. They tight tagged back. They all got shot. So I'm going to take that point as a wash in my book, just from the breakout alone. So I'm not going to, you know. Now, granted, I'm not going to take anything away from UCF, but the North Carolina team got a terrible start.
Yeah, anytime it's just a tough way to get things rolling there in point number 1.
Got a heads up, man. Get ready to play. I usually run before they say go. So. But yeah, it's, you know, that was unfortunate. But let's see how things go. And you know, it's only 1-0. A lot of game time left, like we always say.
So yeah, there's a lot of game time left. That's the blessing of this particular format. The blessing of this format is that you have a lot of time to work with. You can squander points and get it back. I mean, we actually just saw that, Chris, in the last game. We saw the Temple Owls go down to the Clemson Tigers, and they utilized all the time they came back, and they ended up winning that very close match.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, but and I think that's more gonna make North Carolina mad than anything. Now they're gonna come out swinging. I mean, I'm sure Coach Bob is like, okay, let's sack up a little bit. You know, let's run on the field. But man, it's UCF. They look pretty tight, man. They were coming hard. So I mean, getting three in the break helps, obviously.
Yeah. 3 kills off the break is obviously a giant blessing if you're the Knights. So, but we'll see. Obviously, need to get a better break here and tighten things up. Heading into point number 2 is these teams filter out with their starting 5. Starting 5 for the Central Florida Knights, as you have Reese Stock, Justin Bedford, Casey Cheatham, Stephen Boski, and Michael Morales. That is the starting 5 for the Knights. Now, when I asked for the starting 5 for North Carolina State, the Wolfpack, they didn't really have an answer specifically for their starting 5. Big Bob, their coach, was telling me about how, look, I run all my guys. You know how crazy we run with the plays, so I'd like to keep my guys fresh, and we feel like we have a pretty deep roster. We will see.
Yeah, you know, I'm expecting those guys to come out. That unfortunate break. I'm looking forward to seeing this one, you know, but it's not the way you want to start the match, that's for sure. But once again, UCF, man, they were coming hard, fast and hard, and they knew their lanes.
Yeah, UCF, with some of the names this is a team that has constantly been a threat to win this tournament throughout the years. And I would expect the same. We've heard Justin Bedford's name before, Casey Cheatham. So we'll see if they can carry some of this weight here, key members of this starting 5. So it looks like might be on a little technical timeout here.
If you actually if you can run it, you feel like
Waiting to jump into point number 2.
Yeah, I definitely know that North Carolina's ready to get in it. So 20 seconds before this point. Let's see if we get a clean break from both teams, see what they both got. They look fast. North Carolina looks fast.
10 seconds.
All right, so you can see there just about 5 seconds ago for the start of point number 2. So the breakout now for NC State, pretty conservative actually this time here as they take all the back bunkers and don't send anyone towards that snake side of the field. And now getting here on a secondary push for Central Florida as they are in the snake and past the 50-yard line, crawling up, trying to get an angle. And this is Santos, Malik Santos, past the 50 for Central Florida. Actually, no, that might be Taylor here in the snake. Oh, it is. He tries to fill out for NC State, gets clipped trying to get to the back bunker here on the snake side, but right now, Capagreco is just dominant. Taylor Capagreco.
They lost a player though, Maddie.
They did. They went to sleep on the body in D2 for NC State.
One-on-one, bud.
And he's going to not choose the right route, and he runs right into the gun. And I think that body for NC State is still alive to steal this point, but there is one body left alive over here on the snake side. Very chaotic. Here is Central Florida now, and I believe this is a one-on-one. Yeah, it is a one-on-one.
I lost people even.
It is a one-on-one situation right now.
Dude, they fell asleep on him, bud.
Yeah,
what a game.
They definitely fell asleep on that last body left alive for NC State. Now, there's no buzzer here, and loses the gunfight. So he did end up, it was Drew Faulkner for North Carolina State that everyone went to sleep on. So no one saw Faulkner, and everyone just running down the field. No idea that there was one body left alive, and they all got shot except for the body over here in the snake for UCF.
And when he had better field position too than UCF.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is just why communication's important, and why when you see that blood in the water, it doesn't mean you just run down the field.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a little too aggressive.
So another point for UCF. I thought that one was going to get stolen by Faulkner, who did stay alive over there, but he wasn't able to do it. It was Martino. So Nicholas Martino saved the day for the Knights.
I'm telling you, saved
the point at least. We'll see though, as there's still a lot of time left to play, but gotta be a little bit more composed when you start killing those bodies in front of you. As everyone on the Knights
I just looked up.
oh wow, we got another blowout point win here, and nope, just completely forgot about Drew in D2.
Well, let's hope that North Carolina picks it back up a little bit.
1 minute.
So a minute to go before the start of point number 3, and though there is a lot of time left, NC State does not want to just start giving up point after point here to the Knights. So we'll see what sort of breakout Big Bob goes with now, as they all conservative on that last one.
North Carolina died, pretty close to drones. Like when he got down the snake, he pretty much shot them all, except for the sleeper, obviously. They got to be more attentive on where those players come from. The snake is so detrimental, especially when you're in snake 3 or 4, and they just kind of sat back and didn't really pay too much attention for it.
So 15 seconds now to go for this next point. 7:28 here in the first half. Knights taking on the Wolfpack. North Carolina taking on Central Florida.
Up the middle.
And here comes the attack up the center of the field as NC State's going to take the 50-yard line. Chris, you were asking for that all morning long, and you finally got it. And then on a delay, get another body up to that 50. And it looks like a penalty is going to be assessed here on Central Florida, though North Carolina State does lose one of those bodies up in the center, and they're going to lose another body. So the survivability has got to improve here for NC State. I do love the aggression that they brought at the start of this point. They still have a body up there, Chris. Oh, then he just gets shot, though.
Losing those gunfights, man. You talk about that consistently. So now it's 2-on-2, man.
The Knights in the snake, into snake 1, now crawling past snake 1, getting into snake 2. He's got his coach right beside him. It's one of the nice things about this format, if you're a player, is having that coach right beside you to give you all that information. It's the only format where you still can do that. He can't pass the 50-yard line, though. So now Santos past the 50-yard line, trying to find those last bodies. He finds one. There's still a body in D3, and he gets run down from the D side. And another relatively pretty quick point here for the Knights.
I like that breakout, though, like you talked about. They just got to learn to capitalize on it. I really think that they should have crossed it up in the center instead of that one. He kept on switching back and forth. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, you both should have go in there knowing and being disciplined.
Well, they North Carolina State had those two bodies up the center essentially at the very beginning of the point. The first body went directly in the center of the field, and he went off the break. Second body was on a slight delay, but he got to the 50 here, the 50 break, shading towards the snake side. But the player in the center quickly lost a gunfight almost immediately, and then the other player up in the center, after losing a body behind him, then lost his first engagement to snake 1. So if North Carolina State wants to continue to go with these big breaks, or just, I didn't care if they want to hide the back bumpers, they need to improve their survivability. You can't keep losing all these gunfights and expect to be a team the caliber of the Central Florida Knights.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, when you're standing on the 50 bunker like that, just standing, staring at a snake, exactly when you know where he is, and he comes out and one-balls you, and you don't trade with him, I'm sorry, that's just...
You didn't do your job.
Yeah.
And it was tough for him because he didn't have a player behind him, but still, I mean, you're in that spot to control the snake. That's why he was looking towards the snake side. So, if you don't have a back player and your team is down bodies, you know that snake is going to start wrapping up.
And I've been in the position a lot where I've been up front and I turn around and look behind me and I'm like, where'd everybody go? You know, it's awful quiet back there.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you know, then you know you're in trouble. So your back guys also have to stay alive, like you said.
Yeah, again, the survivability has just been the big problem. They got the bad start on the first point, and then a little bit more of a conservative break. This is NC State we're talking about in the second point. Third point, aggressive break. Highly one of the more aggressive breaks we've seen, period, out here today at all. But survivability been an issue. That's why they're down by 3, and there's still 6 minutes and 5 seconds left to go here. There is a mercy rule. I believe it is 7 points. But there has to be less than 5 minutes left here in the second half. I want to give these college guys their money's worth out here playing this tournament.
Yep. Well, this is a crucial point right now for North Carolina.
Yeah, this is the 3-point spread is terrible regardless of when it happens. But so now on the breakout, aggressive breakout for the Knights as they get into snake 1 and they do not drop any bodies. NC State lives through the break and they take all the back spots and also get out wide on the snake side. They might have lost this body here on the snake side. The ref is going to get in there and call them clean. They do lose a body in that center from the kick. They still have the back center home bunker and the tower as well. But the referee is trying to call a kill. Yeah, it's not looking good here for NC State again, as they're now down to 3 bodies. They do shoot a player, though. They shoot one of the Knights off that D side. But here comes the attack on the D side as another body comes off here for North Carolina State. Full court press for the Knights, past the 50 on the snake side, past the 50 on the D side, and at the 50 in the center as the last 2 bodies die for the Wolfpack. And we are going to see a 4-0 score. And it's been nothing but the Knights so far, Chris.
They're looking great, man. You know, they're aggressive. They're playing smart. They're not making hasty moves. They're shooting their lanes in the break, then delaying, like you said, up the middle. The middle's playing well. The Doritos taking big bites and they're making it. But I think they're making it because they're getting those G's on the break. So that definitely helps when you only have 2 or 3 guns shooting at you.
Yeah, obviously those kills, those G's, those off the break are it's huge if you can get those kills. But it's just the lost gunfights. They're just really just needs to get tightened up here for North Carolina State. The Wolfpack, I think they had 5 bodies alive for 15 seconds maybe in that one. I mean, they made it out to their bunkers.
Yep.
but they just could not stay alive in there. And got to give credit to the Knights. They went very aggressive. They snake one off the break quickly, moving up on that D side. As soon as those kills started to drop, looked like they knew their angles, they knew their lanes. No mistakes made. And it looked like a pretty flawless point in that last one for the Knights.
Absolutely, I agree. Well, I mean, I think they're just going to continue doing what they're doing. They're making the snake in the break, which is not easy to do. But, I mean, they're making the moves. It's not like they're sitting in the back bunkers. So, hopefully North Carolina shoots those lanes a little better, tries to keep them out of the snake, because that is what's hurting them on the break.
Yeah, so Manaza, Arbaugh, Sutter coming out here for North Carolina State. If I were Coach Big Bob, I would be putting my best gunfighters out right now. Down by 4, still a lot of time left. I mean, there's 15 minutes of regulation time left in this match, 15:05. 5 minutes and 5 seconds in this first half. We got a whole 10-minute second half to go as well, too. And I'd put my best gunfighters out there right now, guys I know can stay alive in their spots.
Looks like UCF is going to take a timeout.
Interesting to call a timeout when you're up by 4.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me either, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to take a little bit of a breather. I mean, it's middle of the day right now. There's no shade out there. If I was North Carolina State, I would be trying to hide my paint behind a bunker.
There's not a lot of hot. The sun's right above us right now, so the bunkers aren't really casting much of a shade. But I would find something.
High noon.
It is high noon.
Yeah, I mean, it's
1.
It's 1, yeah. So
sunset.
Yeah, I won. Sunset around 7:30 tonight, but it's been a hot day today. We are in Orlando, so it's going to be hot and humid. It's Florida,
Yes.
but this is this is home territory here for the Central Florida Knights. They're used to this weather, and I've been to North Carolina. It gets hot and humid in North Carolina too, so.
It'd be kind of funny if they called timeout and didn't get to the start box in time.
10 seconds.
They're up by 4. They called a timeout. They're still barely getting their guys out in time. At the start of this point, it looks like one of the players from UCF still don't have a floater on. NC State still struggling with survivability. 2 bodies have come off for Central Florida, as they did take a big bite in the center, but he gets run down, trading that body out. Number 2 coming off.
2-on-2 right here, Matty.
So Casey
3-on-2.
Yeah, Casey Cheatham with a nice move in the center to get a shot in on the thorn in their side, and that up in the center for Wolfpack. Still 3 bodies alive for the Wolfpack, and they have a body in D3 on the Drexel side of the field. Best position of any player, as looks like 2 more bodies are walking off for the Central Florida Knights. This is the break, Chris, that the Wolfpack needed.
Yeah, it's 3-on-1 right now, Matty. Hopefully they can close it out.
Oh, I think they just lost one of those bodies. That might be a 2-on-1 situation. Yeah, it is a 2-on-1. Must-win point here has got a big goose egg sitting on the board so far. We're in our 5th point. He's going to get the drop, and no, he missed his shot.
Oh, finally.
Nanza able to close this one out here.
Good job, good point for North Carolina. They needed that one.
Yeah, huge
I
point.
mean, you go up 5-0, I mean, it's...
Blowout.
Yeah.
It just mentally gets you. Obviously, look, of course, you want to keep it close. If you're playing a team like Central Florida, the Knights, this is a team that has won this championship before, a team that is a favorite here. And talk to some of the boys from North Carolina State, talk to Big Bob, and he seemed pretty confident about their chances. It looks like a minor penalty is going to be thrown. Oh, God.
Is that North Carolina?
It is.
Gun penalty?
Major penalty now thrown on. It's a gun penalty assessed.
So that means they're not going to get a point.
Yeah.
Reverse point.
Wow. That is worst case scenario here for the Wolfpack. They finally get one on the board. Referee grabs that gun. Not sure exactly whether it was balls per second or feet per second. So Big Bob talking to the referee. I'm going to listen in real quick. So they are going to have a body in the box, and I could not hear what our head ref
Got it,
said
144.
was the
The other
problem.
guy in the box. And they got the point.
Yeah, so it's going to be the solid 2 minutes. Point does go to the Knights. Tough turn of events here for North Carolina State. Finally able to put a point on the board. We got about a minute to go before the start of this 6-point. It's been all Central Florida. Yes, North Carolina State did look like they were going to get a point, but gun penalty, major thrown.
Actually, what happened, Maddie? I just got the kickback.
So it wasn't a gun penalty?
It wasn't a gun penalty. It
Okay.
was the guy in the Dorito traded with the last player. He was hitting the loader, sprayed all over his face, grabbed the flag, hung the flag. It's an obvious hit,
Okay.
major penalty,
Okay.
swing point, dirty hang. So that's what happened. He took his gun because he was hitting the loader, and they just wanted to show him. So unfortunate circumstances.
Rough go.
Mental mistake. They had 2 players live, right?
Yeah, they did.
There's no reason.
It was a 2-on-1 situation.
No reason for him to take that. I hated grabbing a flag because I was always hit somewhere. Here we go. Must win situation again. We're starting with 4.
3:44. NC State is not going to get that body back until 1:44 left. So with the 4 bodies, I mean, it's been rough for them with 5. So they do keep those 4 bodies alive and have the back bunkers and not taking much ground here on the Snake side. Now on the delay, gets out wide, back bunker, Snake side. Still 5 players alive for the Knights. They do lose their back player, so nice little gunfight win.
That was coast to
Wolfpack.
coast, corner to corner.
Yeah, corner to corner, head up gunfight win here for NC State. Still with 4 bodies alive, trying to get that 5th body out. Another death for the Knights, so the Knights are just going to sleep here. I might have traded out though. Do see a body walking off for the Wolfpack as they dive into Snake 1. And that is Matt Houston here in the Snake and gonna try to get a crossfield shot. His gun is not working. Oh, worst case scenario again here. All the brakes are going here towards the Knights as Houston was in position in Snake 1 to get that crossfield shot on the player streaking up the field. It was Michael Morales, number 9, streaking up the D side, the first attacker. But Houston pulling the trigger, nothing coming out.
Poor kid. He was in a good spot too. Nobody knew he was there. He got 2 or 3 kills right there. Poor guy.
Oh, it's just
6-0.
terrible. Yeah, terrible turn of events again here for the Wolfpack. The beatings will continue until morale improves.
100%.
Rough. 2-13. We're still in the first half. And it's been all the Knights.
6-0, Matt. But like we said, they are going to play. If let's say it's 7, 8, 9-0, they're going to play until 5 minutes into the second half. At that point, if they're still ahead by 7 points, the game will be over.
We've seen a lot of close games today. And this is the first true blowout. The first match was the Purdue Boilermakers against Michigan State Spartans. That was an 8-5 score, but that 8 happened in desperation runs from the Boilermakers at the very end. So that game could have been a 1-point match. Then we saw a 3-1 game, Miami Redhawks taking on the Drexel Dragons. Real close, long points, tactical, blow-for-blow match. Then the Temple Owls play a 1-point game against the Tigers. They took the victory, the Owls 5-4, and now a 6-0 blowout.
Yeah, I mean, if something doesn't improve real quick, I don't see much changing. UCF is playing really good right now. They're making their spots, they're shooting their lanes, they're getting the G's in the break. They very rarely lose gunfights. I have seen it here and there. When they do die, they die in like 2s though.
Yeah, a couple gunfight losses for the Knights in that last one, so some chinks in their armor. And did see some tighter play out of North Carolina for some of their players. But problem was, they still have that body. Anytime you have that major does carry over into the next point. So they are going to be starting with 4 again here in this point. It's particularly, look, you want to avoid the majors, obviously, but in X-Ball, it hurts you even more because it stays up the entire 2 minutes.
I'd go right at the middle. I mean, you got to send somebody at the middle to stop something. I mean,
Well, the plays, they've been getting those bodies up the center of the field. Those players for the Wolfpack, they've been making the forward progression. They're getting shot out of their bunkers. That's the problem.
Yep.
So still starting with 4. It looks like they might be losing another one of their center players. They do. So now with 3, and they did not shoot anybody. 5-on-3 situation. As here comes the attack from the Knights in the center of the field. He wraps around and trades out, and that was Casey Cheatham again.
They got another penalty. Box is coming out.
Did they really get another penalty? Oh my God. Well, they're gonna let that body come out of the box. That's actually not the smart play. You kind of want to run that flag in and try to make them start with 4 again, because that's 20% of your firepower.
And I've seen penalties happen that way too. It's a 7-0.
Yeah, that's a real rough start here for the Wolfpack, North Carolina State. Nothing's going their way. At least they'll be able to start with 5 bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta try to look on the bright side, right?
Yeah, there's always a positive somewhere. But it's unfortunate circumstances, like we talked about with these guys. You know, loader going down, gun going down. Just penalty. That penalty was not a good penalty to get, especially when you swing point. I mean, the only thing I think that hasn't happened, they get a hot gun yet. But still a little time left.
Yeah, there's still 11 minutes and 37 seconds left to go. 1:37 here in this first half. 10 more minutes in the second half, and there is a 7-point mercy rule with 5 minutes left in the second half. So there is some time for North Carolina State to try to make something happen. But the way that the Knights have been controlling almost every single portion of this game.
Don't get cocky though. I mean, I've seen teams get. I've been that team that got cocky, and then somebody comes back and almost beats us.
Absolutely. The one thing we have seen a little bit from the Knights is they're getting a little lax on their gunfights. They've taken off a little bit of that gas pedal. But hey, I get it, man. I mean, you're still winning points even when you're losing bodies. Try to preserve some of that energy. It is getting kind of hot out here as we are in Orlando, Florida. I think actually, technically, we're in Kissimmee, but. So 20 seconds to go. Here comes the next line. Sansone, looks like Santos, Martino, Morales, and also number 8, and that is, let's see who that is, Meltzer?
Meltzer.
All right, we'll see if there's signs of life here for North Carolina State. Conservative breakout, they double up the back center. Wow, they do shoot a body on the break though, so it is 4-on-4.
They're shooting that center shot pretty well, UCF. But they did get the snake. They're taking big bites to the Dorito side now, man. Another one goes down for North Carolina. So 3-on-4. 3-on-3. They lose their back center guy for UCF.
Make the run though into D2.
They're not in a terrible position.
No, they're not. D2, and they have the field spread out a little bit though, but unfortunately for NC State, the Knights have a body past the 50-yard line here in the snake. Under a minute to go, 52 seconds left on the clock here in this first half. The Knights also have a body in D4. There goes another body coming off for NC State, trying to make something happen in a little forward progression as he moved up. Tried to get to the can, but was taken out. Now they're past the 50-yard line. The Knights pushing the issue here on both sides of the field. Martino pops up, gets himself one. His compatriot there on the D side got that other kill. And they're screaming, get the flag. See, only 6 points on the board right now. Even though I thought we had 7.
I thought they had 7 as well.
Well, we'll see. This will be 7 or 8, depending on whether the score is wrong. Regardless, the score is a lot to a little.
Yeah. Yep. UCF looking tight though, man.
UCF looking like one of the big favorites here.
Yeah. I think they practice with damage every now and then, which will make you better.
So they are going to head into the halftime period here. They're going to burn off the maybe had an extra point on here. Regardless, it's a lot to a little. There's a huge uphill climb right now for North Carolina State. The Wolfpack struggling at pretty much every level of the game. I do like the breakouts they're working with up that center of the field. They're kind of ignoring the snake side, pushing more towards the D side. Chris, when you were out there walking, you said that the snake side could see a bloodbath off the break on this side.
Oh, absolutely. It's really, really hard to get out here, man. And once you do get out here, it's hard to maintain. Getting down the snake is not as easy as it looks. But man, getting out here is tough. You know, I like the, like I said, I like the middle going down the G side. I don't think teams are taking big enough bites on the Dorito side. I think they can take more, or they're slow playing it. However, if you do get up in the middle, you kind of have to slow play it because the center does have a pretty good shots across the field.
It does appear, though, that the off-the-break runs up to the center 50s have been working out for the teams willing to do that. Where we have been seeing bodies get chopped up is with players trying to get to the wedge on the 30-yard line in the center of the field.
Yeah, Neil, that's a pretty good shot. I think that UCF was the first one to actually shoot that shot pretty well. I haven't seen many people get shot until this game doing that. So they must have a really good lane down the middle. And I'm telling you, turn around, you can see everything. So it's going to be a entertaining field, especially with the pro teams coming up in the beginning of May.
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a pretty fun field because we've seen it play fast, we've seen it play slow. Offense in the center does seem to pay off. I just love the big moves that we're seeing to close points, and that's the fun part of watching pro paintball, the timing. So yeah, definitely mark your calendars, May 3rd through the 5th on GoSports.com for the second NXL event of the year here in the States. And quite a lot of stories developing. We'll have some shows coming at you to talk about all those developing stories and what could potentially work or not work on this field. But Chris, what we're seeing right now is off the break shots, huge on this field, as always. I mean, of course, the snake has been effective when players can get in it. That's what you see out of those ladder snakes. And we're seeing a lot of points won from that D side.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and also another thing is, I like how UCF is shooting one or two in the break and then capitalizing on that area, as opposed to just running around, you know, frivolously. You know, I think that this is a methodical field. I think that teams like Impact and Infamous and the really aggressive teams that shoot well in the break are going to do really well in this field.
Yeah, having great off-the-break shooters is always an asset, and on a field like this where you do have a pretty dominant snake and also a dominant D side as well too, with the way these bunkers are lined up, that yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who can feast once that player in front of you shot. You know, a guy like Alex Goldman loves snakes like this.
Oh yeah.
Because if you shoot the body in front of him,
he's going all the way.
And if he has a back player behind him, he's going to go all the way down and start getting those cross.
And he'll be there
kills.
quick.
So we have seen a little bit of that here, but it seems like guys are scared to get a little bit past that 50-yard line.
Yeah.
A little bit slower to go once there's no one in front of you. Now, I always just think that that's a little bit of a mistake. I understand slow playing in that center a little bit, but with the way that the snake is laid out, if there's nobody in that back corner bunker and there's nobody in the snake with you, get on your belly, crawl all the way down to the other team's side of the field, particularly if you're in a really high body situation. Head check out, make sure obviously you check for streams first, but present that threat, and that's going to make those guns start looking at you, and that's going to open up those big moves in the center. That's what I'm really looking forward to seeing here. Not at this tournament, or not just at this tournament, which we've seen a little bit so far today. We've got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in this halftime period. It is a 7-0 score with the Central Florida Knights completely dominating North Carolina State University Wolfpack, at least through the first half. So we'll see if the Wolfpack with the change of sides here, maybe that'll help them out.
Well, you know, and I was thinking about that earlier. Is it going to make a difference? Because if you think about it, UCF is coming down this right-handed side of the field, shooting inside right-handed, coming down the Doritos, shooting right-handed down the wire. Now, is that going to make a difference when they switch? Because not everybody can do all that.
That's
so
true.
That might be a possibility. We'll have to see.
Well, the thing that's beneficial if you're a Knights fan is that they've been going left-handed down the snake side. Now the Knights are going to be right-handed down the snake side, left-handed down the D side, vice versa, obviously, for North Carolina. Typically, most people favor their right hand as you go lower down the divisions. So, you know, you kind of give maybe a little bit of advantage on the snake side, which is not good for the Wolfpack, to the Knights because they are going to be right-handed. So now 1 minute and 26 seconds to go before the start of the first point, the second half. After this match, it's going to see Michigan State Spartans, who won their first game against the Purdue Boilermakers, and talk about aggression. We definitely saw a lot of aggression out of Michigan State. And they're going to be taking on the Liberty Flames. Liberty Flames, longtime franchise here. Lots of awesome support. They have one of the best fields in college paintball. So, but that's a team that has yet to have a victory out here at the college championships. They flirted with it a couple times.
Yeah,
but
I remember when Tossie was on the field in the game. I like that kid. They had a really good. They have a lot of good. Every kid out here is really
and they're always very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Super nice.
Super respectful.
Yep, 100%. That's why I come down here every year, because of these kids. You know, it's my honor to come down here and hang out with my boy. You know, kind of our tradition a little bit.
Yeah, it's your birthday.
It's my birthday. Yeah,
29 years.
29 years.
29 years old again.
Go to Tampa. But anyway, you know what I was thinking also, man? I was looking at this field earlier. I think there's some blind shots across the field that we're not seeing. That nobody's seeing, actually. I'm going to go take a look a little later during lunch, I think. But I think there's some blind shots out there that over top of these smaller wedges in the middle, from like to the corner to the snake or whatnot. I'll table that and take a look a little bit. And the bounce shots you were talking about earlier.
Definitely some bounce shots out there, as there always are. Just how potent are those shots? Going 10 minutes on the clock and getting back into this match here as these teams switch sides. Another aggressive breakout for North Carolina as they get up to that 50 in the center, but then get caught sleeping, hanging out too far. Sloppy death for that player in the center field.
So 4-4 right now. UCX loses their back right corner Dorito guy.
They still have D1 though, so a good cross-field spread for Central Florida as they have the stand-up can on the snake side of the field. He's looking towards the D side now. He's going to gun up down this sideline and try to work his way into the snake. A little reposition for North Carolina as they get out wide on the D side. Back bunker. Also have D2. And here comes a big move up the center of the field for number 24 for UCF. And that is...
I don't think they know he made it. I don't think
Capagreco, yeah, they don't know he's still there. He has a body right beside him, too. But, Chris, they do lose a body over here as the player got shot here out of the can. And off of that move, here comes the Wolfpack as they dive into Snake 1. But he's stuck in there as he has no back player. But that does cost Capagreco his body as Capagreco looked this way, and then he got smoked cross field.
Yeah, the Dorito 2 just came up, moved up from Dorito 2 to the Dorito 3 and just blew into pieces. And then he gets another 2-pack on his mirror. So one on three, Matt.
Looks like we might finally see a point put on the board by North Carolina. And as here comes the hammer, gets dropped in the center to take out the last player alive for the Knights. The Knights, Justin Bedford was tucked into that wedge, trying to stay alive as his teammates died around him. Not a great look for the Knights in that particular point, losing some gunfights, some miscues, some miscommunication. They let some spots get filled that it looked like they were trying to control, and Chris, some signs of life finally from the Wolfpack.
That is, I like seeing that, and we talked about it. I've been up by 7 points, man, and I've lost games. So I mean, I want to see a good game out of these guys. I don't want to see it go down like this. Lots of time left in the game. But that game almost took about 2 minutes there, Matt.
Yeah, 8-12 still on the clock here in the second half, and there is a 7-point mercy rule with under 5 minutes to go. So we'll see what happens in this next one. But there's still some tournament to play, obviously. Here is North Carolina State, the Wolfpack. They have to play Purdue Boilermakers later on this afternoon. So this is not the last hurrah. So in that situation, when you have a blowout potential loss, you want to stay as focused as possible. Just try to work on those flaws, and that's exactly what the Wolfpack did in that last point. That was it was good for them to stay composed. You notice too, they're not really hanging their shoulders too much. The slow walk off that you 100%. See, the frustration. They seem to still be confident, and regardless of the score, that's the mentality and the mindset that you want to stay locked into.
I love that. I think that's a great quality to have, and it's hard to you can't teach that quality. People are like that.
You could try to get people to bring it out of them, but I totally agree. Mental tenacity when things are going wrong. It's like we always say. It's easy to be a good guy when everything's going your way.
Yep.
It's very easy to do that. But how are you going to react when things aren't going your way? When you're down by 6 with 8 minutes left to go here in the second half, then how do you react? What type of teammate are you in that situation?
I want that center guy to stay alive. I want him. He gets in there, no problem. I want him to stay alive and do work. He's getting shot. I'm just not happy with the way he's getting shot.
He's definitely having no problem getting to the
No,
50.
not at all.
But he's dying
Guns up even.
every single time out of that spot. To me, that's just field walking and communication.
Yeah.
If you're making it to your spot and then getting shot either cross field or losing a gunfight, you're either engaging too much or you did not walk the field properly.
Exactly.
Plus, it's a bounce shot. Those are tough to hide from. They're going right back to that aggressive play here. And this time looked like he might have got shot on the break. But this is what it will pay, though, is you'll get the dividend sometimes. Is it looks like Cheatham tried to come around and trade his body, but the survivability, again, a huge issue. 4 bodies walking off at the same time for the Wolfpack. Wow.
Ouch.
No, did you see a penalty on that one?
I just looked up and I saw a bunch of white jerseys.
Yeah.
That had a lot of
I
paint.
literally was watching that the engagement go down the center. I had checked towards the Wolfpack side, then I go right back and looking at the Knights side, and then 5 seconds later I look back and see 4 bodies coming off, no flags on the ground,
Crazy.
no referees running back to their position. So I think that they just lost all those gunfights quickly. No concession coming either, which tells me that they might just be burning this time off to take the 7-point mercy rule loss.
Well, I was gonna say they should just throw the flag.
So they are going to concede it. The coach, one of the coaches, or maybe alumni for Central Florida, was yelling, "Hey, wait till the 5-minute. No reason to just go and hit it now. If they're going to give us burn this time, they're going to give us the win. You might as well get us out of the sun earlier."
Exactly. Stay out there for 2 minutes. You can stay out in the sun for 2 minutes. I'll stay in here.
My Anglo-Saxon skin does not do well in the sunlight.
Very high percentage.
Yeah, like I was telling you earlier, my dad had half his nose cut off not too long ago. I'm trying not to live in that same
That's
fate.
too bad. Yeah. And it said the sun is brutal out here today. I mean, in our air-conditioned van, we're okay.
I don't know what.
We get a slight breeze up here. I think I see the leaves moving a little bit. Like I think I've wiped my glasses off like 17 times. My brim of my hat's all soaking wet.
Doesn't, I mean, it runs in your blood. You live down here.
Yeah, man. But that was a long time ago.
How many cities have you lived in, Chris?
Oh man. 12.
Were you in the Army or the?
I was in the Army. yeah.
Army?
I was in the Army. I went to basic in Lawton, Oklahoma. Then I went to AIT in El Paso, Fort Hood. And then I went to intelligence training, and I ended up in Fort Carson, Colorado. That's how I ended up in Denver.
Okay.
I worked at NORAD for a while. Then I got out. Yep, and here I am,
And then you started your rise to paintball superstardom.
playing ping pong. Yeah, I remember we used to play on base because we had a small team called Easy Company. You know, those guys back in the day.
Easy Company.
And we used to play right on base. It was a blast, man. I've been very blessed to have friends like you and all the people we've met and all the places we've gone and still be doing it. Can't complain.
It does take you to some interesting places to meet some interesting people, that's for sure.
Yep, like Bali. Speaking of our boy,
Oh yeah, Oliver.
Oliver Lang. My man.
Oliver the Mystic.
Mystic. Here we go.
Yeah, shout out to our boy. Here we go. 7 minutes, 10 seconds to go, but you see that 7-point spread on your screen. We'll see if there's some fight left in NC State. There's definitely fight left in them as they're cannonballing up the center of the field with 3 bodies. They do make it again to the 50-yard line with Sutter, Cameron Sutter, and they shoot a body off the D side. So first to strike, they do drop a body too. So it is 4-on-4. Neither team with advantage. Neither team really has any penetration on that D side of the field. It's all the Wolfpack right now as far as ground control is concerned, as they have all that real estate in the center of the field. Both 50s are hot. Another death though out of that center. I'm not knocking any gunfight deaths for NC State right now because they need so many points and they don't have all that much time to work with. Big run through in the center by Bedford. Doesn't get anybody though, so.
No, he got blown to pieces.
Yeah, didn't no deaths coming off that. So UCF trying to hang tight here.
Not going down lightly.
UCF still with 2 bodies left alive here, shading towards the snake side, the stand-up end, can in the tower.
Oh, running to his death. Terrible.
Yeah, it's just tough though because I'd like you to go a little bit better than that, but again, they need so many points and they only have 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Literally back to the wall here with that 7-point mercy roll. Trying to come through, put the finishing touches on this point. North Carolina State Wolfpack. North Carolina State University looked like they're going to grab that flag and stave off that mercy rule loss, at least so far.
For now, yeah. I like their style. I like it, man. Come hard, you know. I mean, I wish not so many people would have died, but
well, they are still relentlessly attacking the center of the field. Obviously, with the gigantic deficit that they have on the point spread, no choice but to push forward and to recklessly attack. However, the survivability has just been an issue for them, not just in these moments when they have to ride on that reckless edge, but also in the beginning when it was 0-0, and then as the lead slowly got built up here for the Knights, as Central Florida started to take it away. They did it on the backs of gunfight victories and shooting that body quickly in the center.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to happen now, and keep in mind, there's only 5:23 left in this game. If UCF comes out and wins this game, this next point, in 23 seconds or more, the game will be over.
Yes.
So, I mean, they have nothing to lose right now. Look for North Carolina to come out swinging again. But I can see UCF more guns up, laning up the middle, trying to get those G's in the break, and then just coming out wide and just finishing the game. But we will see.
Now, well, we know NC State is going to be pushing up that center of the field again. So if I was the Knights, I would be having my guns towards that side.
I'd send somebody to snake if I was UCF.
And also I'm thinking if I'm North Carolina, I will probably send a guy to the snake as well too, because one, you really have nothing to lose at this point because you're down by 6, 5:20 to go. Also, because they have been constantly sending bodies, flooding bodies up into that center, that more than likely, like we just talked about, the Knights are probably going to put those guns towards the center of the field, and you might be able to squeak into the snake quickly if you are the Wolfpack.
Well, and one thing about UCF, they like that can right behind the snake that nobody's been playing. They're pretty much the only one that's been there, and he plays it pretty effectively. I mean, he shuts down the Dorito side. He switches really well. I haven't really looked at that spot because I really didn't think anybody would go there, but he's been getting there and living. So we will see.
We will see. Just about 10 seconds to go before the start of potentially the last point of the game. If the Central Florida Knights can find a way to win this one with that 7-point mercy rule. And on the breakout, the Knights are going to go all the way to the snake off the break. And is Martino going to be able to make it in clean? The ref's going to check him out. It does make it in clean. And getting shot. 2 bodies are dropping. Shot. Taking those delayed moves out. Actually, count that. 3 bodies have now dropped.
This is going to hurt.
Not looking good for North Carolina State. Yet again, just 2 bodies left alive on the field. Make that 1. It's just the center player here at the 50-yard line. So Zach Daughtry is going to let Martino know that there's just that 1 body left alive. Stitch up his back. And they're going to put their 9th point on the board. The highest point total that we've seen so far.
That's going to probably be curtains for this game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be curtains.
You know, I like North Carolina's enthusiasm and their attitude and the aggressiveness. I think it's great. They need to work on their gunfighting and staying in the game. You know, I mean, it's just that's where they're lacking right now. It's not the break that's the problem.
It's definitely not the break because they had a few 5-on-5 breaks. And they would lose bodies occasionally, but the bulk of their deaths for North Carolina State University, the bulk of their deaths are coming once they've made their spots in those first couple engagements. And then once you go down to that, even if they would shoot a body, it would be 4-on-2 quick, 4-on-3. They were constantly in low body situations and just really struggled to do anything after that. So big congratulations to the Central Florida Knights as they take a huge mercy rule victory. 9-2 is the final score. Next up here, 2019 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championship is going to be Michigan State Spartans taking on the Liberty Flames. I'm Matty Marshall with Chris Lasoya, and we'll be back.
It is the match, yes. We're going to go get one.
I'm Curly, Vasey Dallas, and Empire Paintball here. Gonna show you guys the new Vanquish GT. The main new feature with the Vanquish GT is gonna be the V16 drivetrain that's on the interior of it. This is your new bolt system. Go ahead and pop that out. So this is it. This is the new V16 drivetrain. We've filled a lot of the air release valve holes, so you don't see that on the back of the can anymore. And what that's gonna do for you is gonna put a increased amount of pressure on the forward motion of the bolt. You're actually able to drop your dwell down significantly as well as your ABS dwell down, so it makes it more efficient and a much softer shot as well. So the spring is what used to help with the forward motion of the bolt, so we wouldn't have the bolt stick. But now, because of the change in the engine altogether, we do not need the spring whatsoever. You'll see the new colors coming in. These are actually on the way right now. They're sharp.
clean box is hot as fuck. No, I'm just gonna kind of put it down. Do you see anything yet?
Yep. We wrap it in white gaffer tape.
Yeah. Then you just trap in the heat more. It's like, why they make all this shit black?
That's a good production question. Should make me little boxes for
I mean, we can also put them on the underside of this if we wanted to, so.
Yeah, I think it's down the sun. Actually, if you want, you can stick it to something. You can stick it to the front side of the panel outside.
I just tuck it on this side, out of the sun. There you go. Bam. Better. It's on, we're good? Yep. All right, how much time do we have until we go back? All 3 lines. Then let's just leave it here, leave it down. All right, still got another half an hour, man. We're definitely gonna have arms. Is there a food vendor over there? ties? Yo. Not if we go high enough, we can go down. Is that in the view? Not that I can do this, but... Huh? Yeah, it won't fit there though. Nah, it's not gonna work.
I'm gonna be holding mine. So
I'm just gonna put white gap tape over it.
You want me to? You're gonna be holding it over your head anyway, right? Yeah. I have mine. That's why I brought mine.
That's cool. I'm just gonna white gap tape it for now too.
This? White gap tape the camera?
I'm gonna like tint it.
That's that.
I saw a chair right there earlier.
Let me know.
Welcome back. Here 2019 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Chris Lasoya. And after a little bit of a lunch break, we're going to jump into this next game, and it's going to be the Michigan State Spartans taking on the Liberty Flames. This is the first time that we've seen Liberty, Chris, on this layout here so far at this event. But we already watched Michigan State get a victory over the Purdue Boilermakers.
I mean, I really think that being able to play the field first over another team, it has a huge advantage on this field personally. There's so many little quirks and so many little shots and this and that. You know what I mean? I mean, especially on a field like this, having the field advantage playing first and getting a win out of it definitely will help you against a team, especially against Liberty. I'm a Liberty fan.
It was, yeah, Liberty been around for a long time. One of those teams that's always been on the cusp. Haven't won this tournament yet, but they've looked really good over many years. They're going to be on the left-hand side here for the first half. It is X-Ball format, so 2 10-minute halves, a 5-minute halftime. Majors and minors, 2-minute majors, 1-minute minors. Majors stay on the board until that full 2 minutes, and then those 1-minute minors come off if you lose the point. It's a throwback to the original X-Ball format that's been modified many times over the years. So right now, looks like we got our clock stopped at 30 seconds.
Is that the same coach from Liberty that used to play with him? What's his name? No, God, that kid. I like that
The
kid.
coach from Liberty, when I went and talked to him, was Aaron Thompson. I think we might be talking about maybe Brian Davidson.
It is Brian Davidson.
But when I went down and talked to him, Aaron Thompson was the coach that was telling me they're starting 5.
He has the same joke. I mean, same jokes. He has the same jog. I'm pretty sure it's the same kid. I mean, they, with these college kids, they come in and out, so they graduate, do whatever. But let's see.
Same jokes. It's like us. Oh, a little bit of a bad start here for Michigan State. They're in the green and black on the right-hand side, but they're able to keep 5 bodies alive, and they shoot a streaking body for Liberty on the D side. So aggressive break from Liberty. It does not pay off.
Ooh, fast. Those guys were fast.
Yeah, and now they're stuck with 2 in that back center, and they do have a body here up in the center. He's still alive. He's at the wedge here at the 40-yard line, Chris.
I could not believe how fast he got there, Matty. And here we go. I like this right here. Nobody in the corner. He's all alone on the snake side.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of listening to his coach. A little reposition here for Michigan State. And that is Corbin Ryan. So Corbin Ryan at the 50-yard line here for Liberty, as he is now putting his gun towards that D side. Again, coaching is allowed here at the NCPA, so that coach is always going to be right by the snake player, potentially able to yell cross field as well too, depending on how much people are listening. But right now it's just joystick and Corbin Ryan.
Yeah, Corbin Ryan's a great player. He has great gunfighting skills. He knows his lanes. He's probably going to go to that pin in front of him and shoot this guy. I mean, he's up there all alone. We talked about it earlier, Matt. When you get that far up in the field, you're kind of a loner up there. You kind of got to play for yourself.
He's got to be careful as Corbin now, as coach was getting his attention. Got to worry about the snake one, and now the hammer's going to get dropped. Chris, you just said you're talking just about that specific instance.
Yeah.
Corbin's Ryan, he's up there by himself. They lose 2 bodies behind him. He can't protect himself, and he does get run down and smoked by number 7 for the Spartans.
Well, Ryan Carlin takes one in the face, but Ryan Carlin, super aggressive player. I like his attitude. He has that killer instinct. We were talking about him earlier. That snake player.
Carlin played outstanding for them.
He's fast. He has the fire.
Yeah, number 3, Carlin. Fast, aggressive, got a pretty big chip on his shoulder, it looked like. And real nice off the field, but on the field, he was a beast. But Michigan State University looking real sharp here. They contained the attack that Liberty threw the attack at him up the center and from the D side. They shot the body, streaking up the D side. They did not shoot Corbin, who was able to get up for progression to the 50-yard line in the center of the field. But they shot his back players, and then after that, ran him down. And just a real solid point here from Michigan State.
The one thing I'm disappointed in from Liberty is that when Corbin got up here, and we had talked about this, there was nobody in the snake side whatsoever. He was all alone over here. You don't stay in the tower. You dip out to the corner, and you give him the best support possible. They would have never gotten the snake if he would have been out here. He could have wrapped inside and gave him all the support in the middle he needed. However, because they didn't get out here, he's up there all by himself, just like we talked about earlier, and he got bunkered. You can't coach fast enough when somebody's 10 feet in front of you.
Nothing the coach could do in that situation.
No,
0%, nothing the coach could do. He did tell Corbin Ryan, hey, you're in a bad spot right now. We lost guys behind you. He did tell Corbin when the snake one became hot, there's nothing that Corbin Ryan could have done. He might have got one of those bodies, maybe traded out with the player trying to run him down if his coach had yelled at the exact proper moment. But it wasn't the coach's fault. It definitely wasn't Corbin Ryan's fault. It was the Liberty players losing those gunfights. Not even really the streaking player on the D side who got shot off the break. You're going to get shot off the break sometimes. Right. When that happens, if you're the 4 bodies left alive and you know you have somebody really far up, got to be really careful, protect that man. So 8 minutes to go here as 2 minutes were burnt off in that first point. Got about 40 seconds to go as we do have 2 minutes in between these points. We'll see if Liberty can get it back here, Chris.
You know, what I want to see Corbin do in that situation, not to reflect back in that last point, is he had the right instinct. He was going to go to their pin and shoot that guy. I know he was. But he decided not to go. By making that decision, it gave them the opportunity to get in the snake and come shoot him, and then they win the game. What I think that I like what Liberty was doing. I think they sent 1 guy up the middle, not 2. But they have the right idea. I think this is going to be one of those heads-up game, real fast points. It's going to be a very exciting game, in my opinion.
Well, I hope so, because that last one was a blowout.
Yeah, it was.
Liberty University again in the red and white, and they will attempt to get the snake one off the break, and it looks like he's going to make it in there clean. 5 bodies alive, though, for the Spartans.
That was a great shot across the field, man.
Oh, yeah, the Spartans do lose a body. So down to 4 here as the Spartans lose a body on the D side. Liberty, not only did they get that body into snake one, they have a player out behind them. They are still doubling up. That back center, though, need to get out of that position. And the player in snake one moved up into snake 2. So good field position here. They do get that body out of the back center and up towards the middle of the field here, Chris.
Well, Carlin actually made the snake corner over there for Michigan State. So he's actually keeping them honest over here a little bit. If they lose Carlin in the snake corner, it's going to be open game over here on this side of the field. Everybody in pretty solid positions right now. He could probably go one more, Matty, if he wanted to, because he has some back support.
Yeah, I think that was Josh Montanari here in the snake 2.
Another great shot in the center right there, Matt.
2 really good shots here for the Liberty Flames. They're keeping them in this point and in good field position. They also have a body out wide on the D side as he made his secondary out to that back corner bunker. And I do believe this is Montanari here, Josh Montanari, and he's going to back up off that spot a little bit to try to get a little bit of a better angle. Come all the way back, nuzzling his back up against snake 1. Trying to get that angle, and
you got it. Looks like you got him on the foot.
Did he get the shot on the foot of the back player?
Yeah,
did.
That was a great shot. Good coach. There's a good example of coaching right there, man.
Excellent job here for Liberty. They're down 1 point. They lost too many bodies in gunfights, but Montanari is dominating here in this thing, Chris.
So now it's 1 on 3 or 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 1 on 4. two there.
Still one player in the back corner bunker, and he just got pinched out. And what a beautiful point here.
Yeah, well played.
Joshua Montanari over here on the snake side. He got in there off the break, listened to his coach perfectly. It looked like that was Corbin Ryan. Sorry, was that Corbin?
Yeah, in the back corner?
In the back corner bunker.
No, over here?
Yeah, no, back corner bunker for Liberty.
Sorry.
Just across the board, a beautifully played point here from the Liberty Flames.
But 3-pack right there in the snake. That was, I mean, a couple of those shots were like amazing. The first one really was a really great shot.
He was the first person that we saw utilize that angle. He had to really worry about those pins. You can see the pins in the center of the field there by the 50-yard line and the 40-yard line. Just worked around those pins, got that shot on the back center bunker, and that wasn't necessarily the kill that broke it open, but just his presence in there, the couple kills that he got out of that spot, and the fact that Liberty was able to keep those bodies alive, eventually get out to the D side, and ended up working great. It's a tie ball game right now with 5 minutes and 41 seconds to go.
Yeah, and you know, if they keep playing like this, it's going to be one of those, you know, 2-3, 3-3, 4-3, 3-4, you know, back and forth. You know,
I hope so.
7-8 games, you know.
We've seen some really crisp, we've seen some good games today. The first game, Purdue Boilermakers, Michigan State Spartans, that was a great game. The 5-8 score does not dictate how close it was. 3-1, lowest scoring game we've seen so far, Miami Redhawks taking on the Drexel Dragons. That was a really good one too. A 1-point game between the Temple Owls and the Clemson Tigers. Yes, there was a huge blowout. The Central Florida Knights dominated against North Carolina State Wolfpack. But here we have a tie ball game right now. Still a ton of time left to go in this match.
Yeah, I can definitely see it continuing to do this. I think that we're going to... 1 minute. I thought we were going to have a timeout because Liberty was taking their timeout. I was like, there's no way they're going to take a timeout this early in the game. But Liberty, coming up with some good game plans. They got a great coach out there. And I think that they need to change it up because I think that Michigan State will catch on if they continue to do the same thing over and over. I don't think they'll make it happen. But I see Michigan State send in our boy to the snake very quickly. Carlin. I can see Carlin going to the snake. He's real fast.
Well, we got Josh Montanari heading back out here with Zach Moore. This is their starting 5, Corbin Ryan. Also heading out looks like Larson and Babb. Kyle Babb. So that's the starting 5 for Liberty. Starting 5 for the Spartans, Eric Purr. I don't know if Purr's out there, though. It looked like he tweaked his ankle in that first game. Then you have Ryan Carlin, Christian Vanderwarden, Alice Rasky, a.k.a. Scoob, and Jacob Schaub. So now, as they double up the back center here for Spartans, and a great job again by Ryan before Liberty gets to the 50-yard line off the break, Chris, and a body dropping off for the Spartans from that D side.
Yeah, I love this move. He needs another one body dropping off Liberty as well, so 4-on-4. I like him at this spot in that center 50 for Liberty.
4-on-4, but the Spartans are doubling up that back center, and that hasn't, so far at this event, been a tough spot to double up, but it looks like somebody clipped Ryan out, and then a major penalty is going to be assessed on Liberty. That's going to pull out body on the D side, so they still have 2 players alive here for Liberty. Montanari in the back corner bunker, and they also have a player in the back center trying to burn time off that major penalty.
We got Carlin in the snake right now for Michigan State. He is a terror over here. But with that major penalty, they should be going a lot quicker than they are. They have 4 guys alive right now, Matt. 4-on-2. Yeah, they should be going a lot faster.
Yeah, Ryan Carlin, one of the dominant players on Michigan State, really helped him out in that first game. He's in the snake right now, trying to take full advantage of this penalty that was assessed on Liberty. What Carlin's working against, though, is Montanari in the back corner bunker here. He has to worry about him coming out there, so he has not moved past snake 1. They are pushing up the field, though, as here comes the Spartans past the 50-yard line, here in the center of the field. Full court press. They also have another body on that D side, now pushing up the snake and in the center of the field. Spartans just looking at one body. It's Montanari for the Liberty Flames. Spartans trying to take this lead, Chris.
It's 2, I think it's down to a 2-on-1, Matt.
Montanari just took out a body in the center, and Carlin's had enough of that. So Carlin's going to run the inside route, polish off Montanari.
An unfortunate penalty right there by Liberty.
Yeah, so they're going to grab that flag. Also, again,
they should be running it in.
Yeah, run it in. Preserve the time. He's not listening.
Take your time, pal. Take your time, pal.
Yeah, they have a major. Run the flag in so it preserves all that time. There you go. That's the type of stuff that, yeah, it's not a huge mistake, but it is a little bit of a mental mistake there.
Yep.
When the other team has a major penalty, you want to keep as much time on that penalty clock as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
And, you know, if they get to start the neck, if they start, well, they're obviously starting down, that's 20% of your firepower.
Yeah, and on this field is detrimental because there's so many places to go on this field. You got to have all the guns up, all the guns shooting on the break as possible. You know, I see a lot of teams doubling up some shots, which are working for them, but there are so many places to go on this field. You never know where anybody's going. Like, I like how Liberty's making this 50 on the break. He's not getting the support he needs, though. And he's getting too loose in it.
I am interested come Dallas, and again, mark your calendars, May 3rd through the 5th, coming up here in a couple weeks, the next NXL event, be on GoSports.com. I'm really interested to see how the pros play this field to try to be less scoutable.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of options on this field, and we're seeing players get shot going to the snake, we're seeing players make it, live going to the snake. It's not the easiest snake to make. There's lots of survivability off the break in that center, so I think that's going to be able to work out for the pros. We're seeing a lot of these players here in the NCPA championships die out of their spots in the center bunkers.
Yes. Yeah, and you know, it's mostly gunfighting. And it's not like they're gunfighting 2 or 3 people. They're gunfighting people one-on-one and they're losing. And they're not getting shot in the side of the arm or in the loader or whatever.
No,
they're getting shot in the center.
Yes.
They're getting center punched or shot right in the head.
Yeah, a couple of them have got clipped, but normally it's either a solid full punch cross field where you just got sloppy and didn't know that body had moved up, or just straight out lose a gunfight in the center. So now 30 seconds to go before the start of this next point. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in the first half still. A 1-point lead for the Michigan State University Spartans. And again, Liberty Flames will be starting down a body. 4 players alive for them at the start of this point. Here we go, jumping back into the action. On the breakout, Liberty trying to spread the field. Back bunkers on both sides. Looked like they made it clean, and here comes Ryan Carlin again on the delay. This coasts right in to the insert tower or insert can over here on the snake side.
Yeah, he makes that inside move and jumps right in the snake. Fairly easier. The box is about to come out.
And he chooses to go towards the D side. Can he make it clean? It looks like he does, Chris.
He does. Now that's perfect for those guys now. Oh, no. And then he catches one.
Well, he lived for about 5 seconds.
He catches one looking inside. That was the guy that was shooting at him going out. He knew he was there. He knew he was shooting at him. He looks right into that.
He came
that was Carlin.
Yeah, Carlin. So Carlin with a nice confirmed kill there, and with a little bit of a sloppy death.
Yeah, well, look for Carlin to go to the snake anytime here real quick. Nobody's really going to stop him. You know, he likes that snake, and he gets in there and does really good work. However, Liberty's been making this corner and doing pretty well out here. Unfortunately, he's been the last guy alive a few times.
Liberty now still again with 4 bodies alive, as they did lose that one, but they get the kill here quickly. Oh, they lose a body, get a body. Montanari dying out of the back corner bunker. They're going to try to fill it. Looks like he makes it clean. That's a nice fill here by Corbin Ryan.
Man, that dive in that snake that looks like it hurts. But yeah, Corbin.
Yeah, so Corbin Ryan and Ryan Carlin matching up against each other. Ryan Carlin playing for the Spartans. Corbin Ryan playing for Liberty Flames. Corbin Ryan in the back corner bunker here on the snake side.
150 left in this part of the half, Matt. He's still only 2-1.
Chris, Spartans drop another body from the back corner bunker on the snake side. So it's just Ryan Carlin by himself over here. Got his coach right beside him, talking to him. The Spartans do have that 1-point lead with a minute and 30 left to go, and another body, Chris, dropping. So 2 tough deaths here from the Spartans, and they had a 4-on-3 situation.
Yeah, now watch for Liberty come down these drills hard.
That's exactly what's happening right now. Is Liberty knowing not a lot of time left here in this first half, pushing into deep 3 and wrapping around, trying to get the shot on the back center bunker. Carlin, the Liberty coach, is just jumping up and down, bird dogging Carlin here in the snake. And Carlin's going to pass the 50-yard line.
What a great... Yeah, now, he's a blind shot right there.
But here comes the highway run. As Corbin Ryan's going to get the best of Ryan Carlin. He's going to get checked out. Looks like he's clean, so there's just that one player left alive into D2, and he's about his back blown to bits. Corbin Ryan trying to steal this point with just 45 seconds left to go. He's going to head back and get that flag.
What a great point right there by Corbin Ryan. Nice move down the highway. That was the move I've been looking for a while.
That was a beautiful move by Corbin Ryan. You realize that Ryan Carlin was by himself, and Corbin Ryan takes off, runs that highway move.
I'm surprised Carlin missed it. I think he might have bounced him. He said check me. So make sure that he has make sure he is a clean.
Looks like he just missed him.
Yeah.
So Liberty should be tying it up now. Yeah. So Chris,
2-2.
we asked for it.
Yep.
We got it. It's a close match here. These two teams look really good. I like what we're seeing out of Liberty, and I like what we're seeing out of Michigan State. Obviously, there's some tightening up that could happen across the board on both these squads, but I like how they're addressing this field. I like the breakouts. Most importantly, I like the fact they're keeping their head on a swivel and adjusting in the scramble. When the chaos sets in and the bodies are dropping, I do like the decisions that the live players are making on both these squads. They're not tentative. They seem to have really walked this field. They know a lot of the angles. It's a good look for both of these teams right here.
Well, they're definitely changing up their game plans, which is kind of nice to see. I'd like to see a little more stuff up the middle from both teams. I can see that coming. I think they're probably going to both do it at the same time, which will be fun to watch. But like Corbin getting out here, doing his thing, Ryan Carlin coming out here, they're just playing. They're not playing conservative, but they're not playing too aggressive either.
That's smart aggression, right?
Yes,
that's smart aggression that we want to see. 50 seconds left to go here before the start of the next point. We're in the X-ball format with 2 minutes in between points. It's nice. It gives us a little time to actually break down how these points are going. Who do you give? Look, obviously it's tied. We've still got a whole second half to go. 30 seconds left in this first half. Who do you think looks better? Who would you give the nod to, at least just on the looks that they've given you so far through 4 points?
Liberty.
Really? I'm going to take Michigan State.
Yeah, I go with Liberty on that. I think that they're only going to get better as the game goes on. I expected more out of Michigan State because they've already played the field. So, but just by watching Liberty coming out cold.
Looks like Michigan State is going to call a timeout. So I see Eric Purr is alive. I'm sorry, he is alive. But I was worried about his ankle. He sprained his ankle. Looked like pretty bad in one of the points midway through the game in their first match against Purdue. He played through it. He gutted through that particular point. But then I saw him with the shoe off, rubbing his ankle. Went up and asked him. He smiled on his face. He's like, "I'll be fine. I'll be fine." But you could tell it was that kind of telling yourself he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Telling himself that.
He's got that custom jersey. But yeah, I always told myself I was going to be fine. I wasn't fine.
I did the same thing. That's why my knees and ankles don't work the same way.
Seriously.
They used
I'm good.
to.
I'm good. Give me like 17 ibuprofen.
I definitely tell the younger guys now to not play through their injuries. Back in the day, that's what we did it. We did it the dumb way. I do really do regret
his
that.
Custom jersey.
Yeah. No, I noticed that.
What a nice
tape on the back.
nice.
At least he was nice enough to do that, so we can say his name. I mean, when your name's Eric Purr,
wearing a skull mask, kind of nice. Can't complain.
Carlin still, even with the timeout, they're barely getting out there. You're right, Chris. This isn't really. I kind of have to give it a little bit to Liberty. They're getting it together a little bit quicker.
There we go. I like that inside lane right there.
So Montanari against the stake one off the break.
That was a good inside lane, Matty. I like that.
Yeah, that was a nice inside run for. They don't have much time left. That's why they're going hyper aggressive here. They do shoot at least one body. It looks like just one. Still 4 players alive right now for the Spartans as they try to hold off the attack. And here comes Ryan. He ends up getting taken out by Carlin. Carlin then launches for the flag, not able to get it. Montanari gets his face shot to bits as we will head to our halftime period here.
Going in 2-2, bud.
Still though, I like the aggression we saw. Those teams were trying to steal the point at the end here.
I love it.
So far,
you can win a point in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And maybe get a little help with the penalty or something. We've definitely seen a lot of penalties today.
Oh man, I'd be more worried about getting a penalty in the 15 seconds.
I mean, I have to say, I know we're only through the first half, and we saw some great play out of Temple, and Clemson looked pretty good too. Drexel with their 3 points. Central Florida though probably looks the best with that big 9.9-2 Mercy Rule win. It's just tough because it was a really rough game for North Carolina, and I actually talked to Zach Daugherty down there, one of the longtime veterans and alumni for UCF, and I said, "Hey, you guys looked really good, but it's too early to tell. They didn't really put that big of a fight up against you guys, so I don't know so much. Don't pat yourselves on the back quite yet. And he's like, oh yeah, man, I've been here too long for this to start doing that now.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. I mean, I'll reserve judgment on Central Florida when we get a little further down the line. They're going to play Miami.
They're going to play the Miami Redhawks.
I just don't think that's a good. I think they'll win that game as well.
Well, the Redhawks only put up 1 against Drexel, but Drexel only put up 3. That was a very close game.
That was 1-0 going into the half, I believe.
Yes.
That was, those are long points, man. I'm not sure if it's just jitters to come out in the first game or whatever it might be, but regardless.
The center is becoming very potent. I think that's pretty obvious when the NXL came out with this layout and we started looking at it. With all those big bunkers there in the center, of course you're going to be able to get some runs. And also a tempting snake and a tempting D-side because of the dominance, potential dominance with the way the snake is laid out. If you can shoot the mirror in front of you and you don't have a back player, the good players will hit the deck, crawl all the way down, and potentially get some free kills. But we're starting to see those moves and counter moves being made from the center, and also towards the inside part of the snake too, to close out points.
Yeah, I think these two teams are playing, like you said, aggressive, conservative, I guess you want to say. I just like the way they come out real hard. If they don't get it right off the break, they chill out for a second, they figure out what's going on, they get their kills, and then they advance, and then they take the advantage on where they get the kills from anyway. So I think as they continue doing that, these could be contenders for later on today.
Yeah, we will see. So we're still here in halftime. If you just joined us, it's the Michigan State University Spartans, and they are taking on the Liberty University Flames. It's all tied up 2-2. We still have 3 minutes and 14 seconds left to go with this 5-minute halftime break. Next up after this match, we will have the Clemson Tigers taking on the Drexel Dragons. Both those teams had good looks today. The Drexel Dragons did defeat the Miami Redhawks 3-1, and the Clemson Tigers lost a kind of a heartbreaker by 1 at the very end of the game to the Temple Owls.
Yeah, so I think it's a good matchup.
That could be a really good matchup, and then we're going to see Purdue here take the field on center court for the first time that we've seen them. Well, they did play this morning against Michigan State Spartans, and they didn't look bad. Hoping for a better look, though, out of the North Carolina State Wolfpack. Though I did like the breaks they were having in center, survivability was just the big problem for them.
They started coming back at the end. Like you said, the point spread on that game does not do it justice. I think it was a 1-point game, because they were coming so strong, and they did almost win that last point. To make it like a 6-7 or 7, a really close game. Unfortunately, I think they got a penalty, like a dirty hang, if I remember right. The guy was hitting the pack, and that was very unfortunate.
And it could have tied it up.
Oh, right there.
So and that was a big difference. Yeah. We're talking about the Purdue Boilermakers and Michigan State Spartans, very first game of the day. So now we're going to start seeing players make their way out to the field. 2 minutes to go now. As the refs have called live field.
But we'll see what happens with this next half, man.
Yeah, I don't know. This is still a tough one to call. I know you're going Liberty, but I still think the Spartans, I like the counterpunch paintball that they're playing. I like the fact they're taking ground. They're just dying, I feel, a little bit more often than the Liberty University Flames. But as far as the secondaries and as far as making those moves when the chaos sets in, I feel like Michigan Spartans are doing just as good a job as the Liberty Flames in those moments.
I do agree with that. I still think it's going to go 3-2, 3-3, 4-3. It's gonna be. I just think it's one of those games, which is good. But that's what we're here for.
I hate blowouts. Blowouts are boring. Team A is doing the exact same thing, and Team B is not putting up any points.
They said do the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's the same second verse, same as the first. But that is not the case here. 54 seconds to go. Tie ball game, 2-2. These teams are going to switch sides. So Michigan State University Spartans in the green and black, they're going to be on your left-hand side, and the Liberty University Flames on the right-hand side in the red and white. Like how the front players are playing for both these teams. I feel that Ryan Carlin has been outstanding for the Spartans.
Yep.
And really like what we're seeing out of Montanari. And also on the counterpunches, Corbin Ryan for Liberty.
I definitely agree with that. I think we'll continue to see the same. I want to see some more action down the Dorito side from both teams. They're mostly up the middle and down the snake over here, but I think they're going to start being a little more aggressive down the Doritos. For Liberty, anyway.
We will see. Throwing 10 minutes on the clock here for the second half. And on the breakout, here comes Liberty. Again, hyper aggressive with Ryan up to the 50-yard line. And the Spartans are going to lose both of their bodies here on the snake side. That's going to make things really easy for Corbin Ryan for Liberty. But he squanders his body. He might have got the shot in on the tower. And they do have overwhelming superiority right now as it's a 4-on-2 situation. Still, I like the aggressive tendencies we're seeing out of Corbin Ryan. Even if he did throw his body a little bit away there. It's not going to matter as it's just Purr left. Eric Purr in the back center bunker here for the Spartans. Montanari and Moore making real quick work of him. Now Liberty going to take a lead.
Yeah, they threw a body away too. The center, he went up the center. I think he thought the guy was still in the center, 40, and just got smoked down. I don't think he's the one that shot the guy in the center. I think the other guy got shot from the backside. But still, very aggressive, good game plan. He made it up there.
Yeah, the 2 quick kills here off the snake side really played the difference for Liberty University. And then you had Corbin Ryan with the run through. I do think he shot that tower. I think he shot the tower on the run through.
I think he shot. No, he didn't shoot the tower. He was going gun.
Because the tower walked off at the same time that Ryan walked off.
I think he got shot shooting Ryan, and Ryan was looking to bunker the guy at the 40 because he didn't know he left. I'm not sure who shot the guy at the 40 going there.
Still, that's what you want to see. If that was the case, and Corbin Ryan felt that there was still a body alive, an enemy in front of him that needed to die, as he watched those 2 kills come off the snake side, it was a good read and react. Even if he ended up getting shot, I would want him to still make that move if he felt that body was alive. That's why communication's key. Now, that being said, when you see those 2 bodies walk off, even if you know that body's up there, you don't necessarily have to go get him right away. Maybe wait a beat, get the communication, and realize, oh wait, that guy's no longer there. And then you keep your body alive and have a picture-perfect point. But regardless, they still won the point. It doesn't matter. It's a 1-point lead. 50 seconds to go here. 9 minutes and 14 seconds left after a pretty fast 46-second point here in the second half.
I gotta mention this real quick. So Ryan Collins coming on the field, and there's 1:03 left to the start. He looks up and sees a 3, and he starts screaming at his team, saying, "Hey, there's only 3 seconds left." He goes, "Oh, my bad." All those guys are running out to the field trying to start playing. Man, they can't get on the field for a timeout, but they can spare a minute running out there. I just find that chuckling. It's funny.
At least he's trying to be attentive.
He's very attentive. I like that kid, actually.
Here we go. See if the Spartans can get this one back. Down by 1. Lots of time left here in the second half. Heavy guns up off the break here as Liberty Flames as they spread the field, trying to get the back corner bunker. Looks like first body to die. Snake side, but Spartans throw the 5-on-4 advantage away quickly because they lose a body from the cake. They do have the field spread though, so that should potentially work out in their favor as they have a body out on the snake side. And Liberty does not. It is 4-on-4.
It looks like Liberty's just chilling in the back right now. I don't think they're in a hurry to do anything. I don't think they're a grinding team like that, though. I think they're an aggressive team, like Infamous. I was never a really good defensive team. We'd always lose. I'm not a back player at all. I'm terrible.
Yeah, you didn't. If you weren't I'm gonna carry 15 pods or 20 pods on my back and hide in the back corner. That wasn't your game, bro.
No way. Terrible. I'd carry 10 and only use 1. But here we go, coming out this way. Ryan Carlin looked to get in the snake. If he does, that'll be hurt. That'll definitely put a hurt on those guys. He's gonna go.
Another body comes off for Liberty, though. This time, Corbin Ryan losing a gunfight out of the tower is Ryan Carlin. And Ryan Carlin, good field position as he gets up in the center. Looks like Scoob's taking good position here at the 50-yard line to try to help out Corbin. Sorry, Carlin. Carlin's past the 50. That's a tough death for Ryan Carlin right there. Hyper-aggressive player, got a little too antsy, got past the 50-yard line and recklessly losing a gunfight. He had it at a 4-on-3 situation.
I think this was Liberty's game plan now. Sit back, let them come to our guns, get a few kills, and then we'll go in the point.
Did he get shot cross field from D2?
Yes, he did. Oh, no, in the face. No, he got shot from the tower.
I was going to say,
on the
because I
snake
don't
side.
think D2 has the best angle with the way that pin is situated.
No, he came to shoot the tower that is like in the back center almost, and got shot in the face. But Liberty chilling out, not too concerned. I mean, they can hold these guys off for a good 2 or 3 minutes. They're in good positions right now. We talked about the cross-up, Maddie.
Yeah, we have seen some teams effectively work the lockout position. What's the lockout position? That's essentially when you are playing defensively and you are locked up, crossing it up, looking in front of your teammates. Is it ideal in this field? Absolutely not, but there's no one in the snake, so they don't have to worry about that body getting out wide, at least right now. If you were a Michigan State player, this tower player behind, I believe this is Alex Rashke up here in the center, Scoob.
You know, if Michigan State was smart, they would come out.
Looks like Scoob got that kill. Trying to finish things out, trying to win this 3-on-2 situation in full court attack with Scoob over here. Got a body behind him. There's still one body left alive. They got to be careful here with these counts. Scoob's going to blast him, and that is going to do it. Nice job by Wild, playing right behind Scoob. So here we go. We asked for it. You got it. Close game. 3-3, tied up.
Minor penalty, bud. There's a minor penalty.
Minor penalty.
On Michigan.
So now, well, Scoob is not walked off dead yet. So luckily for him, because it looked like he was coming off, thought his 2 teammates, but it looks like a minor penalty. Now they're screaming, wait. If it is smart, this is very smart. Very smart play here by the pit crew and the guys sitting on the rope. The alternates, essentially, on the Spartans. They saw that the minor penalty was thrown. Right. So there was three bodies were left alive. Those 2 come off. Scoob's still alive. And Scoob was walking off thinking, oh, did my job. Got that 2-pack. Things are glorious. We just tied it up. They yell at him to stop. Now, again, coaching is totally legit and kosher here in the NCPA. So they yell at him, hey, stop, stop, stop. They tell him to look at the flag station. He realizes the situation. He goes over there. But then they tell him to not hang it. And then they yell at their other players, hey, get in the box, because it's a minor penalty. So if they get in there, it at least starts the time running, regardless. Just a heads-up play by the Pits.
And also, if it's a minor penalty, when you win the point, they still stay in there. That's right.
Yeah. But still.
Got it.
Still, though. I just like the composure that the pit crew had. Now, you can't do that in the NXL. And to be honest, thank God. Never was a fan of coaching.
Me either.
This is a little bit of a holdover from the early to mid-2000s when X-Ball first came around.
But I think with these guys in particular, it helps create in their development of the game. I think that, maybe some of them need a little bit of coaching to get them where they might be. Now, when they escalate to the semi-pro or pro or whatever they do after this, I'm not taking anything away from what they're doing now. However, some of these kids might need a little coaching to develop them, to make them a better player. So.
Well, the college paintball, the talent level and the skills have gotten better and better and better. Been doing this a while and seen the development and the evolution of the skills down here at the status of it at this level of the game. But it's every year. It's just, obviously I'm always impressed by the attitude of these kids, how excited they are, but how intense it is. It's like very chill and kind of frat party-ish off the field. And then as soon as they get up between the nets, it gets real hot and heated.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They all do get along, which is nice.
Jumping into this next point, tie game, 3-3, 5 minutes and 36 seconds left. We're in the second half. Here, 2019 NCPA Championships in Orlando, Florida. Off the break with the one body still, that minor penalty. They won the point. It's going to stay up. Carlin makes his move towards the center. Ryan Carlin here for the Spartans, gets to the wedge. A good break for Liberty. They do double up that back center. We've seen a lot of bodies today die, spending too much time doubled up in that back center. Carlin now gets to the 50-yard line. This kid is aggressive, Chris.
He is, man. I like that style a lot. I like how he takes his time getting there. He doesn't run in the break. He makes his moves, with intelligence, knows where his shots are. That way he's heads up, knows where most of the people are for the most part. Nobody on this side of the field at all, man.
Yeah, there's no one on the Snake side. The closest guy over that Carlin needs to worry about here at the 50, well, I was going to say, is the guy straight in front of him, or the tower, and here he's going to run through and got to be real careful not to get a penalty. I would not be surprised if Carlin gets a penalty there. A penalty is assessed on the Spartans, but I do not know if it was on Carlin. They're going to leave that Liberty University Flames player in there.
I think he's hitting the pack, though.
And it is Corbin Ryan. So we've seen some great play from Corbin Ryan. This is that counterpunch you've been talking about, Chris, from Corbin Ryan. Oh, they're going to send Montanari.
They're pulling a penalty on.
So Corbin Ryan getting a penalty. He goes eyes to the sky and shakes his head in frustration. Montanari forced to go into the box. There are 2 players in the box currently. What a crazy penalty-ridden point this one is. Liberty with the bodies left alive, trying to take out this last player who's at the tower here towards the Snake side, and it's Purr. He gets taken out. There's 3 bodies alive for Liberty.
Wow.
Crazy point, Chris.
Yeah. But here we go. Liberty going up another one.
Yeah, they go up 1. It's been a blow-for-blow, back-and-forth game here between Michigan State University Spartans and Liberty University Flames. Closest match of the day, I feel.
Well, that penalty in the middle that they had got was justified.
The one on Liberty?
On Michigan State.
Yeah. So, and I think that was on Ryan Carlin.
It was
right?
on Carlin.
Carlin for sure deserved the penalty, and he's lucky he didn't get a major.
However, the guy after the guy went to the pin, he did get shot in the pack from across the field by somebody else. So he should have come out the field to begin with. And then he shoots somebody, and they pull him out, and he says something. And they pull him for talking.
So you're talking about Corbin Ryan from Liberty.
Yes, Corbin Ryan.
Yeah, who had the nice counterpunch bunker move to take out Ryan Carlin. It's kind of interesting because those are the 2 guys we keep saying. So Ryan Carlin plays for the Spartans. Corbin Ryan plays for the Flames. Both those guys are playing outstanding today. I know some mistakes here, little penalties, but this is when you're that caliber of player and you are really helping your team out, this is when you got to pat your boy on the back in the pits and be like, hey, shake that penalty off, man. Just shake it off. No big deal. We need you out there. Stay focused.
You know, and I think, well, like I said, Ryan Carlin, I gotta keep looking because there's so many different names. So Corbin Ryan, after he bunkered after he bunkered Ryan Carlin for Michigan, he actually got shot in the pack from somebody else.
But from the D side.
From the D side. Yep. The refs missed it. Comes out, shoots the back center guy, starts talking. Then he gets shot, starts talking. That's why they pulled the 1-for-1 on him, and that's why they were in the penalty box. Just trying to clarify what happened there because it happened so fast.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, at one point in time, the Spartans had 2 bodies in the box. One, I believe, still from that minor from the point before because all this went down pretty quick. But as it sits right now, their timeout was just called as well, too, I believe, from the Spartans. But it's 3:50 on the clock here in the second half and a 1-point lead for Liberty.
You know, what do you think? Would you change anything? I think everything's running fine.
Yeah,
they're just either losing gun battles or getting shot in the break or whatnot.
I really can't.
Penalties.
I can't complain about either one of these 2 teams. I feel that they're attacking the center of the field. The center has the most offensive capability, the safest offensive capability. The Snake is a bit treacherous on the break, but it will be a good reward for your risk if you can get in here and stay alive. We're watching a lot of guys kind of, would say, not efficiently playing the Snake as well as they could because they're not necessarily taking the advantage when it presents itself or when they earn it, in the fact that there'll be no one in front of you and there's no back player to deal with. So guys aren't necessarily hitting the deck crawling all the way down. The D side, we're seeing a lot of kills come from guys sleeping on that D side too, Chris. Both teams starting with 5 bodies alive. No, actually, Liberty still has a body in the box.
They do. That was from that 1-for-1, and they won the point. So there's probably about 40 seconds left on that penalty because they conceded the point. That's if he was in the box. I'm not sure if he was or not. 5-on-4 in favor of Michigan State right now. And Liberty playing conservative, Matt.
Well, they have that 1-point lead. They have 4 bodies left alive. They did get all 4 of their bodies, and they did spread the field out a little bit on the D side. Now, yes, they have all the back bunkers and no no penetration at all, and no one out on the snake side. But then again, hey, if you're going to just win a gunfight real quick and then get your guy out of the box, we'll see. He decides to go out a little wide, use the tower to block out his opponent, and he stays alive. Beautiful job by the player from Liberty to get out of that box, Chris.
No, absolutely. And also now they're in an advantage. They drop two. Michigan State dropping another one from the snake side, so have nobody on this side of the field. The only person containing this side of the field is that center 40. And they lose their Dorito side too, as man. So only two more guys left. Sorry, one more guy left. Liberty not looking too good. I mean, not Liberty. Michigan State not looking too good right now.
This is going to be a huge point for Liberty if they can find these last couple bodies. In fact, Michigan State is just going to go ahead and concede the point to preserve the time. 2:36 now on the clock. It's going to be a 2-point lead for the Liberty Flames. 5-3 is the score. Liberty is looking really good here, winning these close points to take this 2-point lead towards the end of the game.
No, without question. I mean, I definitely think that they're playing that conservative shoot in the break game, see what happens, and then filter out. They are taking a risk on the Dorito side, getting out there a little further. But I like how conservative they're being on the snake side, because that is the risk right there, getting out past that tower.
Yeah, look, this is a field you're going to have to take some risks. I mean, every paintball field is like, there's certain truths to a paintball field, right? Try to shoot bodies on the break. You need to live on the break. You're going to have to risk bodies eventually. You can't just hide 5 bodies in the pocket. I mean, it's been years since we've seen a layout like that.
Yeah.
I remember Mid-Atlantic Open probably 5 years ago. It's probably the worst field layout I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
So boring. But this one, there's lots of offensive, smart, I would say the offensive possibilities in the center of the field are the safest. The snake is effective, as most ladder snakes are, if you win your gunfights down the tape line, down the sideline. D side, we've seen a lot of big moves down the D side here, Chris.
Yeah, no, I just think that what's going to happen on this game with Liberty, because they are up 2 points, they're going to come out, they're going to shoot their lanes, they're not going to risk anything up the middle. And I think that you're going to see a person up the middle and maybe Ryan Carlin go into the snake on the break, because that's what they need. So because they haven't been coming out wide with Liberty, I think you might want to come out wide this game to kind of contain him if they're going to go to the snake. That's what I would do.
Spartans need some offense right now. They cannot just hope to gunfight their way into the victory. Now, hey, prove me wrong.
Yeah.
It's just that Liberty's been pretty tight in these situations so far. This is why they have a lead. Been real good on the counterpunch as well, too. Here we go. Can the Spartans get 2 points back to tie? We will see. Well, they spread the field out and stay alive, and everyone's up and on their feet, rolling those guns, putting that pressure on. A little ground taken here in the center by the Liberty Flames as they get Corbin Ryan, and he looks like he wants to go. He moves up to the 40-yard line wedge and puts his gun towards the D side. No one is attacking on either side of the field yet for the Spartans. They have 2 minutes and 12 seconds to put 2 points on the board. Ryan Carlin, though, for the Spartans, is going to dive here into Snake 1 and stay alive.
There's nobody down the wire to contain him.
This is what we're talking about, Chris. Right now, he does have to worry about that back center. But instead of hitting the deck and crawling all the way down and trying to shoot backs and packs, he decides to gunfight through Snake 1. I do not like that move. Now he's going to move up into Snake 2. You do have to worry about the shot down on your pack when you come around this bunker right here at the 50-yard line from the tower and the back center. But he's not very big, so if he goes inside and stays low, he should be able to make it through fine.
But this is usually where he gets shot in the face.
When they're giving him the snake, Harlan has the whole snake. He should be on his belly, yelling at his back player to roll around and put the back center in. The tower's looking the D side, and Carlin's shooting inside from D2 when he needs 2 points with 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Yeah.
And then he loses his gunfight. It's a rough go.
Yes. He should have been all the way down the snake. And it looks like
they lose Per on the other side too, so
I don't know. He actually is picking up pods and getting ready to walk out the field. I'm not sure what he was doing.
Well, Per died from the D side, and now they're going to lose. Yeah, this game's over. It was a beautiful job by Liberty to contain, win some gunfights. They're going to concede the point. Well, now it's going to be a 3-point spread with under 1 minute to go. And now we're having some arguments here in the pits for the Spartans.
Believably, they're a little frustrated. They came off a really nice win. But Liberty, man, playing good. I think that Liberty just changed up their game plan. They contain the guys, let them come at them, and then chop them up because their gunfighting skills are a little better.
Would have been
Michigan.
Yeah, I do agree. Liberty proving so far in this match that they are, at least in this particular game, better at gunfighting than the Spartans.
It started off like a great match, though.
This is going to be one of those scores that does not indicate how close this game actually was.
But now, does the sides of the field make a difference for Michigan? Do they play better from one side of the field than the other?
Depends on if Carlin's right or left-handed and how much he's been practicing with his offhand.
Right.
But right now, the Spartans are going right-handed down the snake side, left-handed down the D side, and Liberty's going left-handed down the snake side. But they're not winning. They're winning it with the big punches through the center, and they're winning it on their gunfights.
Yes, 100%. You're not seeing a lot of G's on the break. You might get one here and there, but they're usually
trading.
playing. Yes.
They're going back and forth.
Yes.
No team has been dominating the other team off the break.
Nope.
Yeah, they're getting their kills, but they're both, they'll trade those bodies out. It's the winning. Liberty's just been better at the 4-on-4s, the 3-on-3s, those clutch situations when you have to have your wits about you. It's the read and react moves. That's been the difference here in this particular matchup. Under 20 seconds to go before the start of potentially the last point. Just 47 seconds left here in the second half.
It's going to be exciting to say the least. They're going to go up the middle. And then, I'm pretty sure that Liberty's going to shoot their guns.
And on the breakout, now Liberty is trying to seal this win up. Here comes the reckless attack from Michigan State as the Spartans are going to drop their first body. They did shoot a body from the Flames off the D side, and the Flames are now going to try to scamper out from the doubled up position in the center. It makes it clean. Wild was the body walking off. There's still 4 bodies still on the field for the Spartans. Scoob in the center. Looks like Carlin comes off as well. That's going to do it, Chris. Just 6 seconds left to go.
So well played by Liberty. Well played by both teams.
Yeah, this was not a bad look at all. Oh, they didn't hear. Looks like Alex Scoob did not hear the buzzer. Wanted to get a couple more shots in there. Regardless, though, the victory is going to go to the Liberty Flames. So our first look at them, and they looked outstanding, Chris. One of the better teams here, and I think a favorite to win this tournament right now.
I agree. I'd like to see them play against the UCF. I think that would be a really good matchup. They're both aggressive, but Liberty looks a little more controlled, better gunfighting, and they have better game plans, in my opinion, right now.
So that is going to do it here for this game, but stick around. More action coming at you from the 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall. Got Chris Lasoya up here in the booth with me all weekend long. Next up is going to be the Clemson Tigers taking on the Drexel Dragons. We'll be back. Welcome back, 2019 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall. Got Chris Lasoya, paintball legend, sitting behind or beside me. So Chris, during that short break, we went down and looked at this snake side here because we're watching a lot of teams blow completely open the snake side of the field, but keep their first attacker back at snake 1 or snake 2. I wanted to get another look at what's stopping these guys. The tower, if he's looking your way and has a beat on you, absolutely can shoot by that 50-yard line and get you when you make your way across. You can't just hit the deck and recklessly go through that lane. Now, we knew that. Now, the back center also has that angle too, but not nearly as good of an angle on that position. The team that wins this tournament is going to be able to close that door. Here, if you're the first attacker on the snake side and you have a back player behind you and you've blown this side out and you're making any penetration or moves on the D side of the field, that move is open.
Absolutely. I mean, you definitely, that tower, especially somebody your size, Matt, that'd be a perfect spot for you. I mean, I could see the shot, but somebody like yourself would see it a lot better than
if you're tall, if you're over 6 foot tall or plus, it's going to be a real effective angle for you to help and isolate that snake player and keep him from moving past this 50-yard line. But if you're a shorter back player, it's going to decrease that angle. Anyway, we're jumping into this match here between the Drexel University Dragons and the Clemson University Tigers, and it looks like the first to lose a body is going to be the Tigers. And those two, Chris.
On the break, yeah, both on the Dorado side, so they're kind of contained. Everybody over here for Clemson is on the snake side, Matty.
Yeah, Clemson here from basically from the center 30-yard line. They got the tower and snake 1, and that's it. 3 bodies left alive for the Tigers, and they didn't shoot anyone from Drexel. Drexel with a good crossfield spread, and now Chris pushing up on the D side of the field, getting into D2.
Now that's a great move. Now, the good thing that the Tigers just did, the guy from the center just backed up to that little wedge to kind of keep them, but then he loses their snake guy. Oh, it looks like here comes a penalty, Matt.
Oh, not good occurrence here for Drexel, as Drexel had a huge advantage, but squanders it, getting it looks like a minor penalty, but multiple bodies here coming off, Chris.
That kind of helps a little bit. So right now it's a 3-on-2. Both teams, I mean, Drexel has the upper hand right now because they're so far up in the Dorito. But this corner snake over here for Drexel has got to get down and get in the snake. Oh, there goes number 4 for Clemson. So that's pretty much going to be curtains for Clemson. Here comes Drexel.
Drexel now getting here into snake 1 and still with the 3 bodies left alive. Maintain their composure, even losing those 2 bodies on the penalty now, way past the 50 on the D side, and looks like cleans out those last 2 bodies. So
they should concede the point right now so they can maintain that negative 20% loss on the break. But Clemson not playing heads up right now. I mean, the coach right there should be conceding this point.
The coach for Clemson should be conceding the point. And sure enough, looks like Heiner comes in and knows exactly what the deal is here. And yeah, I don't know if they were able to get that body out in time.
He was out of the box before you can see the
Yeah, so that's good for Drexel.
Yep.
When you get a minor penalty, the minor penalty stays on the board if you win the point. It comes off if you lose the point. And just like you said, one of the Clemson Tigers figured that out. He was yelling at him, hey, as they came off, hey, concede the point, concede the point. They didn't concede the point. Drexel got that body out. Now they get to start with 5.
Right, well, Drexel should have stopped in their bunkers and waited for them to concede the point instead of running down, maybe trading out, getting a penalty themselves, because they want to get their player out of the box. And if Clemson would have realized that, they would have conceded the point to begin with. But they're not. I think they're too busy trying to figure out what went wrong that game. They had their spots, they made their spots, they lost their gun face. You know, that's becoming the common denominator against some of these teams that are losing these days.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, when we were looking as far as divisional level, so if you were to equate Class A, what I've seen over the years, I would have to say the really good players out here, we've seen a couple guys and pro teams and pro players come here and play on their college teams and do incredibly well. I would have to say the elite guys are around D2, D1, semi-pro-ish, and then the majority of the players more D2 to D3. You're going to see a lot of younger players out here too, just kind of getting their first spins in tournament paintball, playing for their clubs. So you are going to see some early deaths. It's just part of divisional paintball. It's part of all paintball. Obviously, those early deaths cut down a little bit as you move up the ranks, but yes, lots of gunfight deaths out here cost their teams. So far, first day competition, we're going to continue to see that all weekend long. It's just who's going to lose the majority of the bodies, who's going to stay alive. 8 minutes and 3 seconds to go, just getting things kicked off. here Friday's competition, NCPA championship, and Drexel having to sprint out, get their last bodies out here on time. Looks like Jake's able to get there.
Stay corner! Stay corner!
Drexel gonna send a body out to the snake back bunker, and he makes it alive. They do double up that back center, and looks like the Tiger's gonna do the same. So Chris, that's kind of been one of the go-to moves here, is to go heavy guns and double up that back center.
Yeah, no, that's a good breakout for both Clemson and for Drexel. Getting up to that corner is going to be tough, though.
That's a big bite. He went all the way from the back center. Made it clean, though. They both made it. The other guy went to the back corner bunker on the D side. So the doubled up runs out wide, works out for the Tigers, and they keep 5 bodies alive.
But up in the middle, you got Drexel making the move, trying to get up a little angle to shut down that Dorito side.
Yeah, Drexel already had spread the field, and now they're taking some ground up the center, going to the mini wall, and as the Tigers dive into D3, so that's the best position on the field for anybody right now, except for maybe the center player here for Drexel.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. I don't like that spot when they get that far up in the Doritos, though.
I was gonna say, I'd just rather be out wide.
Yeah.
I mean, getting a body up the center and having a gun to shut down one side of the field's great, but I feel like this, I would love to be out wide if I don't have anybody in front of me. Because the way that those Doritos are situated, and now see, he's just able to power himself down the field, but loses a gunfight.
I think the guy in the center is the one that shot him. I don't think he knew he was there.
I think you got to be careful. You got to check off your lanes. This is, again, why communication is so important. There's only 5 variables downfield. There's 5 enemies. Count them up. And now here comes the attack in the center of the field for the Tigers. Looks like they are going to get, that's Drake again, Drake Morty. Drake Morty up in the center. Another body comes off for the Drexel Dragons. Clemson looking like they're probably going to tie this point, or tie this game up here, Chris.
Yeah, they're in a pretty bad spot right now, Drexel. Especially being all the way up in the Doritos over there, Maddie, they're in a bad spot for sure.
Yeah, body coming off for Drexel in the back corner bunker. That's Kevin Leong. Kevin Leong played really well for Drexel in their first match here on the snake side. Closing the gap, taking out the player in the tower. Here's the Tigers, and the Tigers are going to tie this game up at 1 apiece.
Good point right there by these guys. Well conservative, nice played out. I like the move down the Doritos was clutch. And down the center, they played that pretty well. They didn't know that guy was in the center, though. I know he didn't.
Yeah, they did not know that the mini wall was hot in the center of the field. That took out the first D side player, but they quickly found that body.
Yep.
They still were able to power down the D side of the field, make moves in the center.
Well, I like how Drexel, he actually tried to come up and trade with the guy from Clemson in the 50 here. He missed he blew the shot. I mean, he should have traded, but he blew the shot. That would have helped them out a little bit, but I think at that point it was a little too late.
So now 1 minute and 35 seconds to go before the start of the next point. We have those 2-minute breaks in between these points. 5:34 on the clock, and the last game that Drexel played against the Miami Redhawks, that was a very low-scoring game. 3-1 was the final score. So Drexel can definitely drag out points if that's the way you want to play.
Well, and I think that's, I don't know, man. This still is a low-scoring game for right now, even though it's been 5 minutes. I'm used to seeing a lot more points in the game, especially from the last games we've been watching.
Yeah, the last game had a 6-3 score. The game before that was 9-2, and then a 5-4. So, which was the last game. So the Clemson Tigers are, in a must-win situation here, dropping that first game to the Temple Owls, but they only dropped it by 1, so keeping that point spread real close.
Yeah, I think both these teams look pretty evenly matched right now, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they do look, obviously the game's tied, but they do look pretty evenly matched. Yeah, Drexel Dragons with the win, the Tigers with the loss. Those are the only 2 games we've seen them so far. Survivability a bit of an issue for Drexel in that last point. And we definitely liked the aggression that we saw out of the Tigers. We'll see if they can keep it going. D-side's been looking strong side for them.
I like them going to the snake on this side of the field for Clemson.
On the breakout now, the Dragons taking some ground in the center, getting to the wedge, dead center of the field, and also taking some ground out wide on the snake side. Referee checking out back player here for the Tigers, but the Tigers do lose their attacker, Chris, on the D side, and they're probably going to get a penalty here. And they are a major penalty assessed on the Tigers. That's going to completely decimate their snake side, and they just have 2 players left alive.
Yeah, oh, right in the head. That was a good shot. Sorry, that was a great shot by Clemson. Look at this run though, Matty.
Yeah, tries the desperation attack, down bodies. Not able to get through though. So now the 3 players left alive for the Dragons are trying to find the Clemson Tiger in the back center. And he's going to be taken out. So that should do it.
Yeah, I definitely would have tried. I definitely wouldn't have conceded the point. I would have sat there and ground out a little more of that major penalty.
Well, the Drexel Dragons now clawing back, and this is that blow-for-blow game we were hoping to see. We've only seen 1 blowout today, and that was the Central Florida Knights dominating against North Carolina State. North Carolina State will be playing against Purdue in our next match, so they do have a chance at redemption. Not against Central Florida yet, but just in general. The penalty there was the big story in that last point, Chris.
That really hurt. I mean, you called it though, Matty. I mean, I was calling the G from the corner.
He looked a little squirrely in there. You know when a guy gets hit and does the little shimmy in his spunker and looks around looking for refs? That's kind of what it looked like.
302. Comes out of the box, 302.
So 3:02 on the game time is when the Tigers will be getting that body out from the major penalty. They didn't really get to burn much of that time off, period.
No, and like I said, I would never concede that point. I mean, unfortunately for my back center guy, you're gonna have to take it, pal. Take one for the team.
Yeah, that's when you're just gonna have to sit there and wear it.
Just come out there and wear it. You know, those 10 seconds might make a difference. So,
gonna be fighting down with 4 bodies for quite a bit of time here. Another probably about, I think, about a minute and 43 seconds, I believe, left on that major penalty. This is the opportunity for Drexel to try to run the score up a little bit. Only going to be looking at 4 guns.
10 seconds.
Starting line for the Tigers coming back out here with Morty, Norman, Heiner, Mosley, and Egbert. On the breakout, we'll see. Doubling up the back center for the Tigers. They do get the body out wide on the D side. They do not shoot anybody from the Dragons, though, but they do keep their 4 bodies alive. So that should help them burn some of this major off this clock. 5 players alive for the Dragons. Rolling their guns nicely here, trying to put some pressure on the 4 players alive, but they throw that body away in the center. So losing a gunfight in the center of the field. Here is Gustavo Martinez for Drexel. That's going to even up the count. Oh, they got a quick kill here. Here comes the attack on the snake side. We've been waiting to see this. Leong has the snake completely to himself. He gets that kill, crossfield, and now just pauses. I would be hitting the gas pedal, man. There's still a guy in that box. Get this kill, hang the flag, and have your opponent start down a body again. It's exactly what they're going to do. Nice job by Leong over here. Kevin Leong got that kill, ran down the snake side, shot the body on the D side. He could have kept going and shot that for the 3-pack. Pumped the brakes. That did cost him a few seconds as far as the penalty time is concerned for the Tigers to keep that body in the box as long as you possibly can. But making the most here is Drexel Dragons of that penalty on the Tigers. And they're going to run that score up slightly here, 3-1, with 3 minutes and 46 seconds left to go, Chris, here in this first half.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those guys, coming out a little stronger. The Tigers, I think when they switched the field, I think they played better from that left side of the field, Matt. I think that they played better down the snake right-handed. I know I sound crazy sometimes, but some people just play better that way.
Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. I mean, particularly when you get lower down the divisions, not everyone's as proficient with their left hand or their off-dominant hand than they are with their dominant hand. So if you're right-handed, and you've only been playing paintball for a year or two, yeah, you're probably not going to be as good with your left hand as you are with your right hand. So
Or comfortable.
And so right now the Dragons are playing right-handed down the snake. The Tigers are playing left-handed down the snake. Unfortunately, it's kind of that penalty's been that was the big thorn in their side. They still have more time to burn off of that clock. They are going to be starting with 4 again, and now down by 2 against the Dragons. But it's definitely not crazy to say that divisional paintball players are going to be not as dominant with their offhand. It's just it's pretty easy math right there.
Well, and you know, unfortunately, it looks like on that major they're going to go up 2 points. I mean, not right this second, but they have the opportunity. Drexel does to go up another point, which is 2 points on a 5-minute penalty, and man, that hurts, especially when we're not grinding that off. I mean, they only ground off
a 2-minute penalty.
2-minute penalty. Sorry. Yeah. They only ground off like half that penalty on maybe a little bit more.
Well, so timeout being called, so we're going to throw an extra minute here on the break time. So a minute and 15 seconds now as the referees blow some of the bunkers up. I'm glad they're doing that because when we went out in between these games and we were looking at that, the angles from the back center and the tower as far as their shots on the 50 snake are concerned, because that, I mean, if I'm a snake player, I want that beam blown up to maximum capacity.
Yeah, for sure, because we had talked about that earlier. I'm like, well, the shot on this side's a little different. You're like, well, the bunker's not all the way blown up. I'm like, oh. Yeah. But they did fix that. And it's on like a little downward slope, so that combined with the low of the bunker,
it's really going to be how tall are those back center players.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're over 6 foot tall, you're going to have a pretty good shot over the beam as the player comes around wide. The tower is, yeah, if there's a guy in that tower and he's got a beat on you and you're at that snake too, it's going to be very difficult for you to push forward. The back center, not as much. That lane is not as dominant, but if you put your pack up a little bit, he's going to potentially be able to drop some shots in on you. So definitely something to bear in mind for the center players to come for Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, true story.
10 seconds.
It's not even like an inch here or there is going to change anything too, because you're wide open. Yes, there are pins there, but those pins do not protect from that angle from the center, back center, and the stand-up tower here on the snake side. Still starting with 4. The Tigers able to get their 4 bodies out alive though, as the player makes it out to the back corner bunker here on the snake side. 5 bodies alive for Drexel. And they send their player on a secondary into D1. They also took ground with Leon, again, been very competent at getting out wide on this snake side. The Tigers have 2 bodies on the D side with the back corner bunker and D1. They also have a player still, back corner bunker on the snake side and the tower here on the snake side as well. No one in the center, no penetration. Oh, Tigers lose that body in a gunfight as they get their player out of the box. So if that player could have just stayed alive for a little bit longer, it would have been 5-on-5. The Dragons do have good position in the center of the field. They also have now pushed up into D2.
So still hanging in there. All 4 still alive. He's gonna be coming out of the box here pretty soon though, Matt. Oh, sorry, all 3 alive now. They lost their Dorito 2 guy. So now he did come out of the box.
Still 2 minutes and 32 seconds left in this first half.
This point's big for Clemson.
Yeah, this is, now that they've got rid of that major penalty, and maybe that'll put the fear of God into them to not get another major, because that cost them 2 points.
I think that guy's hitting the loader. Or maybe it's just the hell of a loader. My eyesight's not what it used to be either. But Clemson, they have no sense of urgency right now to get down the field at all.
They don't have anyone in attacking positions. They're dealing with real strong field position for the Dragons with the body up at the 40-yard line. Now body repositioning for the Dragons and getting into the stand-up can here on the snake side. And also D2 is hot for the Dragons. 5 players alive for them and a great cross-field spread and some penetration. Oh, but just as I say that, the player here, number 21 for Drexel, that's going to be Billy Bothwell. So that's a tough death for Billy Bothwell, but another death on the opposite side of the field and a minor penalty. So the penalty bug is just terrible right now for the Tigers. They cannot keep anyone out of that box. Number 9 right now, Gustavo Martinez needs to make sure he stays low in there while he's asking for a check. I know he's asking for a check, but he needs to take cover. It looks like he's down low enough now. The referee's going to check him out, and he is hit. So couple kills real quick for the Tigers, even with that minor penalty. is keeping them in this point. Just 1 minute and 2 seconds left to go here in this first half as Leong gets into the snake, hits the deck, and he's going to crawl up. Now, here's the situation. This is what we just talked about, right, Chris? There's no one in the back center, there's no one at the tower, there's no one in the snake, and there's no one in the back corner bunker. Leong could hit the deck, crawl all the way around, and shoot these guys in the side right now.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to be there right now, at all. And that could be a coaching thing, too. The coach should be like, what are you doing? Show all of them.
So Long, but he's just going to run into that gun. Now, he might have got the shot on him.
No, his gun was down.
Low percentage play there, but it works out for Leong, and he's going to get the last 2 kills, so... Oh, and he went to sleep on the penalty box. The player comes out of the penalty box and dices up the last 2 players, last 3 players.
Yes, he can take the flag.
Yeah, there's still 11 seconds left. He can win this point. He's killed everybody. A little 3-pack. And he is going to hit the afterburners and steal this point. And the Clemson Tigers are going to put their second point on the board where the heads-up play comes out of the box, Chris. The Dragons completely dropped the ball there, had no idea that that player was about to get out of the penalty box. He blasts 3 players. Everyone that's left alive on the Dragons dies to his sword, and he keeps this one close. It's now 1 point game.
Wow. What a point. That point right there was crucial.
That was Drake Morty again.
That's awesome.
Drake Morty's had some clutch points for Clemson.
Came out blasting. That was awesome. You're right, they fell asleep, man. Every single one of them. That's about the second or third time we've seen that happen this tournament.
So yeah, this is why you always have to keep your wits about you. Paintball is such a mental game. It has very little to, yes, of course, it's going to help you out if you're small and fast. It's definitely going to help you out if you have good gun skills and you can run and shoot. Great snapshot. I hope you've done all that. I hope you've trained. But that's not what wins and loses tournaments. What wins and loses tournaments is what happens, it's like General Mattis used to say, the most important space on the battlefield is the 6 inches in between your ears.
Right.
And right there, they just completely went to sleep. The Tigers, with Morty in there, he won that mental battle, shot those 3 bodies, and I really, Kevin Leong did a great job of getting into the snake, but instead of hitting the deck and crawling down and safely shooting those 2 bodies, he still shot those 2 bodies, but he ran into that guy's gun. He's lucky that guy's gun was down. He shoots the body in the mini wall, shoots the body in D2, completely forgets that there's still a body, so a mental mistake there. Anyway, it's just, when you see those mistakes and how well Leong was playing up until that point, man, it was interesting turn of events there, to say the least.
No, without question, without question. And it's good for them, good for Clemson. They needed that point. They're going in 2 points down, or even without that point there, they're going 3 points down. I mean, that's, you definitely needed that going in. So now it's only 1 point game going into the second half. Good game, and they do play better from this side, so. To be determined.
To be determined. Now, the Dragons are still playing some pretty solid paintball out here, and I think that they still have the lead. Now, it's a 1 point lead, and we still have 10 minutes of our second half to play here, but paintball very much, as we talked about, a mental game, but also a game of momentum. The Tigers are going to be incredibly pumped up, and their big problem, Chris, in that first half was penalties. They could not stay out of that box. It cost them a couple points, and yeah, they obviously had to really hope that Morty would pull some craziness out of his hat. He did, and able to stay close, but they've really got to play clean here in the second half because the penalties were killing them in that first half.
Yo, absolutely. I mean, and like these judges are not taking any flack, man. I mean, they're calling a lot of penalties. I don't think I've seen a tournament in a long time that I've seen this many penalties thrown.
Just like you play the field, you got to play the refs too.
Oh, absolutely.
It's part of the conditions. You have to deal with the weather. You got to deal with the paint conditions. How are your guns working? Who's playing hot, who's not. One of the most important things you need to deal with is the refs.
Yep.
I mean, the refs are a huge factor in this game. So if you're playing a tournament and the refs are throwing tons of penalties, you need to have extra sensitivity with your body knowledge. Make sure you check yourself if you feel any sort of just a little nick here or there. Be real careful and watch each other. 2, if you look over and see your boy playing with the hit, might as well just pump a couple on his back to make sure he doesn't get you that major and could cost you the game.
I remember when we first started playing NXL, 9 million balls a second, and Bob was the head ref. Remember Bob?
Oh yeah, I remember Bob.
So I remember the first tournament we went to, I think it was Vegas or somewhere, I can't remember exactly where we were. But I got shot in the hand or something, and he called a penalty. It was a questionable penalty.
3 minutes.
But I just lost it. So mad. I used every word in the book that I could possibly think of. And that cost me about 2 tournaments worth of just getting penalties or having to worry about getting penalties or them hating me.
Hey man, I feel your pain. I've tried to pride myself on not losing my cool in those situations, but I got cheated one time, and I think Bob missed the call, and I gave him a piece of my mind, and that cost me back in the day when majors were 10 minutes in the box.
Oh yeah.
So I had to sit in that box for 10 long minutes with Rich Telford just giving me the dagger eyes every single point he came out to play. And my only defense was, hey man, that guy cheated me, and I had to state my case. I will always tell guys, hey, if you feel you really did get the bad end of that call, plead your case to the refs.
Yeah.
But just be wary what that means when you do plead your case to the refs.
I started going about it different after that. I'm like, hey, I really think you might have missed that call, sir. I did start doing that. I'm like, yeah, listen, and if they ask me, hey, did you cheat? I'm like, yeah, you missed that one. So I didn't lie to him. Like I said, I'm always a cheater, never a liar. But yeah, no, it's like you be straight up with them, straight up with you, you know. But yeah, I think these guys are on point. I haven't seen anything that's just been out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I haven't seen any blatant, flagrant. Now, again, we don't have the best view up here, and we don't have replays to work with, or some of the, other elements that we get to use in the NXL. But I haven't really seen too many completely blown calls out here.
No, I haven't. So, hats off to the players, hats off to the refs. I mean, everybody's doing a good job. We've got some cloud cover finally, so the sun kind of got a little cooler. Like, it's only about 95 now.
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago, I was going to say how it actually got more humid, I feel.
It did. But,
it was supposed to top out at 88 today, and right now it is sitting at a nice and balmy 88 degrees.
Okay.
Central Florida. You always got to be prepared for the heat and humidity when you come play in Florida. Hey, at least it's not 105 with 95% humidity, which we've seen in years past. So it could be worse. It's been worse. And it's not raining, knock on wood.
No, that's
when we came here a couple months ago for the MVPS, that was a great event for the Combine. I'm actually rocking my Team USA shirt today in support of the the U19s, 18 and under, and our female squad that we're going to be sending over to Europe. Send them the best of luck. They're going to be going to Amsterdam. But it started raining, and this entire sideline over here was just completely full of water. Everyone was sitting in ankle-deep water.
Did you say something about getting something stuck?
Yeah, we got our production. Well, we didn't get our production truck stuck. I mean, the mud got it stuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had to stay here an extra night and push the mud out, and get it towed out the next morning. It was not the greatest start to the year.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we've been in those situations together before.
Absolutely. I still think Texas was pretty bad.
Galveston was probably the worst.
That was pretty bad.
I don't know, Jersey was real bad.
Jersey was pretty bad too, yeah. Here comes Drexel, here comes Clemson on your left.
Yeah, these teams switching sides now, so the Tigers are going to be on your left and the Dragons are going to be on your right. The Dragons, with that 1-point lead, it looks like the Tigers are going to be the first to drop a body, but at least he did not get a penalty.
Yes, that's true. 4-on-5 in favor of Drexel. But not in bad field position is Clemson. They get a quick G right here, they might be okay.
Yeah, Clemson, they do have a body out wide on the snake side, and they also have a body at the 30-yard line, the lay-down wedge, dead center of the field.
Yeah, Drexel also has mirrored up on the corner of the snake side as well. I think, hopefully Clemson can get up in the middle a little bit and get a G out of the center and get somebody in the snake for these guys.
Yeah, no one in the snake for either squad, but both teams do have a body out wide in those back bunkers. Here goes a move from the Dragons, as the Dragons are going to get a body into the Aztec, insert Aztec D side of the field. A little bit better forward progression in the center for the Dragons, as they're at the 40-yard line in the center instead of the 30.
But that little bump is not too difficult to make. Hopefully, I'd like to see Clemson get up in the 50, since there is nobody over here. The only person stopping him is that Dorito side Aztec. But just standing over the top like that for that long is never a really good idea. Oh, but he gets out to the Dorito Matty. That's going to cause a problem now.
Yeah, he's into D1. A little bit better field position for Drexel on that D side, getting out a little bit wider. That's the thing with those Doritos. You want to be able to get out into the Doritos and be able to start wrapping around wide. He does have to worry about the back corner bunker for the Tigers, as that bunker is hot. So he's going to have to contend with that player as he moves up the field.
It doesn't seem like either team has any sense of urgency. This next point, I mean, Clemson has got to win this next point. Drexel, I think, looks just fine, content. Here comes down the middle, Maddie.
Yeah, going to leapfrog what was his front player, and now he's going to get right to that 50. And this is the hero of that last point, Chris, Drake Morty. So Drake Morty for the Tigers. And he, wow, comes around, and he's going to get that kill. Has to trade his body to do it. He was begging for a penalty, and not going to get it.
And they come down the D side too, Maddie. So they're at D2 or D3 right now on the far side. So nice little. Oh, he's hitting top of the visor, I think.
I don't know. That might have bounced.
No. Thank God for being.
See how the referee did a good job of checking his whole body and not just to ask where the player asked him to check?
Oh yeah,
because that's like the oldest trick in the book.
I always point where I'm not hit.
Yeah. But the Tigers lose the body in the back corner bunker. Here comes Leong. Leong might have taken a core sample though. So he stops at the 50-yard line. See, I don't know why he keeps doing this. If Leong had just continued his forward progression, he would have already shot this guy.
Yeah, 100%.
So now Leong's going to get a free kill. So the Dragons going to extend their lead slightly here.
That was a long point though, man.
That was a long point. We're now down to 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
Almost a 4-minute point?
Yeah, probably 4 minutes by the time he saunters in and to throw that flag up on there. Not really in a big hurry here.
Yeah, either would I be. You know, so that is.
Yeah, they have the lead.
Yeah.
So the burning more time off is great for the Dragons right now.
Right. That was a pretty decent point by both teams, but ended up losing gunfights just like we talked about.
That's Bothwell, Billy Bothwell, here from the Drexel Dragons, hanging that flag up. 4-2 is the score. We're going to have 2 minutes in between these points as we are in the X-Ball format. 6 minutes and 3 seconds left for the Tigers to score 2 to tie. If they can stay alive with what we've seen out of the Tigers, I think that's definitely possible here.
Yeah,
I mean, they don't look bad. I mean, they've only put 2 points on the board, but the penalties killed them in the first half.
Oh, absolutely.
And we'd seen, that was a long, close point.
Because they got 2 points in that penalty, right? I believe.
They did get 2 points in that penalty.
So that's the 2-point spread right there.
Yeah, and so.
Well, I mean, to be determined. Still 6 minutes left in the game. I mean, average points are going about 2 minutes right about now. I mean, that's average.
For most of the games, yeah. Obviously, there was the outlier with the Dragons. Last time the Drexel played against the Redhawks, Miami Redhawks, that was only a 3-1 match. We still have 3 more sets coming at you today here, 2019 NCPA Championships. North Carolina State Wolfpack will have the opportunity to play a little bit better than they did in that first dominant victory that the Knights got over them in that 9-2 7-point Mercy Rule win. They're going to be taking on the Purdue Boilermakers. We have not seen Purdue out here yet today. They did play in that first game. Yeah, they did play in the first game, and that
we just didn't.
Yeah.
We saw the end
some of it.
We saw the end of it.
And that was a close game. Purdue didn't look bad.
Yeah, they didn't look bad at all.
So we'd have to give Purdue a little bit to be the favorite in that match. Then we're going to see the Central Florida Knights take on the Miami Redhawks. The Florida Knights look the best out of all the teams, but because North Carolina didn't really put that much of a fight up, losing a ton of bodies, it looks like a timeout here being called, and it's being called by Clemson. Again, it is 88 degrees out here, so you can see why these guys are trying to utilize these timeouts. It looks like they are running their starting 5 till the wheels fall off here, Chris.
Yeah, no, they are for sure. And honestly, like you talked about earlier, at this age, you should be able to play that many points.
Yes.
Because how many points did we used to play? We played the original X-Ball. We played
uphill both ways in the snow.
25 to 30 points.
That's very true though.
Yeah, we did.
We were playing 25-minute halves in the very beginning.
And getting shot 150 times a game.
Yeah, that's no joke too. I remember counting all the welts I had just from my. Remember Vegas? I was running. I don't know. Probably don't remember, but I was running up the center a lot, and I counted just the welts I had from my belt line up to the top of my head, and I had 103 welts.
It's insane. I think it got to a point where we all had to talk to each other and go, listen, here's the deal.
This is a little too much.
This is
These guns are getting out of control.
let's just shoot each other once, because this whole bonus balling thing. I know Rich and I specifically had this conversation, and we're like, okay, no more. So we never did it again. To the corner, there it goes. But they get him going to the corner, man. They get two on the break.
The Dragons losing 2 bodies here from the snake side, so they only have 3 players alive now. One of them up the center at the 40-yard line, lay down wedge. His gun is looking towards the D side. And here comes a big move from the Tigers, but they need to tie, and he's able to get through that lane. So the Dragons not able to stop the forward progression from the Tigers. And now the Tigers are going to start attacking on the snake side, and he dives in a little wide, needs to get in close. And he's able to do it.
Those dives in the snake look like they hurt.
Yeah, he did stop a little bit way out in the open. I thought might have been hurt for a second. I don't know why he wasn't taking cover, but it looks like able to get in there and stay alive.
But like we talked about before, Matty, the only guy stopping him is the back center guy.
And look where the back center guy is.
He's
on a knee, thus decreasing his potential angle at shooting at this player here in the snake as he hits the deck and crawls up. And as long as he stays low, he doesn't have to worry about that center either. Unless that center stands up, he's not going to get a shot on him. He literally has this whole side. He could crawl down this whole side right now. He's going to stop and try to get the kill. It's a much better angle, Kate, if you crawl more forward. So now the home is doing a better job now. The home is up on his feet and trying to get that high angle. So he definitely has to work. See, now he's not on him. So this is when the coach could joystick him up. This is still a miscue from some of these front attackers over here, especially if you need points and you don't have a lot of time to work with. 4:20 on the clock. The Tigers need 2. There's that kill.
That's a good move right there by Clemson.
This is Cameron Parker for the Tigers in the snake. He could have already won this point, but he's not playing bad in here, Chris, but it's just not taking what's given to him.
No. This is not, there's another G. So only one guy left in the back center.
Making the most of this high body situation. Here comes Cameron Parker now, but goes right into that gun to the back center. Does get shot. Luckily for the Tigers, though, they still have 3 bodies left alive. Is some very solid work on the D side of the field and in the center here to turn this into a 1-point match.
Well played by that. That was a well played by those guys. I mean, I like the breakout. I like the follow up. I like that move up the middle that shot up the guy, over here. I mean, across the board, it was pretty decent, man.
Absolutely. Not a bad look at all here for the Tigers. But if Cameron Parker had hit the deck and crawled down and won this point earlier. Now there's still a lot. There's 3 minutes and 36 seconds. But we've seen some longer points here in this match. So if these guys have a 5-on-5 break, or the Dragons go up a body and they have the high body situation and they have a lead so they don't need to go anywhere, and the Tigers need another 5 seconds, that's when moves like that will come back and cost you.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I don't want to knock Cameron Parker too bad. I mean, he did not play bad in there. He got into his spot. He stayed alive. He did get that kill. He did lose his body for no reason there at the end, running into the last gun on the field with multiple players still out there on his squad. Just these little tweaks here or there.
He thought about it for a second. He thought about pulling the trigger, and he's like, there's that split second. He's like, okay, I'm going to call myself out, which is a good call, because the way these guys have been throwing penalties, I mean, it's nothing really you mess with right now.
Yeah, oh, dude.
That penalty would have been...
They're quick to go. Refs have been quick to throw them.
Because that was right in the face. Like, if you would have got a major on that, that would have been bad news.
So now, 52 seconds before the start of this next point. Real close game. We got blessed on this one. This has been a real fun match to watch. Yep. Still 3 more sets remain here at day 1's competition at the 2019 NCPA Championships. Manny Marshall got Chris Lasoya beside me here all weekend long.
Drexel. Drexel's playing good. I'm blessed to be here with you. Like it's a tradition.
Well, it's been so fun all these years, Chris.
Yeah.
Fighting against each other for all those years.
Oh, man.
I think the only time we did get to play a couple times on the same squad.
Yeah.
But very infrequently.
Yes.
You were the antagonist. When I was your antagonist.
You were. So we always
So you have, as you get older, you thank your antagonist, because if I didn't have you on the other side of my barrel, I wouldn't have tried to play as well as I felt I needed to play.
and
You
you
know?
played well. Nice breakout, looking all the way to the 50. Here comes Drexel.
Big bite up in the center of the field here from our.
That's a big bite to get out. They have the snake corner too, Matty. That's gonna hurt. Oh, and they lose their Dorito corner, Matt.
That's not gonna, not gonna help the comeback attempts here for the Tigers. They do lose their attacker on the D side of the field,
Oh, there's another one.
and another. So that's both the bodies have come off from the D side. They still have 3 players alive, but they're all stuck in the pocket right now.
Yeah, that's number 55. That's Ryan Mayer.
Did he get both those kills?
Yeah.
That's a nice play call there. They send Ryan Marr up to the center, and he has his gun towards the D side. He's at the 50 brick, and he's able to get both those kills on the D side of the field.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it looks like Drexel's in such a good position right now. Only 2:46 left in this game. They literally could sit where they're at right now and just grind the whole rest of this game out. There's no reason for them to go anywhere. Uh-oh. Well, never mind now.
Maurer ended up getting shot.
That's gonna kind of hurt.
Yeah, so Maurer getting taken out by the mini wall. Still 3 bodies alive now for the Tigers. They did whittle the Dragons down to 4. But the Dragons with the 1-point lead, just 2 minutes and 17 seconds left and a 1-body advantage. Don't need to go anywhere.
Yeah, they're just sitting there, man. I can't see them going anywhere. Oh, and did they lose another player?
Looks
in the
like
tower?
they might have. The ref's going to get in and check him out. He hasn't
shot.
yeah,
Looks like he shot the hopper.
he hasn't left yet.
Oh.
I think he's good to go.
Yep, he needs to get up in the middle. If they can get up in the middle and get some angles. I mean, they're running out of time now, man.
Minute 45 to go for the Tigers.
Well, Drexel's made that Dorito 2 now, too, man. He's going to go to Dorito 3 in a second.
And he doesn't even, now yes, hey, at this point, sure, move up one more bunker, but only if that's a 100% move. Right. Because the last thing he wants to do is get shot and even up the count and give the Tigers an opportunity. And it looks like the Tigers are going to lose their body in the tower. And I think that might have been either Zach Norman or William Hewitt.
They lose Dorito. They lose the far Dorito, too.
We just talked about this. That guy can't die in that spot. No reason for him to push forward. Sure, point spread's great, but a win is better.
They're still.
You don't want to give the Tigers a chance to tie this thing up?
Clemson's still in a bad spot, though, right now.
Yeah, they only have 2 bodies left alive, and they're stuck in the center of the field. Not much they're going to be able to do from that position, potentially, especially now Leong is in the snake, and he's got a player right behind him. So Bothwell in good position to protect Kevin Leong here in snake 2. Leong's just chilling, and that's all really Leong needs to do right now. They do not need this point. They just need this victory. They already have a victory today. I do like the fact that Tigers are still trying to make something happen. They're in D3 right now. Made the move into that position. And Kevin Leong gets his kill and now goes past the 50. Kevin Leong trying to get the free kill cross field, and that is going to do it. So now they're going to be able to put that 5th point on the board for the spread. And that will be the last point as there's under 10 seconds.
What a good game, though. Both teams. Hats off to both teams on that
Great
one.
game.
Drexel played a little better, but you got to give it to Clemson. They played pretty well as well.
Yeah, I will definitely give it to the Tigers, even though they are very frustrated. That's their 2nd loss of the day. Their first loss came to Temple by 1 point. That was a heartbreaker. And now another tough loss in a very close, hard-fought match. But Drexel is going to take the victory. 2 victories for them. Their first one was against the Redhawks. Stick with us, as the next set going to be going down here shortly. North Carolina State, Wolfpack taking on the Purdue Boilermakers, and Matty Marshall with Chris Soya. Here 2019 NCPA Championships. We'll be right back.
5 minutes.
Welcome back, 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Chris Lasoya. We have 3 sets to go here. Day 1's competition. North Carolina State Wolfpack going to be taking on the Purdue Boilermakers. Purdue Boilermakers, they lost their first game this morning against the Michigan State Spartans by 3 points. And the North Carolina State Wolfpack got blown out by the Central Florida Knights with a big 9-2 loss, Chris. So this is a big game right now for both these teams, sitting with the loss on the records. Must-win situation for both squads.
Yeah, you know, North Carolina unfortunately had a rough start. They had a rough game, a rough match, so to speak. Purdue had a semi-rough match. Do I think they look a little better than North Carolina? I do. Do I think that North Carolina has potential? I do as well.
I think so too. I really like the breakouts that the Big Bob, the coach, was putting together for NC State. However, no execution from his boys. I mean, he was just getting bad survivability out of his starting 5. He's got a real deep roster. They got a ton of guys on this line. He said he doesn't really have a starting 5. He's got a lot of players that he feels confident in. They were attacking the center, but their survivability was terrible up there. They'd get that spot, and then, or spots plural, and then just die out of those bunkers. And also their back players were having survivability problems too, and that's why we saw that score get run up so quick. They also got a bad start in that first point to kind of just set the tone for them in a bad way. So I'm looking for some big breakouts again for NC State because that's what they're known for, but they need to really dial in that survivability. Jumping in this first point, again, Purdue did have a much better look than NC State in their first match. We will see. Purdue going to be on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, NC State. The Wolfpack versus the Boilermakers. Right now, first body to come off is for the Wolfpack, so they are down to 4 players. Tried to get some penetration in the center. It didn't work out this time. At least they lost that body on the break. But Purdue throws away their 5-on-4 advantage, and it is now 4-on-4.
But good feel. Oh, right in the head. There goes another Purdue player. That was a great shot from North Carolina.
This is what the Wolfpack needs. Win a couple gunfights of their own.
Yes.
In that tie 4-4 matchup here on the body count. Now it's a 4-on-3 situation. They're trying to make the most of it. Making some moves in the center. Oh, they lose the body on the small bite from D1 to D2.
Well, it was a terrible dive. Yeah, and here goes Purdue losing another one. And now Purdue's stuck in that far Dorito side of the field. Why North Carolina is coming down this snake side, Matty. Plus they have the center. And like you talked about, why would you dive in that first one, Matty? Why would you just not run all the way down the field?
Well, there's nobody looking at him right now. So he's in it. He stops at snake 1, and there's no one to shoot at him, so he's going to continue his forward progression. This is exactly what you want to see. So he's going to get that first free kill, and he might have got the second one. There's still a back player on that side, back corner bunker on the D side, and he should be able to get that nice little cross-field 2-pack.
Good job by North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina, the Wolfpack now going to put their first point on the board, and that's got to be a little breath of fresh air for them after the terrible start they got in the first game.
Absolutely, and that was well played. You know, they couldn't have done that any better. You know, they could have done without the combat roll in the Dorito 2. That's how the guy got shot. But
I think they need a little bit better communication too. Eyes downfield, you read the variables. You then intake that information and then digest it and then project it cross-field to your teammates. And if the player in Snake 1 had known, I mean, he had to, luckily their coaching is allowed here because his pit was basically joysticking him down the field and telling him what was left alive.
Correct. I mean, but there was no reason for him to dive into Snake 1. I mean, run heads up all the way down the snake until they make you stop.
It's always kind of that question.
Yeah.
Who's putting pressure on you? What's stopping you? Who are you worried about? Now, that being said, I don't mind him diving into Snake 1 because it's the safer play than going heads up. But you're right. I mean, of course, there was nobody shooting at him. The 2 players that were left alive for Purdue on the D side of the field in the back corner bunker and also on the Aztec, they were, you know, just completely focused D side. Tunnel vision, completely not even head checking here towards the snake side. It's kind of one of those situations where if you're in that position and all of a sudden you've been hearing shooting and talking coming from your teammates and all of a sudden it goes quiet over there, you might want to head check towards that side.
Just go a quick peek.
Yeah, just take a quick peek.
Purdue down 1 point. You know, but typical 2.5-minute game right there.
So 8:28, still getting things rolling here. First point was for the Wolfpack. Purdue's now going to have to pick it up. Bad survivability on their part. Did you see any penalties? I didn't see any penalties. Just bad deaths out of their spots.
So 30 seconds for this next point. North Carolina up 1 point over Purdue. I think it's going to be a great matchup, man. I really do.
I'm just hoping that North Carolina can just tighten things up, man. That was their big, glaring, huge fault in that first match. It was bad survivability. So we will see here. Got to jump into point number 2. So on the breakout, Purdue going to double up the back center and then immediately get out of there. Heavy guns up. They did risk a body to the Aztec on the D side. He stays alive. 5 bodies alive for the Wolfpack, North Carolina.
They went heavy D side, but here comes the snake for Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue secondarying into the snake and staying alive. And he's going to get joystick down this into snake 2 by their coach, Jake Logan, former veteran of the squad and alumni here for Purdue. Coming back to help coach. Wolfpack with 5 bodies alive still, Chris, but no one on the snake side. They're just kind of ignoring that snake.
Yeah, nobody over here. On this point.
See if that works. Now, you don't have to put a body in the snake necessarily, depending on how aggressive you're pushing the center and the D side, but you still have to put guns this way.
Yes, absolutely. There goes another one from the far side, Matty. Oh, but he gets taken out.
2 bodies. Yeah, 2 bodies coming off for Purdue. So again, the survivability is an issue here for Purdue. They still have 1 body at the 50-yard line and at the brick, and he's trying to get an angle on the tower. And then the Wolfpack is going to move up and get into D4. And I don't think he has any idea that Slawinski is still alive and shooting towards his way.
Good coaching right there. Like you said, the joystick sent him to the corner. He can make it all the way and bunker him if he really wanted to. So
another body coming off for Purdue. So the survivability issues, these first 2 points have been pretty terrible for Purdue.
Well, that fill out here to the corner, Matty, on the snake side for North Carolina, that was a really, really good move. He's telling him to go, man.
Well, yeah, this back corner bunker could just literally run down and shoot out Slawinski, no problem.
No, that would be Oh, what a shot across the field.
Oh, Slawinski might have traded out, though. Referee's going to come and check him out.
That's when you send the guy down the corner.
See if Lucas is clean. Yeah, so here comes NC State. See, look, this is unfortunate for NC State now. They lost their forward progression on the D side by getting that body shot. Now, the NC State player, there's only 2 players left alive for Purdue. Both those guys were looking D side while that guy was alive over there. Now his teammate was alive.
Now it's a one-on-one.
Now it's going to be a one-on-one. First one-on-one we've seen in this tournament.
He doesn't know he's out. That's the problem.
The player for NC State has no idea that it's a one-on-one, and he's going to get run down. But that's not the best one-on-one play to make because looks like they're going to trade out. Yeah, so when you're in a one-on-one situation, you really want to avoid running your opponent down unless you know for sure you got him beaten and he's shooting the opposite side that you're running, because then that can happen.
Yep. And Purdue had that point. Well, actually, both teams had that point at one time. But at the end of the day, that's where you end up with no point. Like you said, Matty, I definitely wouldn't have tried to run him down, but I don't think he knew he lost his guy over here as well either.
Yeah, the communication needs to get a little tighter across the board here when when the variables change. But a no point, so still a 1 point lead and burnt a little time off that clock. 5:51 to go. Slight lead for the Wolfpack.
Wolfpack looking pretty decent, though.
Yeah, Purdue really needs to tighten it up. I mean, we didn't see the lack of survivability as much in their game as they put up 5 points against Michigan State. But this first couple points, just losing too many bodies out here, Chris.
Yeah. I mean, Purdue's making some good moves to get to where they need to be, but they're not capitalizing on those moves.
I like what we saw to Lucas Slawinski in the center.
Yes.
He made it up there. He stayed alive. Kept his wits about him, too. Had on a little bit of a swivel. He knew he needed to focus on the player attacking for the Wolfpack on the D side. They got that kill. The one thing that did scare me, though, if you were Purdue, is that for a while, they just had both their players completely tunnel vision on that first attacker on the D side of the field. And if the North Carolina State player, if he if he had his communication dialed in and knew which way those guns were shifted, he could have won that point. He could have ran down and shot Zielinski in the back and then got a free kill cross.
100%. And coach was telling him to as well. He's waving the hand. I said, oh, he's going to tell him to go.
10 seconds.
And he wasn't paying attention. So here we go. Still 1-0 in favor of North Carolina.
On the breakout.
All the way to snake in the break.
Yeah, aggressive breakout here for North Carolina. That's kind of their stock and trade. This time, after ignoring the snake side for a bit, they send a body into snake one, kind of lulled Purdue into sleep, and now 2 bodies, Chris, have come off for Purdue on this move.
And there's nobody over here, man, except for the tower. Oh, another one goes down, Matt. There's another one. Look at this, Matty. Just going to work over
Number
here.
38, Sean Dolan, is having a point right here. He's got at least 3 kills. 4-pack here for Dolan. Put the second point on the board. He was backed up by Houston. Matt Houston right behind him. What a beautiful job, though, by Sean Dolan.
That was a good point.
Well, interesting, because North Carolina, even in their first game, didn't really send anybody towards the snake. Now, Big Bob had told me that was kind of their plan a little bit. And they definitely caught Purdue sleeping. Purdue had no idea that body had got in, and Dolan made him pay.
Oh, absolutely.
And that 4-pack, that might have, we've seen a couple 3-packs, but I don't think we've seen a 4-pack.
I have not. That's my first one. And I can't verify. He might even got a 5. I'm not sure exactly who shot the other back center guy. So
He might have got a
but
5-pack.
I definitely know it was 4.
Well, he went in. He didn't even dive in there. He went in there chest up,
like he should be.
Yeah, because he kept his eyes on the incoming paintballs, and nobody was shooting at him.
And he took authority of the tower, like you had talked about. He came up, looked right around, took authority for the tower, actually shot the tower coming back out. So well played, guys. Well played.
Yeah, Sean Dolan, number 38, is from Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. He's a sophomore, majoring in business administration, and been playing tournaments for 3 years now. And he plays D4 X ball for Gridlock. Oh man, Gridlock. Yeah, that's
Nice.
a name that goes way back.
Yes. They're under the trauma camp.
Yep. You played for Trauma for a while.
I did. Yep. Those good Gridlock guys, they had like 6 teams, like
They
75
did.
players.
They used to roll with an army.
Oh, they did. Yep. Under Rob Stodinger's direction from Paintball Central. Those guys were a cool bunch of guys, man.
Yeah, that was a great story.
Everybody from North Carolina is cool.
Very
All those guys.
successful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very successful.
30 seconds.
So Purdue down 2 points now with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I've definitely spent some time out in North Carolina, in the Greensboro and Raleigh. Good people out there.
Did you ever go to the camping trip?
I did not go to the camping trip.
Yeah, I haven't made that one. I heard it's a lot of fun. Something
I
on my
did,
bucket list.
did spend time drinking beers around the campfire, though, with those guys. So
Weird.
we did, but then we went and drove and slept in the bed after that.
Got it.
5 minutes and 7 seconds to go here in the first half. It's been all NC State for the most part. And again, they're going to go with a heavy aggressive breakout in the center. It's going to pay some dividends as 3 bodies. Purdue is just getting dominated off the break by NC State. Wolfpack looking way better, Chris, in this match.
Absolutely. This is what I expected to see in the first game, Matt, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they came out real flat in that first match. They did not look like themselves, at least from what we saw last year. What a completely different story.
Well, that's
And
that's going back to the drawing board, like we had talked about. You know, you have to go back to the drawing board.
We had we were singing the complete opposite tune in their game against the Central Florida Knights when it was just point after point after point for the Knights, and North Carolina was getting beat up. Now they're beating up on Purdue Boilermakers, who look pretty good
pretty
against
decent.
Michigan State.
Yeah, this is a totally different team than I saw this morning. I mean, you go back, you look at, reassess what went wrong, you figure out what went wrong, and you come back and fix it. That's good coaching, good players that are willing to listen.
And I think one of the special things about sports in general and paintball in specific, I mean, there's a physical repercussion to when you lose at paintball. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt your pride. It's going to hurt your body. Now, but it's always easy to be a great guy when things are going well. It's what do you do when things are not going well? How do you act? And that, I think, is one of the big blessings of this sport. It forces you to, it's a very hard and humbling sport. It's going to force you into a bad spot sometimes. And it's just a real good look here as the Wolfpack storms back. 3 unanswered points right now against Purdue. 4 minutes, 24 seconds left to go. They've looked outstanding. Survivability's been on point. Great breaks. All the right play calls so far by Big Bob.
The one thing I noticed this time about them is when they get up the field, their guns up, whereas before their guns were like down, they were looking around, getting shot in the head. Now their guns up and they're dominating the person that they're trying to keep from shooting them. And they're capitalizing on the G's they get on the break, they're capitalizing on the G's they get after the break, and making good, smart decisions after that as well.
I do like the fact that they are capitalizing on the opportunities they create for themselves. Out here, we have seen some players win some gunfights, get in a dominant position, and then just kind of chill out for a little bit in their spots. And I don't mind smart aggression. Looks like a timeout being called. This would be a great time to call a timeout if you're Purdue.
Purdue's definitely called a timeout.
Yeah, Purdue they need to go back to the drawing board. They're having an abysmal time, completely abysmal off the break. They cannot keep 5 bodies alive to save themselves at all. It's a real bad look for them through 3 points right now.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. Like, it seems like they just switched roles on this right here. Purdue kind of looked like North Carolina did at the end of that last game they played, and North Carolina kind of looks like Purdue did when they got done playing. So, unfortunately for Purdue, it's looking bleak if they continue doing what they're doing.
Now, the good thing is we're dealing with the X-ball format here. So they still have 4 minutes and 24 seconds left in this half. They still have a full 10 minutes in the second half. But based on what we've seen so far, it's just not good at all. So we'll see. And again,
I'd like to see it, make sure that Purdue all gets in the field within a timely manner when they call the timeout.
If I'm in the pit right now for Purdue and I'm their coach, I'd be like, because they got a pretty deep roster in here. I'd be like, I need 5 guys that want to stay alive. Can I get 5 guys who can get to the bunkers and stay alive? That's who I want out there right now. Who wants to go?
10 seconds.
Here we go, 3-0 in favor of North Carolina. Maddie said 4:24 left in this half.
Let's see if Purdue can live through the break. 5 alive so far for them, so that's a good sign. And not able to produce a kill, though. There's their first kill. North Carolina losing their first body from D1 in a gunfight after initially getting 5 bodies alive.
He actually got shot on the break, too. This took him a while to come out.
Well, that's actually a little bit better. I'd rather have you get shot on the break than lose a gunfight, because, yeah, you can run a different route, but sometimes getting shot off the break is not your fault. Another body now dropping. Not looking good in this one here for the Wolfpack, as Purdue Boilermakers have not lost a body. They have 5 alive. They look a lot tighter in their bunkers. Oh, just as I say that, they do lose their first body from the wedge in the center. The good news is they still have a 4-on-2 situation.
Yes, at the moment.
Trying to close out here, put their first point on the board. And what is he doing? Oh, he's dead. Okay, I thought for a second he was still alive. I'm like, there's still a player left alive in the back center bunker. This looks like Ryan Salzer is just going to run in, make short work of that last player, yell at his buddy to go run and grab that flag.
Not bad play by Purdue right there, though.
No, they look good in that one. They had that little bit more hunkered down intensity in their spots. Weren't playing sloppy, putting a lot of pressure on the Wolfpack, and that's what you want to see. Shoot your guns, play tight in your spot.
Get a G in the break. And that one guy for North Carolina that went to Dorito 1, he was hit and asking for a check the whole time he was in there. So he definitely got shot in the break, and then they shot him again just to make sure. But those lanes they're shooting are decent. So to continue that, they're shutting them down on the snake side, which is good.
Well, with the looks that North Carolina is given, they're kind of all over the place. They're breaking out heavy in the center. They went to the snake off the break. Now going to the D side off the break. Big Bob is definitely changing up the looks on the breaks for his team. It makes it harder to scout, and you want to be the type of an opponent where
always keep
really
guessing.
don't know. You keep them guessing. They don't know where you're going to send guys, who's going to go where, and they still need to stay with this. So I probably think now a little bit of it's safer to go up the center. Now they lost that point. Could potentially see a big break from the Wolfpack up the center of the field. What do you think?
I like it, man. I like when they do 2 up the center and they split the 50s. I like that move a lot. They split the 50s and they get in the snake. But when they get up there, it caused such commotion It gives them a chance to get out to the corner, to give them a chance to get in the snake.
Do you have a favorite position in the center yet from what we've seen so far today? Or does it really...
I like the 50 on the break. This close 50 by the snake.
Where would you put your gun?
Inside.
To the D side?
I'd on the break, I'd come out, I'd shoot down like the same lane that's going to shoot me, and just come out that way. When I get in there, I know what I'm facing up against. If they don't go outside, then I'm wrapping this way.
If you can make it to that 50 brick here, snake side, in a little bit inside offset, then yeah, and you can put your, we've already seen that. I mean, guys have made it to that spot and shot 2 bodies on the D side, because teams are a little bit slower to go some points on that D side, just because it is a little treacherous over there.
10 seconds.
Lots of teams are going out wide on both sides of the field. So the back bunker on the snake side, they'll risk that body, or risk the body out wide on the D side, sometimes both. We have seen a decent amount of players make snake 1 off the break.
Yes.
Now he's going to run to snake 1 off the break again. It makes it clean.
He went in on his knees. He didn't even really run that.
Sean Dolan again. Oh, Sean Dolan gets Cyclops immediately. What a beautiful job, but Purdue ends up getting taken out.
But still, he did his job.
For Purdue, it was number 8. So that was Gronkowski, Gronowski, Nathan.
Gronkowski.
Yeah, right.
How do you not see that? I mean, he was looking right inside too. I'm very surprised he didn't see that shot.
4 on 4, so who's going to reposition quicker? Better field position for sure for Purdue. They have a body in D2, back corner bunker on that field, but they lose another. Purdue loses another body here on the snake side.
And also, North Carolina loses one as well, but they also have this snake corner.
A little bit too big of a bite. He's going to get run down. And look at this. Here comes Swinsky. Walensky just running and gunning, stumbling up in the center, but making the most of it. Getting the 2-pack here, untouched, still alive. Going to get a free kill for the desperation run, trying to get to the back corner bunker.
I think his loader was down. He said, you know when your gun's down and you sit there and stare at somebody coming to get your buddy and you're like, uh-oh.
Hey, I mean, if Evan Arbaugh tried something at least.
Oh, man.
But not much he could do if his gun was down. So Purdue, slowly but surely, fighting their way back in this match.
I like that Purdue move. That, when he went in the snake and he had him down, he just went and got him. Now, he lucked out because that guy's gun was down. Otherwise, he didn't blow to pieces.
I was going to say, he got very lucky in that particular move. He rolled the dice. It worked out for him. He ended up with that 3-pack to close things out. So now we got ourselves a 1-point match with 1 minute and 26 seconds left to go here in the first half. Both these teams in need of a win. Purdue dropped their first game to the Michigan State Spartans. And North Carolina State got beat on by Central Florida Knights 9-2. Purdue's starting to look a lot better here, Chris.
They are actually. I mean, it might become one of those back and forth games after a while. I want to see North Carolina continue to play that game they played in the first 3 points. 200 and some points right now for Purdue. But, I mean, I think North Carolina, I just want them to change their game plan. It seems like they're changing their game plan a little too much. They're not being aggressive enough. He blew that shot in the snake. There's no way he should have got a shot like that. Especially when he's looking right. He knew he was there. He's looking right at him.
I would like to see a little bit more consistency on the D side for NC State. I feel like their center players are making their moves. Yeah, sometimes they live, sometimes they die up there. Obviously, the snake player is Sean Dolan's got him there a couple times now. Yeah, he just kind of went to sleep on that angle. But the aggression's coming snake side, and it's coming on and through the center mostly for NC State. We really haven't seen a ton out of their D side yet, so it would be nice if they could get that D side to stay alive instead of having to filter bodies out there after their first body will die.
30 seconds.
I've seen a lot of gun problems this weekend too so far. A lot of loader problems, gun problems. I mean, it's not a lot, but more than I'm used to. And I've seen them cost people games. Or kills for sure.
Yeah.
Like the guy in the snake earlier, the guy right
as
there.
we well know, it's going to happen.
Yep.
Got these race car guns that just love to break down sometimes, even though gotta give it to the manufacturers. They've been pumping out some nice guns over the years, but gotta keep those things oiled up. Sometimes paintball players don't like to clean their equipment, so
I'm one of those guys.
There's that big break again up the center for the Wolfpack as they are able to make it in clean to the 50, and he goes to shut down that D side. There is a player for Purdue, even though Purdue did lose Gronowski off the break. They have 4 bodies alive and a decent spread. But here, yeah, Chris, just like we talked about this, the player in the stand-up can, insert bunker on the snake side, his gun is down.
60 seconds.
And with under a minute to play here in the first half, a 1-point game. See if North Carolina can make the most of this. Essentially, they're only fighting against 3 bodies. And now it's officially going to be 3 bodies. This player got so frustrated with his gun, he got clipped cross field.
You know, when they have the snake corner over here, Maddie, up to 50s. There's that 50 split I like talking about from NC State. But what, 34 seconds left. Can they pull out this point, Maddie?
I don't know. I mean, the way they're kind of hunkered down in their spots and their back players are also, you got a back player on his knee over here in the corner on the snake side. There's only 20 seconds left. I mean, they have 5 bodies alive. Count that 4 now as somehow their back center got shot.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have any sense of urgency to go anywhere.
Yeah, I think they're just going to let this time expire here.
Oh, there's a shot.
But they have the lead. Yeah, there is a shot, just a little too late here.
Game finish.
Yeah, they could have done that way sooner than what they did. But, you know, hats off to Purdue for locking it down, you know, losing 2 players.
Yeah, well, they lost the one body. If we kind of break that point down, let's break down this first half. So that last point, you have Purdue, they lose the body on the break, so it's a good job by NC State to shoot this player over here on the snake side. Then they get the body, Purdue gets the body into the can, and his gun goes down. He gets a little frustrated, gets a little antsy in there, gets shot cross field instead of just trying to get in there, stay alive, and fix his gun. That leaves him with 3 bodies left alive. Now, at that point, it was a 5-on-3 situation. And typically, 5-on-3, if you know where those bodies are and you only have 45 seconds to close, this is why you do those drills in practice. Hopefully you're doing drills in practice where you have a minute 30, 45 seconds, you set up those different scenarios and try to close the game out for this exact instance. When you have that 2-body advantage, you need to try to close out as quick as you possibly can, and you force your players to get into that moment as many times as you possibly can, pain allowing, so that when you have this moment in the tournament, you can make the most of it. But they lose their back center player needlessly. I don't even know who shot that guy.
I don't know who shot that guy either.
Yeah, so they lose their back center player, and that left them with 4. Now, I love, again, the breakout. I love the breakouts that Big Bob's coming with here, the coach for NC State. And he's had a long, I was talking to him about his experience. He's been, you know, playing paintball for 20 years. He's a graybeard. But he started coaching this squad 2012, 2013. They won the Class AA National Championship 2013 and 14. This is Class A, full X-ball matches. He personally took 2nd place in the Masters division. He's just reffed a ton of tournaments. The guy's got a lot of experience. And I really saw, he got on my radar last year at this event because NC State had the most creative, constantly crazy breakouts we saw from any team. They did have a bad instance where, and I can't remember exactly when it was, I think it might have been quarterfinals, but they were winning the game by 1 point. There was under a minute to go, and it was one of those, as long as they don't get a major penalty type situations, and sure enough, they got a major penalty, immediately tied the game up, and then they lost in overtime to knock them out of the tournament.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it sucked.
That's such a bummer.
I felt bad for him, but it was still fun to watch them play. Anyway, coming into this year, and they just had a really rough go of it in that first match, completely got just dominated by the Central Florida Knights. But they looked outstanding in the beginning of this game. Went up 3-0, but now they've let Purdue fight back into this match. I do like how Purdue responded to adversity. They stayed focused, stayed composed, tightened up, came back, put 2 points of their own on the board. They almost lost that point right there, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see how things go in the second half. What's your look so far in your read on this?
You know, I thought Purdue was going to play better from the side they were just on, but you know, at this point, if NC State doesn't start playing like they did in the beginning, then they're going to lose this game because Purdue is playing better than they were in the beginning, but now they're like almost equal because before NC State was just running them over, and that was like I said, that was the game I expected from them in the first place. Do they have potential not to play that way? Obviously they do. So it all depends which NC State comes out of this gate in the next 3 minutes for this next half to determine who's going to win. Purdue's pretty consistent.
Purdue needs to tighten it up on the snake side, and NC State, they need to tighten it up on the D side.
Correct.
That kind of seems to be where the early bodies are coming off. There's obviously a few others here and there, but those seem to be kind of the big issues that these two teams are dealing with. So now Purdue going to be switching sides, but now they're playing left-handed down this snake side, whereas NC State is going to be playing right-handed and shooting right-handed towards this snake side. So I don't know. We'll see how things shake out.
Yeah, I mean, I think NC State definitely has the advantage in the snake side because they get there, they're not having a problem getting in there, and they're doing something with it when they are in there.
Well, and it looks like that the dominant gun hand for the player that's been running the snake, Sean Dolan for NC State, looks like he is right-handed now. Maybe I'm wrong, but now he's going to be going right-handed in the snake, and that should allow him maybe a cleaner dive because he hasn't even been diving in a snake once. The 2 times that he's gone
like
there,
literally, he goes and just sits and kneels down. I was like,
but they're not putting any paintballs on.
No.
I mean, if you're running eyes up, if you break out, and yeah, you don't want to trip and fall and core sample and do a barrel roll, but ideally, you would like to be looking at the incoming streams of paint so you can dive out of the way. But if no one's putting any pressure on you, they're going to let you coast in chest up high with your gun up into snake 1. Might as well do it because you're going to be able to rip that lane and get that kill. And he's done that a couple times now.
yeah, you know, I'd like to see which team comes out of which box. You know, I think they both have the potential to win this game, but they also have the potential to throw this game away. Both teams.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to call because I definitely agree with you, and we've got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left here before the start of the second half. But I definitely agree with you. Purdue, they have the momentum right now. Purdue with the 2 points that they just put up, yeah, they almost lost that last one, but they look a lot tighter. They've really refocused here after the terrible start that they got. North Carolina State, they looked really good in that last one, but just could not capitalize on the opportunity that they created for themselves, and they had an early death that shouldn't have happened from that back center. Really, it's really tough to lose a body from the back center when it's a 5-on-3 situation.
You know, I also if you look at the field, you can see the shadows of the refs. Purdue's gonna be coming into the sun a little bit. So looking from that Dorito side corner over to the snake side is gonna be a little sunny, a little detrimental.
The shadows aren't very, you know, what are we're talking about? It's 4:30 right now, so sunset's at 7:30. Got it 3 hours before. I'd say we got another hour before the glare gets really bad.
Yep.
But yeah, whoever has the right-hand side of your screen side of the field this afternoon is going to be struggling with that glare.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's gonna be a little bit of a problem right now, but I think not so much for
10 seconds.
NC State.
Here we go, second half about to go down. 1 point lead for the Wolfpack, and they are now on the left-hand side of your screen in the red and black and white jerseys. And they continue their aggressive push in the center, and they're just unstoppable at the center of the field, doubling up. Oh, but they do get clipped, trying to get into the 50-yard line in the center of the field. They still have a body up there, and they also catapult into D3 off of that, Chris.
Yeah, for sure. Now in the snake over here is Purdue. NC State losing their Dorito corner, losing their play in the Dorito, filling the Dorito corner, so they're down to 3 players, Matt. So once again, Lone Ranger, NC State up here in the middle 50. It's not the best place to be in by yourself. And it doesn't look like Purdue's snake guy is looking to do anything anytime soon.
Yeah, he's just kind of hiding in there right now with his gun up towards the sideline like he's going to get run down from that side of the field. The threat for him is not on that side. The threat is in the center.
Correct. You know, but he's protected on the inside. Like we talk about Overwatch, you know, watching over your buddies. That's exactly what's going on behind in his center right now.
Yeah, the coach, Jake Logan, right there to let him know. And why did Lowe not just come around and bunker that guy out? Now they're going to do the ring around the rosy, and both of them trade their body to do it. But that's going to pay off for Purdue because Purdue still has Sawinski over here, and they still have a body here in the snake, and he's going to crawl up. They're both still alive, and now they're putting the pressure here on North Carolina State.
Yeah, Purdue definitely has the upper hand right here. Now, do you want to grind it down if you're NC State as much time as possible? Or, I mean, you're kind of in a spot now. You're only down to 2 players.
It's kind of 2-on-4. It's going to be hard, yeah. No, I mean, if I were them, I would kind of forget about the time. It's 2-on-4, so I would try to win the gunfight. If I can win a couple gunfights and get it back to 2-on-2, then sure, now we can start talking about the time because they do still have the lead. Right now, I'm just hoping somebody makes a mistake. I'm hoping I can catch a Purdue player doing something stupid to try to even up the count. So far, they have not done that, as they are past the 50-yard line, playing very tight here in the snake. Also have that body at the brick, and now here comes the full court push on the D side of the field. Oh, Sawinski is going to run in. Got to be careful not to get a penalty. And
just running to their deaths.
Yeah, they did trade out though on the D side, so I think there's just one body left alive in the back temple.
Yeah, so it's 2-on-2.
Is it 2-on-2? Where's the?
No, sorry, 2-on-1.
Yeah, 2-on-1 situation in favor of Purdue.
I'm surprised he lived through that. Really.
Well, Slawinski just went right at him, right into his gun. Picked the wrong route to go.
I thought the Dorito guy lived there for a second, too.
It did look that way, but then the ref got in there and pulled him out. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Purdue trying to close out this 2-on-1 situation. And they should be able to do it as...
Still with only one player alive there.
Yeah, so now looks like Ryan Salzer able to stay alive in the snake. Only body left alive to hang that flag.
3-minute game, though.
It was a longer point, but most importantly for Purdue, they tie it up.
Yep. That was well played by Purdue. You know,
They had that immediacy.
Yes.
It felt like, looking at the way their body language, the way they played that point, they were playing like they were down. They didn't dilly-dally in their spots. They definitely were taking those bites, making those moves, pushing the issue, forcing North Carolina State to react to their moves.
Right.
I mean, ideally in paintball, that's what you want to do. I mean, back in the day, that was one of the things that made you such an asset on the teams that you played on, was that you were constantly making big moves that forced us to react to what you were doing. Now, we would try to get our front players, and not when I was a front player, you're just trying to be the guy that makes the move, forcing everyone to react to you, and then that puts your team in a better position if you can stay alive in those positions.
You know, and then, like, especially when you guys were excessive, you guys had, you know, some good assets that would go up front, and, you know, they get way up front and, you know, make us all confused, and then you would be just, you and Rich in the back just kind of getting those shots.
Cherry picking.
Yeah.
Well,
Because you're always going to get a hopper or something.
You need your threats. We always say that the first attackers, what do? They set the tempo and the pace for the rest of the team. Both teams. So if you have a really good first attacker that's good, constantly like an Alex Goldman or whatever, just pick any awesome first attacker on any team. The reason why those guys are so elite is because they're constantly putting themselves in a position where they are a threat to the other team. That's why we use that word so often. If you don't have players, hopefully players, plural, on your team that are threats, that are constantly pushing the issue, being the one acting, forcing the other team to react to their moves, and staying alive, most importantly, that's what makes a team tough to beat.
Yeah, no, without question. And there are, like you said, there are a lot of those players on the pro teams these days. 3-3 tied of a game, 6:50 left in this match. Great game, NC State, Purdue University.
This did turn out to be a really good game. All locked up here. Both squads ready to go. 10 seconds before the next point. So he's going to take this lead here. Both these teams need a win. On the breakout. Big bite here for NC State as they go to the snake off the break, and it looks like they get in there clean. 5 alive for them. 5 alive for the Boilermakers as well. Purdue, they did not take as much ground, but they did keep all their bodies alive.
Nobody in the snake corner, nobody in the tower, Maddie, for Purdue. Only guy holding this guy up in the snake from NC State is the back center guy, Matt.
Yeah, and we talked about this. This is the position that is ideal if you're NC State, especially with penetration on that D side. They now have a body in D3. That back center is looking at D3. This snake player, with nobody in there with him, nobody in the back bunker, now the body gets shot out of that temple. There's nothing stopping him from hitting the deck, rolling all the way onto their side of the field and shooting everybody in the back.
He shouldn't even.
I don't know why he's stopping, especially now he's lost 2 bodies. Kid, you either need to win this point from the side, or you could potentially lose it. You just lost your D side. 2 bodies have come off for North Carolina, but he's still just content to sit here. Now he's going to wait for this guy to come around and engage back with him.
Is there a bounce shot off that pin to go into that guy from where he's at?
Yeah, he does have to worry about the center, but that center can't shoot you if you're down low. He does have a back player too.
They're actually not in a bad position. They still have the Dorito corner.
Not a bad position, but that guy can't shoot you. The back center is shooting towards the D side. The back body on the way back on the D side for Purdue is also shooting, and the only body looking his way is a guy that can't shoot him if he gets on his stomach. And he shouldn't be able to get run down because his back player should be able to protect him.
Do you see that bounce shot off that pin right here? Do you think they're about that inside pin? Do you think there's a bounce shot from here to that pin to that guy?
I definitely would be worth ripping a couple lanes on that shot.
Absolutely.
Man, I've seen this position time and time again. I almost want to make a public service announcement for all these teams. Hey guys, Have you seen Alex Goldman play paintball? All right, well, when he's given the whole side and the other guy can't shoot him, he just hits the deck, crawls all the way down, and becomes a hero.
And he's ever extremely fast. Like literally, the other game would be starting by now if Alex Goldman was in the snake. But I think right now they have.
He could literally crawl down and use the pin to block that guy out too. Once he gets past, that guy can't. The only way that guy could potentially shoot him is if he stands up high, but then he's gonna get shot by his back player. But he's just content to. This is a low percentage play right here for what is this 13? Cameron Sutter. Low percentage play is getting in a snapshot battle with somebody. You're just rolling the dice at that moment.
Oh, they lose their back right corner. Purdue does, bud. Back right corner, which is the Dorito side corner, but they do have Dorito 4.
Now this is a little bit more of a tenuous situation here for Sutter in this spot because of the forward progression into D4 for Purdue. Purdue is now into D4, and if he does crawl past the 50, that D4, but no one's looking at him. The only guy that's been looking at him this entire time is that wedge. Oh, there we go. Here's the move. Nice job. Number 16, Matthew Houston comes through and takes that player out, and a major penalty assessed on that body, and that should do it. Sutter ended up getting shot in that engagement somehow.
It's a one-on-one back. So
I don't think they pulled enough bodies.
I don't think they did either.
Yeah, I really don't think they pulled enough bodies. It's a major penalty. So one was that kill there. 2 would come off of the back center. Yeah, that body should be dead.
No, he should be. I agree. This is the point that's going to matter, though. This is probably going to run the rest of the game out almost. One-on-one. NC State has the Dorito side corner, and Purdue has the center 50 towards the Dorito side. I think that's number 98 from Purdue.
Mac Maguli.
And then I can't see who's on that Dorito side corner, but I think this is going to be a long drawn-out point, Matt. What do you think?
1-on-1, 2:42, tied up at 3.
They finally found each other. I didn't think he knew where he was.
Yeah, this is the point right here.
100%.
This is the point. Who is it going to be?
Because they're going to run this point down to probably 1 minute, if not even the whole game. See, this is
Could see an overtime.
Oh yeah, good point. This is where I go inside. If I'm not Dorito side corner, I go inside and I work the field inside. Because you can put him in, he'll never see you leave.
Well, I don't know if these guys know the count.
Oh, the penalty's going to be coming out too.
Oh, that's right. This is going to give a big advantage to Purdue. Forgot about the penalty, man. It's we only get to do one of these X-ball events a year.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a body in Purdue's penalty box, and as soon as he comes out, this is why this kid's pushing the issue. And he's going to get the drop in on him. He's got to find a good position to shoot the box, and the player in the box needs to pick the right route. Get your gun up. Does he have a paint? No, he still has paint. 10 seconds to go before he comes out of the box. He's going to grab the flag. He's just going to smartly go in and hit that buzzer, hang the flag up.
Because that's a major. He stays in the box now for the break of this next game, man.
Nice job, NC State. Let's see who this player is as soon as I can read
that
number.
That was a move right there.
Well, smart. He realizes, okay, there's a guy in the box. If I don't win this one-on-one, big chest pound with his signature celebration, little 6 Selly, with 1 minute 38 seconds left to go. Yeah, he may have won this game here for North Carolina State. We will see what happens in the next 1:38 seconds, but Purdue will still be playing down a body. So that is number 25, Will Reber. Well, Will might have just won your team the game. We will see. This not quite yet. It's 10 seconds left on the penalty before Purdue's going to get that 5th man out. But that 10 seconds is huge.
Oh, yeah.
That does take that 20% of your firepower off from the break. You're only going to be looking at those 4 streams. So this is going to be an advantage regardless. Of course, they're going to get the body back in 10 seconds. But if North Carolina State, everyone should know, okay, who's going to have the best chance to shoot that body when he comes out? If they can get that kill, that could be the game for them.
There is 1:38 left in this game. There is plenty of time to score another point on either team.
You're right. You're definitely right. This one ended up being really entertaining.
This is great. North Carolina, NC State has got to focus. I would probably put 4 guns on one person and shoot that guy in the break for sure, just to make sure, and then capitalize on that side. I mean, I wouldn't say 4, but realistically.
But basically, you're saying pick on one.
Pick on one guy, shoot him for sure. I mean, like this tower guy. I would definitely try to shoot the tower guy in the break, 150%. Don't let him get to the corner, and don't let him get to the Dorito corner. because there's only so many places that guy can
30
go.
seconds.
And still get a guy up the center somewhere.
25 seconds to go before what could be the last point in this match. Can Purdue find a way with those 4 bodies to stay alive, maybe even up the count, shoot a body of their own, and then get that body out of the penalty box? Only 10 seconds before they will get that penalty out, that guy out of the penalty box. Here we go. NC State, the Wolfpack playing the Purdue Boilermakers in this close match, and looks like the Boilermakers are going to shoot a body.
2.
They shoot 2 bodies, so just 3 players left alive for NC State, but Purdue loses a body as well.
Combat roll into the snake.
4 players now alive for Purdue with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to try to take out these last 3 players for NC State. No one on the snake side. Here's another situation where this player can win the game. All he has to do is crawl down the snake side. Does anybody shoot? Is there a body in the center shooting
yes,
his way?
yes.
Okay, so that's the one body he's worried about. But that guy can't shoot him if he hits the deck.
Yeah, I just...
Unless he stands up. Then he could have aim.
60.
There they go, trying to close out with under a minute to go. 51 seconds. Can Purdue do it? Lowe comes across and gets shot out. NC State loses another body. Here comes Solinsky. He comes through, he gets 1, he's going to get 2, and I think Solinsky just sealed the deal here to tie this game up. And he is going to walk, kind of jog it in. Now he's going to stop.
There's still time to hang it and get another point and win the game.
Barely, but yes, you're right. Well, they were trying to concede this. It looks like NC State was trying to concede. I'm wondering how much time we're actually going to start with here, but the game just got even more entertaining. Now it's 4-4.
God, man, they dropped the ball on that one. They really did.
They really did. It was a 5-on-4 situation. They lose a body quick off the break. Throw another one away. Got to tip my hat to Purdue in that situation.
Hey, absolutely, they capitalized on it. I mean, the guy fell down in the middle of the field. That didn't help the situation.
No, that's not good.
Purdue, I have to give a 10.2 to the combat roll here for Purdue diving in the snake. That was pretty impressive. But I'm telling you, this snake 1 on both sides, the field is sticky and it's dirt, and I'm waiting for somebody to throw a shoulder or something. I mean, knock on wood. I mean, I don't want to see anybody get hurt by any means, but the way these guys are diving, they got to go to my diving school or something. It is just absolutely. Or the combine.
You did used to have a really nice dive, Chris.
I used to, yes. At one
Emphasis
until last
on
week,
the used to.
Until last week, I center punched my face with my tank.
Oh, yeah. If in case you just joined us, Chris does have a little bit of a fat lip. I thought maybe he got in a fight last weekend at the Throwback 10-man event in San Diego. Like old school days, old school Chris Lasoya. No, that's not the case.
Nope, tank to the face.
And see, the problem is that you totally forget that you're 29 instead of 22.
I know, I do. I'm like, I think I'm still 22, but yeah. I'm just glad not too many people saw it. This is the point. Well, 30 seconds. I mean, are you going to get in the field? They can still win this point.
20 seconds.
Well, yes.
Just run right down the field.
Look, a major could end it.
Oh, 100%.
North Carolina State, this is how they ruined their tournament last year.
I would just shoot my gun and just stay behind my bunker and just let it ride, and I'll play the next point.
Well, we're about to find out. 23 seconds on the clock. And on the break, it looks like NC State's trying to win it. They double up, attacking in that center of the field with 2 bodies. They shoot one of the players with 2. Now just 14 seconds ago. There goes 2 more bodies for Purdue. 3. I think NC State's going to steal this one. Here comes Manaza to try to finish this one off. They got to get the flag. There's still a flag that you have to hang. There's no buzzer here in this one, and they are not going to have enough time.
That's his fault. That is his fault right there.
Chris, what a heartbreaker here, and we're going to be heading to an overtime period.
That is his fault right there.
So the player in the center?
Yeah.
Let's try to get a number here and see who that is. Number 1 or number 11 for North Carolina. That is Drew Faulkner. Number 11.
He could have won that game. He had it. He was right next to the flag. All he had to do was grab it.
Well, what a great run through in the center.
that was an ass
They
whooping.
shot 2 bodies. I mean, there was only 23 seconds in that.
Yeah, I told you to win that game.
I believe you. We've seen it many times before. Also, that's a big risk too, because how you can get majors is running,
like that.
cannonballing up the center of the field like that.
Yeah. That was well played, though. I got hats off to NC State. They definitely put it on Purdue. Hey, exciting game, though.
Yeah, definitely exciting game. We still have 2 more games to go here as well. Central Florida Knights, who just completely dominated.
Did they not play the tie?
I think, no, I don't know. NCPA has changed the rules over the years as far as ties are concerned. So no overtime. It's going to be a tie. What a great game. So the Wolfpack going to tie the Boilermakers here at 4. And we're going to head into the next match. Central Florida Knights taking on the Miami Redhawks. And then after that, the Liberty Flames taking on the Temple Owls to close out day 1 here, 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Chris Asoya. We'll be back. Welcome back, 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall, up here with Chris Lasoya. We are in Orlando, Florida. 2 sets remain here, day 1. Central Florida Knights taking on the Miami Redhawks. Must-win situation right now for the Redhawks, as they did drop their first game against the Drexel Dragons. On the flip side, Central Florida Knights completely dominated and mercy ruled North Carolina State Wolfpack. And Chris, they looked outstanding in that game.
It was total domination. I mean, you know, the reason it went as long as it did is because the new rule is, you know, the only mercy rule is 5 minutes left in the second half, because they were 7-0 in the first half.
With 4 minutes left to play.
Left. Yeah. You know, they gave them a good shot to come back. However, it's just way too late, and they were just dominating the whole game. So, do I expect to see that again? I do. However, they're looking into the sun. So,
for the first half, yeah, these teams will switch sides. We have X-Ball format here. If you're just joining us, thank you so much. As we're going to have 2 full 10-minute halves here. This X-Ball format, a throwback to the original X-Ball that started way back in 2003. And at the break of this game, it looks like a pretty big break here for Central Florida, as they're going to go running and gunning to the tower on the D side, getting some forward progression. The Miami University Redhawks losing 2 bodies and a major penalty, so
that's not going to happen.
Yeah, this is a terrible break here for the Redhawks.
There's 1 guy left, though. They know, I don't think
they're yelling. Yeah, they're yelling flag, but there is still 1 player left alive, and his back's about to get blown to bits. And number 62's got to be a little careful.
He's got blown pieces too.
I think Stephen Boski just got shot by his own team. Here is the bloodbath feeding frenzy.
Whenever you get a chance like that, you know, you got to give your friends a couple taps. You know, it's not going to hurt anything. The only thing that's going to hurt is if he flags a flag. But, you know, he took his lumps and he stopped.
It's a good thing that with the forward progression, he didn't get shot and then have a dirty hang, because that would have been
the reason he stopped
for the Redhawks.
The reason he stopped because the Redhawks actually walked in front of him and made him stop. Otherwise, I think he might have hung that.
I think you're right.
Because I was watching, I was like, I thought they were going to run into each other, because I saw the guy getting ready to run off. And I mean, no offense, but that guy's not, you know, he's like a semi trying to stop. You know? he has the brakes,
yeah,
but it just takes a couple
bit
seconds.
of a big boy here, but man, it was still just a beautiful first point. Central Florida Knights were dialed in,
and they have a major penalties.
Yes, this is. And it was a major, right?
Yeah.
That's not the way that the Redhawks wanted to start this particular game. And as they're going to have a body in the box for, God, probably, I'd say another minute 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Because they got that major penalty towards the minute. That guy wasn't in there for very long.
No. But, I want to try and give Miami the benefit of the doubt and hope the best, but these guys are just playing, just crushing paintball.
Yeah,
they came out, it was just a lot of noise and a lot of people walking off.
Yeah, the Knights are locked in. They have shown very few chinks in their armor, at least through the first game, and then now 1 point into the second game. But we have a lot of paintball to be played here. Like you said, I would like to give the Redhawks the benefit of the doubt. I will withhold judgment until we see a little bit more paintball out of them. They didn't have a bad look. Yeah, they only put 1 point on the board in that entire game against the Drexel Dragons. But the Drexel Dragons, they only put 3 points on the board. So that was a really long, drawn-out game.
Yes.
Like I said, it was kind of a little bit of a pillow fight. But
10 seconds.
9:19 to go. Just getting things rolling after point number 1. Redhawks need to increase their survivability as they're playing a real tough team here in the Knights, and one of our favorites.
When they make the corner, I mean, that's a hard bunker to make.
5 bodies alive again for the Knights, and they're on the delay, getting into snake 1. No bodies to drop for either squad, still 4 alive for the Redhawks, so that should help them try to burn the time off the clock and get that body out of that penalty box from the major in the first point.
Well, there goes one down for Central Florida.
Yeah, huge kill for the Redhawks as they even up the count, but immediately throw that advantage away by, well, not an advantage, but they throw the tie body count away by losing their body out of the back center. It's now 3 on 4.
This is going to hurt. He's going to go all the way down the snake and shoot these guys.
Good position in the snake right now for the Knights. As they have a player in snake 2. And that is Martino, Nicholas Martino in snake 2. He's got his coach right beside him. Also got a body behind him too. Now past the 50-yard line, utilizing the gun of his back player. The back player's putting it in the back, his enemy. And then, oh, did he lose his first engagement?
He did.
Oh, and then catches a bunch extra standing up.
That was Dorito 2 that shot him across the field.
That's a tough death in there. No real reason for him to poke his head out in that moment. Wow, Redhawks.
Missed that shot.
The Redhawks somehow able to dive a body through lanes into snake 1.
He was looking at his coach when he was diving, and as soon as he looked back, then he got when he got in.
Well, he's all by himself over here. He does have a player inside to protect him. And now the player for the Redhawks is going to come out and stay alive and also moves towards the snake side to help out his attacker over here. So nice job to get out of the box alive.
Great move.
This player in snake 1 needs to just chill out, man.
Yes.
That is not an opportune gunfighting position. That is not textbook.
No. I mean, I can barely do a sit-up, so that'd be terrible for me. I don't think that bunker would help me enough. But you're right, though. I'm 100%. Like, there's no reason for him to be like that. I don't think I've ever seen anybody play like that since we've had the wood bunker in front of us.
Yeah. I mean, I understand why he's trying to gunfight from that spot, but that is... luckily, he has players around him, but he needs to just chill out in there, man. Like,
it seems like everybody chilled out right now.
I would rather have him I'd rather have him gunned up down the line and in a standard gunfighting position than laying back like that. I know he's a real tall guy.
I think everybody's kind of a session. There you go.
Should be a 4-on-3 situation here. Now that's your standard gunfighting position. The kids for Central Florida screaming at their player who's at the 50-yard line.
Oh, catches one from the Dorito.
That was Bosky, Stephen Bosky. Or Stefan Bosky, I think.
He was looking to go inside to get a better shot on him, and the Dorito guy just clipped him right in the...
It's going to give the Redhawks an opportunity here. They started this one down a body.
Good for them.
In the box.
Way to come out of the major penalties.
Snake 2!
When you're playing one of the top teams out here, a team that has had the crown of the collegiate champions before, Central Florida Knights, you can't come out and roll over. You know, you really have to try to win those tough points, and that's exactly what it looks like the Redhawks are going to be able to do right now. Potentially tie this one up past the 50-yard line in the snake. And he is shooting down the sideline. Did lose a body trading out on that D side, but that's only going to help him as there's just that one player in the back corner bunker here. But they have not spread the field out, though, enough. There's no one on that D side for the Redhawks currently. They're all in the center here and on the snake side.
That was a good shot.
Yeah, it's not going to matter. So, hey, man, you got it done in here. Number 00 for the Redhawks, and that is Travis Leislet.
He actually traded out with the corner guy. It was a good shot.
Hey, he filled through streams, was able to get in there, and it was a little unconventional, but it ended up working out for him. So I can't really knock him. It was a nice point by the Redhawks. They were down 4-on-5. They had a major penalty from that first point to burn off. And not only did they fight through being down 4-on-5, they burnt the penalty off, and they won the point to tie things up. Now they're back at full strength. Real good look for Miami University.
They did look really good that second game. I mean, the game typically, we got 5 minutes left, 2 minutes and 30 seconds per game. You know, it's about, you know, it seemed like it's a lot longer than that for some reason. But the way they took their time, they shot their lanes, they didn't get crazy, and they came back from that 5-minute penalty, or that 2-minute penalty. That's impressive. The way they did it, it was impressive.
Yeah, and did burn some time off the clock, so now it's a 1-1 score. 5 minutes and 1 second left to go in this first half. Now it's up to the Knights to kind of shake off that point loss, because that's a frustrating one. When you smoke the team that bad in the first point and you have a 4-on-5 situation and then you lose the point, like, wait, what just happened? How do we lose that point?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll brush it off.
Sansone, Morales, Cheatham, Bedford coming out right now as we have a minute to go before the start of this next point, this tie ball game. One more game after this one, it's going to be the Liberty Flames. Another favorite here. I really liked what we saw to Liberty Flames against Michigan State Spartans.
Me too, actually. there's some good matchups tomorrow coming, obviously. I mean, I can't wait to see some of these teams play each other.
It's always a fun tournament to watch, Chris.
This is great, man. And there's some diamonds in the rough in some of these teams, man.
Yeah, I mean, the only boring game that we had today, all day so far, knock on wood, is still have some paintball to be played. But that was the blowout with the Central Florida Knights dominating on North Carolina State. That was it. Other than that, we've had really close matches all day today.
20 seconds.
So 1-1, 20 seconds, 5:01 left in the half. Miami Redhawks against UCF. 10 seconds.
Ooh, Harris. Harris barely gets out in time for Miami, but is able to get out in enough time. And it looks like the Redhawks are going to be diving into Snake 1 on the break and to take some ground in the center. Central Florida Knights also getting into Snake 1, but he might have just got clipped in his hopper. He's going to switch sides and going to get pulled out.
That's a penalty.
Yeah, that's pretty legit. He saw it. He knew it. He switched sides. We all saw it.
100% he knew.
He got caught. But the Redhawks do lose a body too, so it's a 4-on-3 situation.
Sorry.
What are you giggling at over there?
I'm just the snake.
Travis's snake style?
Travis's snake. That's like Ed Foreman style. But hey,
Well, now he's back into the traditional position.
Yes. And he's
laying on
shot,
his stomach.
and he got the G. He's the one that shot it. But now, hey, he's not looking too bad, man. You know, the only guy home look like we talked about before, Matty, is that tower looking down on him. He can make this next one, right? But he just can't make the third. Is that correct?
Wait, say that again?
From the tower that's keeping the snake guy from going. He can make this one, right? But he can't make the third.
Yeah, your worst shot, I mean, you do have to worry about that player regardless, but the real treacherous is when you get to past Snake 2. That's when you really can't go past Snake 2 if there's a player in that tower. Or in the back corner bunker. Actually, you can if he's in the back corner bunker and he's tucked in.
That was a good fill right there.
It was a good fill.
So, Central Florida looking on their heels a little bit right now. Miami Redhawks in a better position, man.
Yeah, the Redhawks, they have the field spread. They have forward progression at D2. Now at the 40-yard line in the center. Oh, they lose Travis.
They lose 2 people.
Oh, this is a bad look right now here real quick. They lose 2 bodies and immediately seizing the advantage. And here comes a reposition from Central Florida as they get body into D2. They cheat them. And then here comes the counterattack on the D side for the Redhawks.
There's bodies lying everywhere. 2-on-1 though, man.
Central Florida, though, getting the better of the Redhawks in this engagement as they still have 2 bodies alive, and it looks like just 1 player on the field right now for the Redhawks. They're trying to find him. He's at the 40-yard line, and he ends up getting taken out. So they're going to concede the points. And the Central Florida Knights. This is a good game, though, Chris.
This is a good game.
It's a bit of a very hot-fought match through 3 points now.
This is good. Well, they're probably rivalries because you got Central Florida and Miami. I mean, Central Florida's a little up north. I used to go party at that college when I was a kid. Great place to have fun and school and study, moms and dads. But Miami, I mean, you know they're from Florida. They both want it really bad.
Anytime you're playing an interstate rivalry squad, you want to win that game.
Yeah,
You know,
this is a good game.
Whether it's AC Dallas taking on San Antonio X Factor, the Ironman playing Dynasty, there's always no love lost between those 2 teams when they're actually out on the field. Typically some of your good friends off the field because you obviously live in such close proximity, but yeah, I mean, everybody wants that interstate bragging rights.
Absolutely. What, another 2.5-minute game? Almost exactly.
Yes, now 2:28 to go here in the first half, and Central Florida fighting back beautifully in that point. I like the counterattack that we saw. They also absorbed, looks like a timeout now being called here from probably the Redhawks, I'm guessing. Yeah, it definitely was called by the Redhawks as Central Florida just letting everybody know they got a timeout. So now 1:55 before the start of this next one. But this is definitely the battle that we were hoping to see between these 2 squads. So now, Chris, that we've had almost a complete day to watch this field, we've gotten a little bit more to wrap our heads around what's working out here and what's not. I do feel that we've seen the offensive capabilities from the D side and from the Snake side and up the center. Well, where's your favorite spots right now? What do you think is working the best for these squads?
Man,
I know there's a lot going on out there. There's a lot of options on this field.
I think there's a good spot to go to in the break. I think that in order to get to the better spots, you need to go to the spots in the break. So what I think, you got to go to the center on the break, shoot the lanes, give your other players the opportunity to either get out to the snake or get down the Doritos. And no one spot in this field I think is really good. I think it takes multiple spots to make things happen. You know, I think you can do things in the middle, but I think this is more of a team effort. I mean, I like the middle a lot. I think if you get in the snake without anybody on this side of the field, that's the most dominating position in the field, if you know what you're doing. And I haven't seen anybody yet know what they're doing. No offense to anybody.
We have seen some tentative moves over here, and some players that really could have broke things open from this snake side. We've seen some good play in the snake, but we have not seen mastery on this snake side yet. We really haven't seen guys realize the opportunities that do exist based on where those players are in the position, especially if you have a coach right next to you who can literally tell you who's shooting what way from your opponent's backfield.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a whole nother beautiful amount of information that you can get, which you do not have when we come to Texas. So May 3rd through the 5th on Go Sports, we're going to be watching the second NXL event, and that's going to be a real fun one on this field.
Absolutely, I can't wait. Here's a breakout. 2-1 in favor of Central Florida, and taking a digger, kind of like I did. I wonder if he lost a tooth.
Tell you what, Travis is
relentless.
relentless.
And taking another digger.
Travis is relentless over here.
He is relentless. People just eating it left and right.
Well, Travis Slicelet able to get here into the snake, and the first body to drop is going to be for the Central Florida Knights, but they quickly get a body, and now here comes the move past the 50-yard line.
I like that move.
You know, when we were talking about moves, I was just going to say, we haven't seen that move.
Yeah,
even off the break. I think that move might be there off the break,
It is there off the break.
And here he comes. He's going to run through. He's going to get one. He's going to get completely murdered, absolutely, because he forgot Ramos sitting there at the wedge.
Dude, I don't know what he did that for.
I mean, I love the aggression. It was fun to watch, but
yeah, it was cool. I thought he knew that guy was there in the middle.
He did not know that player was at the 30-yard line wedge.
I thought he was going to stay at their bunker, and I thought he was going to shoot the snake guy. But he kept going. I was like, where's he going?
Do we have a body in the box for the Redhawks? I see. No, he's just talking to the referee.
Oh. So
only 3 players left alive for Miami currently, and they are in defensive positions because there is a body in Snake 2 and past the 50-yard line on the D side for Central Florida. He's the guy with the ball. Only one gun looking his way with 60 seconds left to go in this first half. And it's the tower. Now Ramos switches his gun. He does get the kill on the tower. Now Ramos from the 30-yard line. Wedge is trying to protect the aggression and the push from Central Florida. And he gets shot, so just one player left alive. Central Florida should be able to get this point. If they can find this body. The player in the center runs through, has no idea that Travis Slicelet is in Snake 2, and now he's going to come around and just completely dominate him. Extra bonus balls here for Boski.
Nobody's getting the flag, they're just chilling.
Travis Slicelet paid the toll on that one for being the last player left alive. I don't know. He's not going to get an overshooting call. I mean, how many times
off the field?
How many times did you get shot?
Twice, 3
One,
times. Like 3
two, 3, maybe 3.
Just get out of here. That's just. I'm sorry. I have zero sympathy.
True.
If that had been me shooting him,
yeah,
there would have been a hell of a lot more than that.
I know. I feel bad for him because he was in a bad spot, but he didn't really get lit up. That was worse than it really was. When he walked off, a count of the hits on his back. He had 1 or 2 in the back of his head, 1 on his back. That was it. So we are going to head into overtime with our score sitting 3-1 in favor of the Central Florida Knights, and they have definitely roared up here.
You mean second half?
Second half, yeah, sorry. Second half here.
I was like, where'd that second half go?
Yeah,
I was like,
no, sorry. It's been a long day, man. It's hot out here.
It has been a long day.
Yeah, so we do have 10 minutes to go here in this match. Second half, about to go down these teams. We'll switch sides after a 5-minute break. But Chris, Central Florida looking really good here towards the end of that second half.
Miami's not looking bad though, man.
They're not.
If they just stop dying, I think they'd be good. Like for instance, with that, Mal, you remember LA when we got rained on at the horse track?
God, how can I forget?
And we were playing Dynasty. See, I was in that position because Oliver was laying down the snake, and I got behind him, and I just jumped over the snake, and I actually straddled him. Do you remember that?
No, because I think we were getting ready for our infamous game that we played in the dark against you guys.
Yeah,
I don't remember if I remember your Dynasty game, but all I remember is it was a giant cheat fest in the mud in the dark in the pouring rain, and it was one of the nastiest games that I ever had to play.
It was gnarly. I mean, we don't come out in the sunlight and the dry, let alone the wet mud dark. We couldn't see anything.
That was nasty.
You guys beat us, right? I can't remember who won that game.
You know what's funny is I remember the war we fought, but I don't really remember who won that game.
I don't remember. I know. I don't think any of us won.
It's funny how intense the wins and losses are when you're in the moment. But all you really yes, I remember the wins, but the losses were so instrumental. I don't know. Again, this is one of the reasons I just love the game of paintball and will sing its praises till the day that I die. But being in those moments, that's why I thanked you for being an antagonist earlier on today. If it wasn't for the players at the other end of your barrel, you don't get to find out how tough you are until you're fighting against a dominant opponent who really could, put it on you.
Like any one of us, yeah. It's just a fire.
It was, and so that's the type of thing that you should thrive off of. So, look, I understand Travis is trying to sell the penalty at the end, but I'm hoping he's in the pits rubbing his wounds and sharpening his sword for the second half, because he's playing pretty good here in this state.
He is playing pretty good. He's getting in there. He's living. And his coach is probably screaming at him, but everybody was screaming so loud. Even the player didn't know where he was. So he probably couldn't hear him. It's one of those things when you're up front like that, you're like, where'd everybody go?
Yeah, that's the worst. When you're the front player and it starts to get quiet behind you,
especially the snake where you can't hear anything.
Yeah, and you're on your stomach, you got face down in the dirt, in the grass, you have no idea what's coming, and all of a sudden your back gets obliterated. It's tough in that situation. But I do agree with you. I think that the Miami University Redhawks had a real good look. Yes, they are losing by 2. Central Florida was getting the better of them towards the end of that first half. However, they fought tough in that first one. They hung in there. And with how dominant the victory that Central Florida Knights put up on North Carolina State Wolfpack in that 9-7 beatdown that they pitched in that game, I really like what we're seeing out of the Redhawks. I think that they still could come back and potentially win this game.
I do 100% agree. Now they're coming into the sun. Is that affecting them?
I think it is at this point now. We talked about this earlier. I do think that the shadows are getting, maybe not quite yet. I think that for the last set, the Liberty Flames and Temple Owls might have a little bit more of an issue if you're on the right-hand side of your screen. I don't know. We will see. On that eastern side, you're going to be looking into that western setting sun. It could be an issue.
Yeah,
starting-ish now, right?
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, you definitely want to get this over as quick as possible. Get as many points as you can. I didn't really see UCF having much of a problem coming this way. You didn't see anybody with their hand over their head, kind of blocking the sun.
Yeah, you can tell by everyone's body language if the glare is bothering.
100%.
You're going to see those visors come out of the bags. You'll see the guys when they're, it's getting bad when they're getting ready to play their point and they have their hand up blocking the sun to try to look downfield to get those last couple looks before the start of the point. And we haven't really seen that yet, so I don't think it's quite an issue quite yet. But I think the Liberty Flame Temple Owls game, when you're fighting from the eastern side, could be something they're going to need to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how it plays out.
Minute and 44 seconds to go before the start of the first half. We're in the second to last set of the day. I'm Matty Marshall, got Chris Lasoya beside me. We're here at 2019 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. Love coming to this tournament, Chris.
Me too, man.
Always such a great vibe.
We've always had such a good time here. The people are cool. Everybody's nice. The weather's good. I mean, it is humid, but it's Florida to be expected. I mean, I just love coming here. It's the nostalgia of coming to Kissimmee and staying in a house with your friends and jumping in the pool afterwards and having the cold water.
We were trying to do the math on how many months that we've spent in Florida over these years. I know it's a little bit different for you because you did go to school down here, right?
Yeah. I take that out of the equation, though.
Yeah, if you did take that out of the equation.
And what did we come up with?
Oh, God. I think at one point in time it was like 6 months of my life I've spent in Florida with all the NCPA events. And
I think it's more than that.
Well, we used to have practices down here. We used to have 2 events a year down here. Obviously the World Cup every year. And we have the Go Sports office in Fort Lauderdale that I'm going to once a quarter. So, it's... But you know what, though? It's not a bad place to be.
It's not. Are we
really
complaining?
No, I'm not complaining. The humidity does suck being from San Diego. So
I was going to say, we live in California. And,
we're like sensitive little tropical flowers in California.
We're like the fish.
About
The fish that
complaining
need
about
a certain
everything.
pH balance in the
Yeah,
water.
right.
We do sound like a couple whiners.
Well, we're old.
We are old.
You get to,
you know what
get
that
to
does to
complain
my
about
hair?
things when you're old.
You know the
What
humidity
hair?
does to my, oh. Yeah. Here we
You
go.
still have your hair.
3-1. UCF against Miami Redhawks. Here we go.
Switching sides now, so the Knights here on the left-hand side, the Redhawks on your right, and both teams go to the snake off the break. But it looks like the Knights are going to be the first to lose a body. Still 5 players alive right now for the Redhawks, and they are pushing up on the D side. Here comes the Knights. They're pushing up on the D side as well too.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it looks like he caught a heater underneath his goggles into his chin.
Well, he's walking off and he didn't.
Malik Santos, the ones that hit on your jawline, those hurt a lot.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Yeah, so it's not looking good in this particular point here for the Knights. They have lost 2 bodies. There's 3 bodies alive. They're going to lose their 3rd. Just 2 bodies in the back bunkers on both sides. It looks like the Redhawks are going to lose their first attacker on the D side, so that could help things a little bit.
I think they only have 2 players left now.
The Redhawks? They lose that many?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the 3rd player. I see 1, 2 for UCF, and I see 1, 2 for the Redhawks. Redhawks have D2, and they have the Snake 1.
Yeah, another bloodbath of a point, so it could be a 2-on-2 situation here.
And
Central Florida pushed into D2 and also still have a body in the back corner bunker. Oh, but he ends up getting taken out, so he must have got shot by the guy that we can't find here.
no, he got shot heads up with
Did
this
he?
guy in D2. Yeah, that's the thing with the Doritos over there. You can usually run down the Doritos. The problem is they're all in line with each other, so they're not angled like other tournaments. So it's hard to get down when you run your head. You got to shoot your heads up first.
Hey, that's a blessing and a curse over there, though.
Yes.
It's gonna be fun come Texas, man. I love watching these gunfight-heavy fields.
See, if I was
there
him,
is
yeah.
another body. So
No, that was him. That was in D2.
The body, we have. So there's. Did you come all the way back to
No,
D2?
he went from D2 all the way to
There's a
D2.
body in the laydown wedge at the 40-yard line.
Oh, okay.
For the
got it,
Redhawks.
got it.
That's the
Okay.
body that we didn't see.
Okay, I can't see that. Oh, I see his head now. Well, he hasn't been doing anything, so I can't. Yeah, that's gonna be trouble. He's in a bad spot. He should have moved to the center tower.
Yeah. So it looks like a 3-on-1 right now. And the Redhawks biding their time. This is intelligent paintball though, and they eventually pinch out that last player for Central Florida.
Here we go.
But if you're a Redhawks fan, that's what you want to see. They get into that 3-on-2, contain the aggression from Central Florida as he tried to push up, lost that gunfight on the D side, it put to a 3-on-1. They didn't run down the field crazy. They did not give the last player for Central Florida any angles, no mistakes from the Redhawks during that close. And they are going to pull within 1. So the score with 7 minutes and 34 seconds to go is now 3-2. Still in favor of the Knights, but that was some real nice gunfighting ability for the Redhawks, Chris, in that last point.
Yeah, they took it nice and slow. Good heads-up paintball on the Doritos side. They took out the snake. They lived in the snake. They're playing conservative-ish paintball, but they're still making the moves. But they're not running down the field. I think they're holding their lanes really well. I think that's what's winning for them right now.
Well, based on what we've seen today, who would you go with your favorites? I mean, obviously the Central Florida Knights, with the dominant victory they had, no one had beat a team like they did against North Carolina State Wolfpack. But now with the Miami Redhawks, they did lose their first game against Drexel 3-1, but they're hanging with one of the best teams here, and this is a impressive performance so far. Yes, they're still down by 1, but they have enough time to work with, and I think this is still anyone's game right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to wait until, to judge until 2 minutes from the game. Just because of the fact that I think this game's going to teeter-totter both ways. I want to see Miami get another point, and then I think, UCF will get another point, and then it'll be one of those games. Because UCF does have some potential to run away with the game. However, I think Miami is hot right now. I think they're playing well.
They're playing tough. You can tell that they really want this one.
100%.
Yeah, they came in and they tightened things up. They're playing against either the best or one of the best teams here. I don't think you could argue that too much based on what we've seen and also past performance too. But past performance does not indicate future performance always, especially in the college game, because you are going to lose those bodies occasionally as the years progress. A couple returners though for the Knights. We've seen Justin Bedford handle business out here. Casey Cheatham, Santos. Here we go. Big break here for the Redhawks as they take the 50. And did he make it in clean? That kid is fast. The Knights do lose a body from that D side, so it's a 4-on-5 situation here in favor of the Redhawks.
And nobody on this side of the field for UCF. Maddie,
you're right. That kid, number 30.
They have a snake corner and they have a snake, Maddie.
Number 37, John Goldsmith, is pretty fast.
Yeah. Looking really good right now on this field. They have both a snake.
Oh, here comes the big bite bunker move, and he runs through and dominates. Goldsmith, he had no idea he's coming. But Martino gets shot out as well, too, trying to make something happen off of that move.
There is nobody over here, Maddie. They can go all the way down the snake all day.
Yeah, there is nothing stopping Travis. Travis could just crawl all the way down, but we have yet to see that happen here.
He can
at
crawl
this
all the way to
event.
Gainesville. Practically.
I mean, there's nobody on this side of the field. This is with the coaches right there. I don't understand why this is happening. Again, public service announcement for all the front players out here. If there's no one in the back center and there's no one in the tower looking at you, yes, you do have to worry about that bunker, but that bunker can't. Did he shoot him from there? Travis did come up into that lane, so no, but it looks like he missed his shot.
I thought I heard something. I could have sworn I heard that. I hit him in the letter or something.
See, people keep worrying about this inside wedge, and that guy does, if you stand up, have a little bit of an angle on you, but if you have a back player behind you and you hit the deck, you can crawl all the way down and use the pin and shoot that guy.
Look at the Redhawks coming heating down that Dorito side of the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 players alive, Maddie.
Redhawks, we just talked about how good they've been looking here in this matchup against the Knights, and now they're going to tie things up.
Hey, well played.
They're looking good across the field. Travis Lyslett is doing a great job of getting into this snake and staying alive. They're getting great production and some big bites in that center, and the D side also has really been stepping up for him. See, number 8 coming off there, it's Alec Linder. He's been playing well. Again, 27, Justin Mays. He's been stepping up. Redhawks hanging in this tournament here. They need this win against the Knights, as they did drop their first one to Drexel, if you just joined us. 5:31 to go here. Now we're going to have 2 minutes in between these points.
3-3, Maddie.
We've been blessed with some great paintball today,
Absolutely,
Chris.
absolutely.
Only one blowout.
Yep. UCF
All
is gonna,
day.
I got UCF in this next point, though.
Think so?
Yeah, they need one. But, man,
Think you're ready?
Redhawks are looking good.
Redhawks have the momentum, man. I don't know. They've been winning the gunfights or taking the ground. It depends. Can Central Florida start shooting some bodies on the break? That's what they need to do right now. They need to dial in those off-the-break shots because they cannot let Miami University just run all over the field.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I'm looking forward to, like, in the next 2 or 3 minutes for this game. But I really think it's going to teeter-totter. You know, and if they do tie, just as we found out earlier, I didn't know this, they do not play overtime points. It's just a tie. So I'm not sure exactly.
It's kind of a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. They should at least do a 1-on-1.
That would be sweet. I love when they end in one-on-ones. I know the players hate it because they don't want to be that guy, and there's a lot of stress and worry if you have to play one-on-ones. But as far as drama's sake, you know, we're always talking about grow paintball this and grow paintball that. Well, the more dramatic we make the game, the more people that don't know anything about the game are going to find it intriguing. That's just how the human brain works. I mean, you're watching a bunch of people play out here with masks. You don't know who any of these people are. It can be like jiu-jitsu, kind of confusing if you don't know what you're looking at. So the more drama we can impregnate into the game, the better. But I get from a player's perspective, because I played a couple one-on-one tournaments, it's a little nerve-wracking.
I know.
I've been in one-on-ones to try to win games and win tournaments. It's nerve-wracking. So
it is nerve-wracking for the most seasoned player.
So it looks like a timeout has been called, I believe, by the Knights. So smartly, the Miami boys are going to put their guns in the shade, try to go get a little bit of water here for the home stretch of this match.
They must be pumped right now. They're playing good.
They are playing really good.
And just look at Central Florida. They're walking. They're not walking very confident. You know what I mean?
They should
They
be,
don't have that
swagger
like they did earlier. You know, I'd like them to play, you know, and make this game, you know, teeter-totter.
Well, they are also hiding in the shade, which is the correct thing to do when you have any sort of mini break. Well, paintballs are so susceptible to this heat and humidity, and yeah, of course, GI they know that, so I'm sure they brought the paintballs that are dialed in for the humidity and the heat.
Well, if I called the timeout, I'd still be sitting in the booth.
10 seconds.
And I'd probably be late to the game. Here we go, 3-3, Matt.
Yeah, 3-3, tie game, 5:31 to go, so still probably see another couple of points here played.
Taking the break.
So on the breakout, now they finally clip Travis as Lyslet not able to get into Snake 1 this time. So great job by Central Florida. I mean, he's been running that over and over and over again.
Yep.
And I understand the mentality of, hey, we're going to keep running this until you stop it. But it cost him this time. Ooh, penalty, and it's going to be just a minor assessed on Central Florida Knights. Not going to help their cause. They also lose the body trying to filter out from the can to the back bunker on the Snake side.
That's going to hurt.
After initially having that great shot on Travis Lyslet, now disaster strikes for Central Florida. They only have 2 bodies left alive, Chris.
Yeah, that's going to hurt real bad, Matty. They have the Dorito, and they have the tower.
Looking at a 4-on-2 situation, this is the opportunity the Redhawks do not want to squander. They want to win this game, and they want to win it using up as much of the time as they possibly can. Now, if I'm Central Florida in this 2-on-4, I really want to see some strong gunfights out of my guys, because you can't just hide in your bunkers and think that you're going to hold off 4 players for 4.5 minutes. That's just a very low percentage play. They're going to have to think about conceding this point at some point in time to give themselves at least a full 5-on-5 and a little bit of time to work with to try to tie the game.
Absolutely. You know, I think everybody's playing conservative. They don't want to be that one. They want to lose a point.
Well, anytime I talk to coaches of the pro teams, and we've obviously been seeing this over the years, but you want to see, well, actually, no, they get their body. I keep forgetting about the box, the penalty box.
Oh, that's right.
The penalty box. We only see 1 tournament a year with it, and now it's a 3-on-4, and they get the kill. So now it's even up 3-on-3. What a great job by the Central Florida Knights. Yeah, it does completely change up when you're going to concede points when you have that player that can come out of the box. Because you don't lose that body forever if he can fight his way out. They do lose a body from the D side. The Miami Redhawks also lose a body. So it's now, I think, a 3-on-2 or his body's dropping again as the chaos is setting in. Central Florida Knights repositioning out wide. Able to get that shot. And this should do it here. Try to close out here to put their potentially winning point on the board. Try to work out these last 2 players. Might be a 2-on-2 situation. Oh, they lose 1. Here comes Bedford. Bedford's going to get the drop in on them, and that is going to do it. So Bedford going to win this point here for the Knights. Put their 4th point up.
Point approved.
Was he hit?
Well, they conceded the
Yeah, no,
conceded
but
the point.
I think it's rubbed though on his loader. I think it matters.
That is definitely
Questionable. Oh, he knows he's hit.
I'd wipe it off right now.
I would wipe it off.
The
right up there.
point's over.
He didn't wipe it off.
They conceded the point already.
He just wiped it. He wiped it off on his leg. I would have wiped it off before I got there.
The rub. Oh, the refs tell me is rub.
They're all rubbed.
Would you make it better if it was white?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we would.
So anyway, 4-3 right now. Nice point right there by UCF.
Great point by UCF.
2:58
Very
left,
close
man.
point too.
It was, man.
Another close point. These are 2 evenly matched teams again. Battle for some bragging rights here in Florida and to see who's going to be moving on in this tournament. Central Florida Knights, biggest win of the day against North Carolina State. Really kind of setting the tone for the rest of this Class A division here in X-Ball, the NCPA. But meeting their match here with the Miami Redhawks so far. Now, 3 minutes left. The way the Redhawks have been playing, they could very much tie this game, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this game's going to come down to the wire. The only thing that would hurt right now is if UCF won this point and left a minute left in the game, then it's going to be difficult. So Miami's got to go into this game knowing they have to win, still with enough time to win the next point. So UCF is in a position right now just to sit back, shoot their lanes, get a couple of G's in the break, and not worry too much about it. So expect Miami to come hard down the
Well, the key part of that is G's on the break.
Yep.
Now, the G's on the break, they've come on this field. However, we have seen a decent amount of 5-on-5 breakouts. So obviously completely contingent on who's making their shots and where you're going, but this has been a fun field to watch, man. I'm really looking forward to Texas. Again, mark your calendars May 3rd through the 5th on Go Sports, the next second NXL event Here we go, though. NCPA championships. Oh, they did not tag up in time. What a terrible break for UCF. You have the lead. You can't get your 5th body out on time with the deep roster that they have. That's a huge mental mistake here,
That
Chris.
is unbelievable.
But they do shoot a body off the D side to even up the count. It's 4-on-4. So the Redhawks not able to take advantage of the mistake that Central Florida made, and the count is even.
Huge mistake. And that's a mental error. You know, and we talked about it. You have 2 minutes to get on the field. So, and I thought I heard them say we need 5 bodies, but it is what it is. And that puts your team out too. Like your team kind of is like, hey, we're starting with 4. You know, but thank God they evened it up. I can't believe they haven't got to the snake yet.
Well, with the 4-on-4 situation now, Chris, this is probably going to be the point, depending on how many deaths come in the next 30 or 40 seconds. But these guys know what's at stake. Now it's up to the Redhawks to push forward. Central Florida, they have the lead. They don't have to go anywhere. They have a good cross-field spread, D1. They have a cake in the back center, and also a back bunker on the snake side. Now moving up in even better position into D2.
Now they're in trouble. I think he just got shot from the Dorito.
Wow, UCF is just going for it, man. They're diving into snake 1. They took D2. Now going to go into snake 2. Redhawks are now playing on their heels. This player needs to just chill out in the snake. He's playing very frantic in here, and he's going to get checked out by the ref. This is where you see inexperienced players sometimes throw it away. You have the lead. They have to push into you. Cross it up. You have 4 bodies to 4 bodies. That's exactly... See, and that's what one of the veterans who was wearing a championship UCF jersey from years ago, Zach Tautry's out there. He's also a veteran, former or alumni of UCF, probably saying the exact same thing. Hey, chill out, man. We have the lead. They have to push into us.
Oh, and he shoots him going in the snake, Matty.
Yeah, sure enough. Travis Lysett with just under a minute to go gets shot trying to get in to snake 1. Catches a couple extra bonus balls. They like putting it on Travis.
Oh.
But see, this is what we just talked about.
That's
and
a major penalty.
Unbelievable mental
under
mistake.
60 seconds, too. That's the point.
Unbelievable. That is the worst case scenario. Now,
we were just talking about
we kind of saw the writing on the wall here a little bit, and that got foreshadowed. You could see the way that he was playing frantic in there, the fact that he was even taking the bites that he was taking. Now, I don't mind some of the moves he made them clean, but once he got into the snake, he was playing like they needed a point, like they were down by 1 with a minute to go. They were not. They're up by 1, but his frantic play in the snake and that major penalty, which is an immediate swing point because it's under a minute, that just cost them the lead. It could cost them the game.
Yep. 100%.
Terrible, terrible mistake.
That was... I got nothing, actually. You know, you and I have talked about this multiple times today. Brought up scenarios with North Carolina. It happened in North Carolina last year. Major and it's under 60 seconds. I mean, that's terrible.
You've really, and I will preach this until the fat lady sings and the cows come home. Use whatever cliche you want. You cannot be that frantic in your position when you have the lead. Calm, methodical, take deep breaths in there. Your coach is right next to you telling you to chill out. You have to be careful in there. I cannot believe that player got a major penalty.
All he has to do is sit there and go like, just pull his...
Or hide, just hide. You have a back player to watch in front of you. He had a player in the center that could watch over him. There's nothing that he's going to contribute from there. They don't need the point spread. They have a 7-point spread from the very first game. They won that game by 7 points, the biggest victory of the tournament so far. Literally no reason for you to be actively gunfighting in Snake 2.
How do you feel right now if you're Miami?
If you're Miami, I'd be
I'm
like,
going hard.
oh my God, the paintball gods have given us a giant breath of fresh air. Now, I would be thinking we have this opportunity here to put our first win on the board and save ourselves in this tournament potentially. But the situation is relatively still the same for Miami. 46 seconds left in this game. A tie, not really going to help them too much because they already have a loss. So
10 seconds.
we'll see. 10 seconds to go before the start of potentially the last point.
They got to get a G on the break over here.
Yeah, and they have to. And Central Florida has to play down a body. The worst of all. 5-on-4 situation here. See if the Redhawks can steal this win.
Oh, they lose a player on the Dorito side, Matty.
Redhawks do lose their first attacker on the D side, and here comes Central Florida with a big secondary bite all the way to the 50-yard line to try to protect that D side. And now they're going to push up. They're trying to steal this win here. loading up for the attack at the 50-yard line with 2 bodies. They also have a body in D3. Redhawks lose 2 more though here. And here comes Bedford. Bedford's going to run around. Got to be careful not to get a major penalty. They're screaming to get the flag with just 5 seconds left to go, and there still is 1 player left alive, just chalking up kills left and right here to burn the time, and that is going to be a tie. So a valiant effort here from UCF. No penalties there at the end. They definitely died on their swords.
There was a minor.
Was there a minor?
There was a minor at the end.
Ooh, they're lucky that it was just a minor.
Yeah.
'Cause that would have definitely given the win to the Redhawks, but that last player in the back corner here on the snake side was holding it down. I'm trying to see his number from here. I think that was number 4.
Number 4, he fell asleep at him.
Number 4, Sean Merritt, just saved that tie here for the Redhawks. Wow, what a crazy game. Our second tie of the tournament. Our second tie in a row.
I'm sweating again.
Woo, I know, it's hot up here, it's hot on the field. What a beautiful day of paintball. 2019 NCPA Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Chris Sawyer, and we will be back. Last set of the day, going to be the Liberty Flames taking on the Temple Owls. Stick with us.
What a great game. Amazing. Beautiful.
Welcome back, 2019 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships going down here in Orlando, Florida. I'm Matty Marshall. Got Chris Lasoya up here in the commentator's booth. One set remains here on day one. It's going to be the Liberty Flames taking on the Temple Owls. Both these teams right now look pretty good today. Liberty Flames, Chris, were very impressive in their victory over the Michigan State Spartans.
10 seconds.
What'd you think? Temple Owls also with the victory today. Close 1-point game against Clemson.
Yeah, I got Liberty on this one. They played pretty good, pretty convincing earlier. I mean, Temple's playing okay.
Starting the first point here. Yeah, Temple, they look really good in the close match against Clemson.
Big fight, Dorito 3 on the break, Matty.
Yeah, D3 on the break for the Owls. Temple, and also looks like they're going to take out one of the players from Liberty from the backfield. So it is a 5-on-4 situation in favor of the Temple Owls.
That was a great breakout by Temple. That was a big bite. That's the biggest bite we've seen today.
Yeah, we've seen some real big bites in the center, but we haven't seen D3 off the break that I can remember.
And he catches one just sitting there.
Tough.
That was from over here at the state.
That's some inexperience right there. You get a big move off the break. Guys get real adrenaline pumped up and really want to start contributing when all you really need to do is just take a deep breath. Yeah, especially when you already got a kill.
Unfortunately, his gun wasn't even, because he has the same shot that the snake did. He showed you that he just got there. He didn't know what to shoot at. That was my first shot when I got in.
Yeah, right. Still though, 4-on-4 situation. And now it's a 3-on-4 situation in favor of the Owls again, and now they're pushing up on the D side. So love the aggression that we're seeing. Another body coming off for Liberty. So Chris, the Flames not really looking too good survivability here in this first match.
Not at this point.
First point.
Yeah, the first point. Another again, you're in the snake in the back center.
Oh God.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a core sample.
Yeah, he has a little bit of Tampa in there.
Yeah, it's going to tell us how much it rained 5,000 years ago.
So lots of snakes, only one player left for Liberty.
Well, it looks like he was able to shoot that clog out, though. Not too bad. And here for Temple Owls in good position in the center of the field at the 50-yard line. They still have D3, and then bodies are dropping left and right for the Flames. This should be an easy one here for the Owls, as they definitely did their work shooting those bodies out of their positions after a pretty solid break from the Flames. They didn't take much ground, but they made it to their spots, but could not stay alive. And Temple looking real crisp in those gunfights, Chris.
Absolutely. They're going to have to stop Chin. That guy he really impressed me that last game.
Which guy?
Chin.
Yeah, Brady Chin.
Dude,
Brady Chin was great over here on the snake side for Temple. He was outstanding.
I was pretty impressed. I mean, he had a couple of bad games. But, you know,
hey, it's tournament paintball, man. You're not going to hit 1,000. You're not going to be batting 1,000 out there. I don't care how good you are.
He sure tried, though, which I love it. He has a good mental tenacity game. He knows where to go. He knows his shots. He knows how to core sample. No, but seriously, he played really good the last game, and I expect everybody to continue to do that. I mean, it's going to be a good game. If you can shut him down, though, that'll give him a little more advantage.
Well, we do have to talk about the glare, though, as we are in the last set of the day. It is getting later on in the afternoon, 5:49 here at Orlando time, and the glare from the eastern side, from the right-hand side of your screen, could be an issue.
Hey, can I bring up that we're pretty much on time for schedule?
After a little bit of a rough start, that's not too bad.
No,
Yeah.
I'm actually really impressed.
Yeah.
Hats off to the Railomator, Chris Rail.
We did have a couple games that we were able to make some time up, though.
Yeah, we did.
So that did help things.
But man, what good games today. That last one was exciting. Again. Gives you like a shot of adrenaline.
We've had some real good games today. And the only blowout again was the Central Florida Knights versus the North Carolina State Wolfpack. And the Wolfpack showed up against the Purdue Boilermakers. We've had 2 ties in a row now.
Yep.
So
not for lack of trying though. Those guys went to town.
30 seconds.
Skinny pants. Nice.
that's the hotness right now.
That is the hotness right now.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
I don't think I look very good in this.
Maybe like 15 years ago,
maybe.
you would have looked good in the skinny pants.
Maybe. That's a big maybe. Here we go. Temple against Liberty. Temple up by 1 point.
And on the breakout, another D3 break here for Temple. This time he gets clipped out, not able to make it to a spot. He made it to a spot in the last game, but ended up dying from his position. It looks like body dropping. It's going to be Corbin Ryan dying after making it to the 50-yard line.
It's looking into the sun, man.
Yeah, they're losing another body too. So 3 players are left alive for Liberty, but they are stuck in the pocket in the back 3 position, and they lose another one. But Temple loses another one too. So it's a 3-on-2 situation. Temple cannonballing up now, the big bite into D2 and makes it clean, and then here comes a real aggressive move by Montanari, who's at Snake 2, wrapping around, trying to get a shot on the center.
He totally blew that shot too, man. He had him all day. He blew both shots.
Yeah, Montanari still alive though here in Snake 2. Temple able to get out wide, Snake side, back corner bunker.
See, I think there's a blind shot over top of that, to that Dorito 3, where he's at right now.
Only if he stands up. I don't think he can get it over the brick from the position that he's at right now.
Yeah, it's kind of high, I guess. Oh, it bounced. What are you doing? That bounced.
Did he call himself out on a bounce?
He did.
It's an honest man. No.
Here comes Big Boy.
You don't have to go out on bounces.
Yeah, Big Bone Brigade.
And so Temple now 2 points in a row, looking pretty good here against Liberty. Just really like the fight, Chris, that we're seeing out of Temple.
Oh yeah, no, I gotta give it to him.
Sherry.
I can't believe he called himself out on that.
Towel.
Was it really a bounce?
No,
Montanari called himself out on a bounce?
It hit him in the head, but it made his hair definitely make some movement, and he just did something, called himself out. But yeah, it definitely bounced or didn't break.
Jesus.
I think it just went through his hair.
That's a rough one.
Oh man.
Well, Liberty now has some ground to make up. Game's not out of hand yet. 6:06 to go here. A 2-point lead though for Temple University Owls, but they are highly aggressive. That's 2 points in a row that they have sent a body to D3 off the break. He made it the first time, didn't make it the second time. Got shot both times though. First time he got shot in a gunfight. Second time got shot off the break. But Temple University able to win some gunfights, Chris, and that's been the big difference here.
No, without question. I think that they're playing really aggressive. I think they're playing well. I think they're shooting great lanes in the break. They're obviously getting a couple good shots. And, you know, right now, Liberty they're making some good moves, but, like, for instance, they made that 50 move. He looked right out into a ball. Now, is that the sun? Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's hard.
Yeah, I think now with the way that the shadows are getting, I don't think it's like disaster time yet, because I'm giving a little head check over here towards the west, and I mean the sun it's becoming an issue, but you know when it really gets towards that horizon and it's blasting you directly in the face is when it's really affecting your gunfights. Now I'm not saying it's not affecting them at all, but if with just the visor on right now, I think it'd be okay.
Right. No, I agree.
The tough thing is that you're not going to read the streams as well. Look, when you're gunfighting, you want to be able to read those streams. You see those incoming paintballs, and you play those as much as you're playing your opponent. When you are looking into a little bit of a glare, even though it's not complete disaster yet again, but it's going to be an issue for teams that are on the right-hand side. So Liberty's dealing with it right now, but Temple University is going to be dealing with it, and every second that goes by, it's just going to get worse.
No, absolutely.
So it's going to be harder for Temple in the second half than it is currently for Liberty in the first half.
So they better get as many points as they can.
Yes.
That way they can just do what they need to do. Another move from 40. Hey, big bite, Dorito 3 for Liberty. They take a play out of their Temple's book. Alive for both teams.
Good, solid break here for both squads, but Liberty is doubling up that back center, so a better crossfield spread right now for Temple, as Temple has all 5 back positions. And now here comes the move outside into the back bunker on the D side for Liberty, and he's able to make it clean. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in the first half. Liberty needs to put a point on the board. It's been all Temple so far. Temple content to gunfight out of their spots, but everyone is out of their bunkers and shooting their guns. Lots of pressure here for the Temple University Owls. Liberty is a little bit more tucked into their positions. hiding a little bit more. They have more field progression, though, as they have made moves up in the center of the field. Now, there goes Corbin Ryan. Corbin Ryan able to get to the 50-yard line. Towards the center, here shading snake side, though, and he's going to look D-side. That's been the go-to angle for these players to look at once they get to that position, trying to shut down that D-side of the field.
Yeah, and right now, Liberty's in good spots right now because you got Temple all in the back spots practically, Matt. Liberty in pretty good spots up in this 50, but he's all by himself. You got to get somebody out in the corner for him to back him up a little bit, Matt.
That would help out.
Absolutely.
It would definitely help Liberty if they could get out more wide here on the snake side of the field, give Ryan a little bit of protection. He does have protection from the center, but it would help out. Oh, look at this, though. Temple University going to lose a body from that back corner bunker on the snake side.
That's their first. That's when he fell out.
First body to drop. Now it's a one-body advantage for Liberty. They have yet to lose a play.
That's when he fell to the corner, or you get in the snake, and then you can help him out a lot. Ryan needs a little help up here in the middle. They definitely need to get this point, or do not lose this point. So Liberty's still in a good spot. I think they might have lost another one, but you can tell he immediately getting to the paint. I'm starting to see a little bit of bounces here, Matt. They do fill to the corner here, Liberty.
Yeah, they fill out wide. That was the fill we were looking for.
Yep, that's going to help a lot right now, because he'll probably get up in the snake. Once he gets in this,
you called it. Makes his move right into snake one. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go here. Liberty trying to utilize this one-body advantage. Temple hanging strong with 4 players. Rolling those guns. I like the pressure they're putting on.
Oh, he's up the foot. Bounced though. That one bounced too. Hit him right in the ankle. So they obviously weren't taking care of their paint very well. You think with that huge bus over there, maybe turn the air conditioning on, leave it outside there. But Liberty's in a spot right now. They can actually do this. There is still 3 minutes left, so they do have plenty of time. They need to get one more good G. If they can get that G out of the Dorito, I feel Ryan should go up to their grip. They're 40. He'll be in a lot better position now, or to do something.
Yeah. Well, they're closing the gap. They made the move in the snake one with Montanari. They've also made the move up the center at the wedge. Another body drops for Temple.
That helps.
So that's 2 gunfights lost here for Temple. They still have 3 bodies alive, but only 1 on the snake side. Now another body dropping for Temple. So this is best case scenario here for Liberty. Still 5 bodies alive. Potentially perfect point for Liberty University. The Flames pushing the issue, rolling into guns. There goes the last 2 bodies. So Liberty is going to put their first point on the board. And we got ourselves another close game here, Chris.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a great game, for sure. Well, another good game,
Yeah,
you know? I mean,
we've seen nothing but close games. 1 blowout today, but out of 9 games, that's not too bad. I mean, I'll take 1 blowout out of 9. That's an entertaining day of paintball.
yeah, absolutely.
It's fun to watch this field play out. Again, with the close games, and just really looking forward to Texas. And again, mark your calendars, May 3rd through the 5th on GoSports.com. You're going to be able to watch the 2nd NXL event, see the best in the world play this field. But it's been an entertaining field. Lots of opportunities all over the place. The snake side can be dominant. I do not feel that we have seen anybody play the snake side dominantly, though, yet.
Not yet.
And I think there's been opportunities to do so. The middle, on the other hand, I feel like we've seen some players take full advantage of the opportunities with some counter moves, some run-throughs in the center. And then that D side is also very potent.
No, absolutely. I think it's definitely a heads-up game over there because they're in alignment with each other. And I think the corner can also look. I think everything from the corner all the way down the line is all in a straight line. So it's a little difficult to just run down the wire and run somebody down. You got to be heads up, shoot somebody, and then do it.
Yeah. Well, now just under 2 minutes to go here in the first half, 1 minute and 59 seconds on the clock. We have 45 seconds until the next point, and it's a 1-point game. Penalties have not really been an issue so far in this particular match, but they've been a big issue today. We've seen a lot of teams struggle with penalties. The refs not scared to throw majors, minors. With that penalty box, definitely adds a whole another factor in. as you can get that body out. And we've seen those guys be a big difference maker out here today, Chris.
No, without
30
question.
seconds.
Now, I think there'd be a timeout called right here.
Timeout.
So a timeout called, was it by Liberty or was it by Temple?
That was by Temple. Temple's still chilling. And
Yeah, Liberty has their
Liberty?
bodies out. Will Liberty call the timeout? They already have their guys out. Interesting.
1 minute.
But I mean, I think this is 2 minutes. They can still. I mean, somebody's gonna score a point here. You know, Liberty needs to tie it up going into the second half.
We've been averaging around 2-minute points-ish, right around there. Minute 30, 2:30.
Yeah, 2:30
Yeah.
tops. So this might be able to squeeze a point out.
The only real low-scoring game that we've seen today was the Drexel Dragons taking on the Miami Redhawks.
It was 1-0 going into the second half.
It
wasn't
was, yeah. And it ended up being a 3-1 game. But
30
it's just a real tactical battle with lots of gunfights, and didn't really look like those guys had dialed the field in yet. But that being said, other than that, it's been, I wouldn't say a fast field, but
seconds.
not one of the slower fields that we've had this year or in the past couple years.
Right. This is a fun field. I'm really looking forward to seeing the transition to the pro teams.
Couple weeks. Get seated in a couple weeks here. May 3rd through the 5th.
Watch the center move!
So on the breakout now, doubling up the back center, the Flames. Does that produce a kill? It does. They are able to shoot that body on the D side, so just 4 bodies alive for Temple now. But Chin, Brady Chin, who played really well for Temple in their victory against the Clemson Tigers, he is at the 50-yard line trying to shut down that D side of the field for the Owls.
Yeah, but he's up there all by himself. We talked about this time and time again. You know, once you get up that far and there's nobody right next to you, man, you're kind of tough up there. So you got to get to that corner and support him, or get in the snake and help him a little bit as well. Because it's not too hard to just kind of come to that center, Matty, and just trade out with him.
Which we've seen all day long. Yeah, and Corbin Ryan for Liberty, he's been one of those guys that has no fear and is willing to go. But he's asking for a check from the referee right now, and it looks like he's clean. So Chin still has to worry about Corbin Ryan, because as soon as Corbin Ryan finds out where Chin is, he's going to drop that hammer.
See, one thing that people don't understand is you go out here and play, and you use like 2 or 3 pods. Oh, another one for Liberty goes down the far side, Matty. 50 seconds left. I just think we're going to go, and they're probably going to come out of this at 2-1. You know, Liberty has the back corner. They have 2, 3 in the center. Chin, if he wants to go, you know, all Temple players are in the back bunkers. The only one up that can do anything right now is Chin.
Yeah, Liberty, well, there's really, other than Chin, there's not too many players in a position to attack to try to finish this game off in 23 seconds. I think we're probably going to be going into the second half with the score sitting the way that it is, unless something crazy happens, the penalty in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, I can see that. So, like I was trying to say, a lot of these players are shooting 4 or 5 pods, but they're all on the outside. They'll leave 2 or 3 pods in there the whole game or whole match, and by the time they get to those pods later, they're not switching them out, and those pods have been sitting in the sun for exponentially an hour. You know, if you think about it.
This afternoon it's been 88 degrees, and it is obviously we're in Orlando, Florida, so it's going to be humid. And we are seeing a little bit more bounces this afternoon, but it's it gets hotter, it's a little bit more humid, and yes, if you don't cycle through your paint, you're going to get bounces, man. If you know, depending on which way you load, and if we're going through 2.5 minute long points, maybe you're not shooting your whole pack. I mean, like, look at some of these guys walking off.
Yep.
This guy right here, he's got, what has he got? Let's see,
2,
I don't
4,
know.
6,
yeah,
8.
6-8 pods still left.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know how long he's had those 8 pods on his back, but if it's been for the majority of the first half, you need to cycle through that paint, get some
100%.
fresh paint for the second half.
Absolutely. Because there are, I mean, it's just common sense pretty much.
Yeah, we are seeing guys though during the timeouts hide behind the shadows, which is the go-to move here.
Right.
When you're in a in a state where it's going to be hot and humid.
So 10 more minutes of the match today. Flames looking pretty decent, but Temple, I think they're looking to be better. I think you called that one, Matty.
Well, Temple fought really hard against the Clemson Tigers in their victory, and they had some players that I really felt were executing, and some names that we've seen before. Their starting 5. You got Jason Spencer, Jacob Bouchari, Brady Chin, James Fraley, and Brandon Mojica. All of those guys stepped up in their victory earlier on today. So I just really like the intensity the Temple's bringing. They seem very, very confident, and I wouldn't use completely aggressive is not exactly the term. They definitely are aggressive, but it's that smart that smart aggression that you're looking for.
Right. No, 100%. I agree. You know, and also, you know, looking at Liberty, you know, they're making good moves. Josh Hardy making good moves with the center. Coming out on the snake side, they're making good moves in the snake. I think they're getting shot a little bit too easy on the Dorito side. Now, is that because they're looking at the sun? I don't know, because I'm not out there. But time will tell. They're gonna, you know, field's getting switched right now.
And yeah, now Liberty has to go and look into that glare. And as we talked about, shadows are only going to get longer, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for Liberty. I still don't think that the glare is unmanageable quite yet. I think we're maybe about an hour away from it being ridiculously nasty.
Yeah, we'll be in the pool by then.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So now 3 minutes and it's 5 minute break during halftime here at X-Ball format. 2 10-minute halves. Majors, minors, center flag, coaches on the sidelines. Pits are allowed to talk. It's kind of a giant throwback, Chris, to what we started playing when X-Ball first came out all the way back in 2003.
Yeah, those were crazy days. It was fun, though.
It was fun. The guns shoot a lot slower.
Oh.
And that's actually a good thing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, that part wasn't very well. It was fun when you're behind the gun.
At the time, but
man, I don't think my body can handle that now.
I just remember when Pete Utchig, Mr. U from the Ironman, one of the toughest guys I know. I've literally seen him storm into a group of like 10 guys in a fist fight, fearless, and he's a firefighter in New York. But when that guy's saying that things were getting a little lawless and it was a little too much, I was like, maybe we should start thinking about this being a little bit too fast. But it's been a fun tournament to watch so far. Lots of close matches here. The NCPA championships. Love coming to this tournament every year. We've been talking about it all day. I'm always going to talk about it just because the vibe is so fun out here. So if you're out there, collegiate paintball does exist. Club sport, so you can start one of your own at your college.
Yeah, and I like to support the college guys. Like look at Liberty's bus. I can see it from here. I don't think they're keeping their paint in it, but it's huge. It's a huge bus. It's like a travel bus. Where is Liberty's where?
Back east. Liberty is one of those teams.
We are east.
Yeah. No. We're down south.
Oh, okay.
We are east. We're definitely very east, but Liberty's one of the. They have a great practice facility at their college. They're one of those teams that just kind of been expecting to win one of these tournaments eventually here. They flirted with it a couple times. They always seem to bring a very hyper-competitive lineup to the college championships. So we will see, though. I mean, they're very close right now. We've got 1 minute and 25 seconds to go now before we start the second half. They're only down by 1, but they're just playing a really tough Temple team that seems pretty motivated to try to get a victory.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're playing good, but like I said, we'll see. I mean, the sun is starting to get gnarly. I can see the shadows have changed quite drastically over the course of the last hour.
Yeah, the shadows are getting a bit long. But I'm looking at the sun, and I don't know. We've been in this situation before a lot of times, Chris, and I don't think it's completely terrible yet.
No.
I think it's going to be a little bit worse from that D side.
Yeah.
If you're playing the back corner bunker or any of those D side bunkers from the right-hand side of your screen, from the eastern side of the field, I think it's going to be a little tougher over there than it is going to be here in the Snake.
7 a.m. sounds great.
And also, the shadows are something you can actually utilize when you're playing out there.
See where people are looking out, which side the bunker goes out, etc. Or if they're coming. So just in 20 seconds, we'll be starting the second half of the last match of the day. Liberty Liberty down by 1 against Temple, who has 2. But we'll see. I've seen crazier things happen today.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this game could be anybody's.
Absolutely.
The way that Liberty's been playing, and Liberty with a victory. So Temple with a victory, Liberty with a victory. Liberty got their victory over the Michigan State Spartans. And now these teams switching sides to Temple, looking into the glare. Body dropping from that D side, and that's where we talked about the glare is the worst, Chris.
He tried to go to D2 on the break, so they have Snake here, Liberty, and Temple has the back right Snake corner. It is 4-on-5 in favor of Liberty at the moment. And Temple has all the back bunkers, Maddie. Making the move to D2 is Liberty on the far side of your field. which puts them in way better position right now.
Yeah, Liberty has good position. They have a body in snake 1. They also have a body in D1, so they've spread the field out nicely. The player on the D side has a back man behind him in the back corner bunker. So best case scenario right now for the Flames, as they did shoot a body that kept everyone alive, and no forward progression currently right now for Temple, Chris.
Look at that cross shot from Liberty from the back of the snake all the way to the Dorito corner, man. That was a really good shot. So still 5-on-4. Back right, well, back snake corner is holding up the snake guy over here, man.
I mean, Temple's still rolling the guns. The Liberty has position. See what they can do with it, though. Player in the snake has to worry about the Temple, has to worry about the stand-up in the center, and also has to worry about the back player here on the side.
Oh, make the move to D4, Maddie, on the far side of the field.
This is going to help out the snake player, as with Liberty now, the body in snake 1, he's going to be able to move up once those guns start shifting toward that snake side with the forward progression that they have over there on that side of the field.
And there's that shot across the field, Maddie.
Beautiful shot, yeah. So the snake 1 player crawls all the way back off the lip of the snake, the very end of it, and goes coast to coast, Chris, to get that shot.
That was a great shot. He missed the first one, but then he caught him slipping. So that's 2 down. That's 5-on-3 now. But here comes Temple getting the snake. Chan, he don't care.
Yeah, Brady Chin played really well for Temple in their victory and played very competent so far here in this match. Now he's into snake 1. They are down a body. Somebody for Temple needs to clock in to try to get a kill. Longer point, Chris.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes into this point, actually 2:40 now into this point. Still nobody dropped for Liberty as they have D4, D2.
Ever get that coat?
30-yard line in the center, snake 1 and back snake bunker. Looks like Temple only with, I think they have 3 bodies right now.
Yeah, they have tower, the back center, and the snake 1.
Trying to hold off the attack of the Flames, who need this point to tie. Now moving past a 3-minute-long point.
So those are all one of the longer points we've had, man. Look for Liberty to come up the center a little more to get not to the 50 so much. Oh, there's that back center shot. Oh, there it is. He's hit. That's another one.
Yeah, back center getting shot out of there. Liberty looking like they should close to this point victory here and tie this one up.
Now he has the back left corner again. He's going to back up and shoot that shot again. Actually,
now they seem to close this one out and close it smart, Chris. No mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
No mistakes for Liberty. Oh, just as I say that, they do drop a body from the D side. So I just don't know if it's going to be enough. There's still just 2 bodies left alive, looking at 4 bodies. 2-on-4. Time ticking off the clock. And here comes the highway run. Montanari drops the hammer here in the snake. And now he's going to get that last kill. So beautiful job at Montanari to close the door here and tie this game up.
That was a good run right there.
2-2 is the score.
I'm surprised he
Or
didn't
it
get
will
shot
be
there.
as long as this player hanging the flag is clean.
I'm surprised Montanari didn't get shot.
Well, the other player there wasn't even really looking his way when he went.
I'm talking about shooting. I'm talking about trading in this.
Oh, trading in the snake.
Yeah, I mean, oof. To get bunkered like that and just have him run right by you is kind of embarrassing.
So a little bit more of a low-scoring game in this one. 2
Yeah.
evenly matched teams. Should be tied at 2. We're still waiting for the thumbs up from the ref. There it is.
So 2-2 now.
So now we're going to have the 2 minutes in between points with 5:29 left to go. This is a tough one to call. What do you think you got in this one?
Dude, it's
I know, it's a tough one to call. Obviously, Liberty taking the momentum with that last one, and a very consistent point across the board. Yes, they did make a mistake on that D side and lost a gunfight in that high body situation, but other than that, mostly complete control. They won a ton of gunfights. They took the position. They had aggression on the snake side. They had aggression on the D side. Some good composure in the center. They also took some ground there. Not a ton. I mean, they weren't recklessly running up to the 50s, but
It was a good slow control game. Really good shots across the field from the backside of Snake 1. I like those. That's just knowing your shots right there, and a good coach, of course. And then he has that inside shot in the back center. So
1 minute.
yeah, this is a really tough one to call. Liberty looks good. Temple looks good. Obviously, the score tied. Not a ton of time left. 5:29 to go. I almost flipped a coin on this one.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Liberty's playing a little smarter. I think Temple's playing better.
Well, it was tough in that last one because Temple was playing on their heels pretty much the whole point.
Yeah.
Liberty took ground. Liberty had the body advantage. Temple hung in there for a couple minutes, but they were constantly at that disadvantage. Liberty made the most of it. Very little mistakes other than that death on the D side. So,
20 seconds.
yeah, I mean, obviously the momentum does go to Liberty with that last point win, but the way that Temple's been playing
Timeout.
and looking like they might be getting a little bit of a boost from now timeout being called, but I'm saying the clouds just kind of coming in a little bit to beat that glare down.
Yep, I think that'll help out Temple.
That should definitely help out Temple.
Well, we will see. I mean, both teams seem to be taking a aggressive move on the break, seeing what happens, and then kind of assessing the situation and capitalizing on their G count or where they are or whatnot.
Yeah, I have to correct myself. I didn't misspeak earlier. Liberty had been knocking on the door for like the past 8 years, but they did win last year.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they did win last year.
I can't remember last year.
There's a lot of these tournaments, they all run together.
Yeah, it does.
The Liberty did win last year. I don't know the favorite though overall. There's a couple teams out here that look pretty strong. Liberty's definitely one of them. I like the look we're seeing out of Temple, though hanging with the returning champs. Again, I do apologize to all Liberty fans out there. They did finally win in victory last year.
10 seconds.
It's been a long time coming.
Yep. Here we go.
Jumping back into it here. So doubling up the back center, Liberty, and it looks like they're going to lose Montanari.
That was his own fault.
Did he get shot after he got in there?
Yeah, he was in there. He just went in there lazy.
5:15 to go here, and Liberty now down a body, actually down 2 bodies. They lose that body on the D side as well, so just 3 players alive for them. Advantage to Temple.
He got shot by the corner guy over here on the snake side by Temple.
So Temple with the 2-body advantage. I don't think this is going to be the last point, Chris. I mean, they're going to want to win this one and win it as slow as they can to leave as little time as possible on the clock.
Well, right now they're smart enough to know. Liberty's smart enough to know that if they're going down, he'll just blow the horn and save himself as much time as possible to bring back that next point. There is still 4:30 left in the game. They do have time. There's 4 players alive on their 5, but Temple does not look like they're in any area to go at all. I mean, I could see their corner snake eye going to the snake here pretty soon. You just got to put somebody in, go through the inside, like we talked about earlier. They do have a small presence on the D side, though. D2, I think, is hot. D3 is hot. I'm sorry, D3 for Temple.
Temple in good position on that D side and a full complement on the back line. Looking like they want to make a move in the center, and here comes the push up the center of the field.
Good communication from the sidelines to Temple guys.
Time ticking off this clock, 3:42 to go. Temple trying to utilize this 2-body advantage and some more forward progression up the field. They take the snake 1 now and also increase their position in the center to get to the lay down wedge.
Here comes Brady Chin. Always a force to be reckoned with. The only person really keeping him honest is going to be that tower like we talked about, Matt.
Yeah, the tower is the guy you're the most worried about if there's no one in the snake with you and there's no one in the back corner bunker, which is the situation right now. So Chin mostly has to worry about the tower. Yes, back center also as well, too.
Oh, there's another G.
Yeah, he might have just got that kill here. Temple.
That might be a penalty.
The referee, he's going to pull him out of there. No penalty assessed, though, so just 2 players left alive.
Dodged a bullet there.
Liberty right now.
as I said.
Towel thrown in. Referees having to yell at everybody right now. Temple trying to get after it here, Chris.
Oh yeah. You know, and that was, like I said, that's a good call. And, you know what? As soon as they saw it going down, I'm like, he's going to blow it. He's going to maintain as much time in the clock as possible.
So now the stress is going to be on the returning champs, Liberty, with under 3 minutes to play, down by 1, Chris.
They'll be fine. They'll come back. They'll win this next point.
They need to tighten it off the break. They lost those couple bodies real quick, and that put Temple with a huge advantage, 5-on-3. Temple slow, methodical, push up the field, and able to put their third point on the board. But definitely two evenly matched teams. This is one of the lowest scoring games. Oh, we have a little bit of time left, but still one of the lowest scoring games we've seen out here.
I can see Liberty going up the middle because everything else really isn't working. Well, actually, you know what? They're getting out here to the snake. He did all right. He got out here. He was just really lazy. The corner came out and just blew him up. So, you know, he went there lazy. I was watching the whole thing. I thought he was going to go around, but instead he tried to do the combat roll back inside, and he got clipped. So he was mad at himself. He knew he made a mistake.
Talking about Montanari and the snake?
Montanari, yes, correct. He knows he made a mistake. He'll fix it. So this next game will be pretty interesting. I mean, I don't think they're going to come out really hard, but I think they're going to come out with the intention of getting the win quick, because you don't want another tie.
Oh, God. I mean, it would be crazy to see 3 ties in a row.
Seriously.
This kind of speaks to the parity of some of these teams, though, and how competitive this particular division is. Your Class A, NCPA, X-Ball format, which is always fun to watch. So can Liberty stay alive on the break,
10 seconds.
fight back and try to tie this up? We will see.
Looks like Montero's going to the corner.
This could be the point right here. If Temple can put one more on the board, it should seal the deal, depending on how crazy the end of this game gets. But
They both make a snake in the break.
yeah, both teams with the body into Snake 1, but Temple is going to lose that body. Montanari stays alive this time and playing tight, gets into Snake 2. Liberty still doubling up that back center, though, which has been a little bit of a treacherous position here on this field layout. So far today, we've seen lots of bodies drop from that doubled up position. He's going to get out of there smartly. Gets one bunker across to the back cake. The Liberty now 5-on-4.
He shot him in the pack. He bounced him right in the pack, Matty, across the field. So right now, Liberty with the advantage. There's nobody over here stopping him. Oh, Montanari takes him in the face.
Oh, it's a tough death.
But they shoot another one, Matt.
Well, that's a good kill then for Liberty. They lose Montanari. They still have 4 bodies on the field.
But there's nobody over here, Matt.
Yeah, they have a body up in the center. Good penetration in the center. 2 bodies actually there. They have a body at the 40-yard line, body at the 30.
He needs to get
at
to
the
50.
wedges.
He needs to get to the 50.
And they have no one on the Snake side. Only a minute and 45 seconds left. Temple University trying to hang tight here. Now, Corbin Ryan, who we've seen play some real good paintball today, they're going to ask him to check off on the Snake side. Corbin Ryan trying to finish this one off here to tie this game for Liberty. But there is no overtime period in the prelims here, so Liberty, if they want to win this one, they're going to have to win this point quick to tie it up, Chris.
He needs to go to their side. He needs to go to their side of the field. Just go. What are you waiting for?
And there goes
Back
another
center.
body. Yeah, for Temple.
Back center.
Temple loses Bashari out of the back center. And here comes Liberty with just a minute to go, trying to tie this game up.
60 seconds.
Now Corbin Ryan goes into the Snake. That's the smart move. More up in the center. They're loading up past the 50. Another body comes off for Temple. The coach for Liberty screaming at his boys to get going and attack up the field. Tells Corbin Ryan to just chill out and take that gun. And they are going to be able to tie this one up, Chris, but not a lot of time left. You see a penalty?
Minor penalty on Liberty, though.
Well, I think they have enough bodies. There's still 3 bodies left alive to pull.
So
Tense moments here. We'll see if Liberty can put this tying point on the board here in our last set of day 1.
it doesn't matter. There's enough people on the field anyway. They can hang the flag.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So we'll see. We'll get a call right here from our refs in the field.
I don't know what they call it.
So the referees are converging over here by the score station. Chris trying to get us some info. Only 30 seconds left. Ooh, reverse point? Oh, that would be worst case scenario for Liberty. And they're saying, what we were saying, how they had a ton, yeah, dirty hang. They did have a ton of bodies left alive. Rough turn of events here for Liberty, if that is the case. It does appear that that's what the referee is telling their players out there as, oh man,
that's heartbreaking.
That's a heartbreaking loss here, I think, for Austin Larson and the boys from Liberty. Austin was talking to the referee. I do believe that that is going to be the conclusion of this match. Well, we still do have 30 seconds left to play here, but now the situation, it's not going to happen. I mean, the situation is 2 points in 30 seconds. Yeah, that's impossible.
Well, you know what? Either way, it's going to be entertaining.
I mean, sure, it's maybe not impossible. Maybe that's not the word for it. Completely improbable would be maybe a little bit more accurate because, yeah, could Temple come out and get 2 majors in a row? 2 points tied up? Sure. Is that probably going to happen? No.
Yeah, no, there's no way it's going to happen for sure.
Not a bad look for Liberty here. And if they do take this loss, I mean, obviously they wanted to win this game with the victory that they had over the Michigan State Spartans. But Temple now with 2 victories, man, just you hate to see it lost on a dirty hang with 4 bodies alive.
That's
with enough time for them to check each other. To at least get the tie.
Terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Rough way to end the day. Still entertaining match, 2 closely matched teams.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's even for me heartbreaking for me to watch up here.
Liberty, I don't know if they're going to get 5 bodies out.
Well, we don't need to get 5. They need to get
Justin Vessa.
They just have 1 in the box. But if they don't have 1 in the box, it's also a penalty.
I don't see anybody in the box for Liberty.
No, there's only 4 out there. Oh, it was a minor penalty. That's what it was.
Yeah, so it's going to come off.
10 seconds.
Do you only see 4? They're sending another body out there. I'm a little blocked out from the start station.
Yeah,
so.
me too.
Yeah, so they have 5 now. And here goes the break for the last point of the day. And here comes the full-on attack from the Liberty University Flames. They do lose their first one to go. Vespa's still alive in there. He's at the 50 trying to figure out if he can try to crack this one open. Not able to do it. He gets taken out. Temple does lose a body as we get under the 10-second mark here. It's all about point spread right now. And that is going to do it. So, Chris, in the last 3 sets, we had North Carolina tie Purdue, Central Florida tie Miami, and then now a little controversy at the end, but a 2-point win for the Temple Owls.
Unbelievable.
Really good end of the day here. First day, day number 1. Thank you guys so much for joining us. 2019 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall. Got Chris Lasoya up here all weekend long. So make sure you tune in for tomorrow, Saturday's competition. We're going to find out who is going to be moving on in this tournament. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
Safe field, right? Yeah. Drexel. Hey, see you tomorrow. Brother! Tomorrow, boy! Negative. Thank you. Hey! Good match, boys. Great game, man. You guys killed it. You guys killed that game, man. My voice is gone. You guys had me going. You guys had me going. Good job. Good job. Hey, you're way too fast. Slow down. Good job. Good job. Have a good game right now. You guys have me going. Where's my bear? All right, let's get here and get out of here. Yeah, please. No. We've been here all day. No. To the best. Broad Street! Bullies! 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 Brandon Jacob! You got it. Yeah. Don't disrespect. Oh, no, yeah. No, we know about disrespect.
Alright guys, dear Lord, I just want to thank you guys for such a really good game on both sides. Lord, I just want to bless Temple as they move forward. I believe they're going 2-0 and they'll do well tomorrow. And I pray that they just continue to have a safe tournament. Hopefully we'll see you in your name. Amen.
Good job, boys. Yeah, we'll see you on Sunday.
Hey, are you the front Dorito guy?
Were you shooting that lane?
Yeah, so that's what I want to talk to you about.
Yeah.
So like, you got the skis down. I noticed that there's a few.
We got 1 point. It's unfortunate. You got shot the break, but.
Can I get a read? Fucking Drexel shit.
I don't want to quote.
All the paint in your box room.
Does anyone want to talk to the camera on the webcast? Anyone?
One of us is coming out undefeated. Where's Jason? Jason!
We're just going to ship Brady.
Someone come talk to my camera.
Jason.
Yeah, Jason's prison.
Let me know when you're ready.
Where's Jason?
He's Kyle Babb's talking to him about the lane. What?
Can I go, Matt? All right, what do you have to say about that match?
That was a really tough match, but we kind of closed it towards the end. We kind of had a little bit of hiccups in the beginning and towards the middle of the match, but I think we kind of understood what was going on towards the end and we kind of just closed it off.
All right. Thank you.
Brad McCurley, VC Dallas, and Empire Paintball here. Going to show you guys the new Vanquish GT. The main new feature with the Vanquish GT is going to be the V16 drivetrain that's on the interior of it. This is your new bolt system. Go ahead and pop that out. So this is it. This is the new V16 drivetrain. We've filled a lot of the air release valve holes, so you don't see that on the back of the can anymore. And what that's going to do for you is going to put a increased amount of pressure on the forward motion of the bolt. You're actually able to drop your dwell down significantly as well as your ABS dwell down, so it makes it more efficient and a much softer shot as well. So the spring is what used to help with the forward motion of the bolt, so we wouldn't have the bolt stick. But now, because of the change in the engine altogether, we do not need the spring whatsoever. You'll see the new colors coming in. These are actually on the way right now. Sharp.